I think I'll be good at this because I know the map pretty well.
I'm very confident to win because I know every single spot at the map.
Yeah, I think I know the map, so I think it will be easy.
I know very well the map.
This looks like... I think this is maybe a basement in Greasy.
It's left from Reality Falls.
Okay, 100% is Greasy Grow. I know this one.
I think it's maybe in the new POI with the mushroom. Oh, Greasy Groove!
Greasy Groove, what? Oh my god.
Yes, let's go.
Oh my, let's go.
Tilted Towers.
Ah, I know where it is. It's Tilted Towers.
I think it's Tilted Towers, if I'm not wrong.
I don't know, fully. I'm just gonna say tilted. Nah, I'm just too good.
I wasn't like sure 100%.
I was 100% sure, like, Tilted got destroyed. It looks like... Rave Cave?
I don't know, I'll go with Sanctuary, like somewhere on islands.
I'm just gonna say... Condo.
Oh, it's easy, it's easy. Sanctuary, in the beach on the Sanctuary.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Okay, let's go. What? How am I doing this?
No, I knew it was somewhere near the islands, man.
It's easy, it's Synapse Station.
It has to be Synapse Station.
Synapse Station. Synapse Station.
This is on the Synapse Station.
Oh my, I got it right again.
Okay, that was easy.
Yeah, I knew it.
Maybe it's Logjam.
So it's like basically the new POI, so I'll go with the Reality Falls.
Logjam Lumber Yard, or what is called?
No, this is Logjam because of the Crackshot house.
What? No way, what?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, I do it.
Yeah.
I thought I was like about to do 505, but unlucky for me, I guess.
Some picture was really hard, but another picture is really easy.
It was really hard, but I think I did good.
I think I'd be near the top 100%, maybe even first with 4 out of 5 right.
What's up everybody, I'm MiniMiner and I'm joined alongside Vino and Nako. We're going to be playing a game that we like to call Battle Buzz. I'm going to be asking both of these guys a question about Fortnite and the FNCS, and whoever thinks they know the answer first will be buzzing in and trying to get the answer right. Vino, how are you feeling going into this?
I'm excited. I think I'm going to get first place, I'll say that.
First place. Whew, Nako, that's fighting words from Vino there. What is the max damage that you can hit with a Gold Striker Pump Shotgun?
185.
Okay, Vino, boom, straight in. 185. That is correct.
Do I have to wait if I buzz in?
Yeah, you have to buzz in.
Yeah, I buzzed
No,
in
but
first.
I did.
Yeah, Vino did it first. Vino's in there first. I like
Okay,
it.
okay,
No,
okay.
he's right. Okay, 1 point to Vino. Good stuff. Question 2. What health does a metal wall initially build with? Who buzzed in first? It was Nako buzzed in
buzzed in.
first.
I did, no?
No.
No, Nako.
I did. 150.
That is not correct, unfortunately. We're going to pass it over to Vino.
45.
You're both wrong, unfortunately. You don't get a point. It's actually 110 HP. It's quite a lot,
we
I
wouldn't
thought.
have guessed it, I think.
Question 3. Which EU player holds the most FNCS titles? Okay, so Vino buzzed in first. Tayson is, of course, correct. Did you know that, Nako?
Yeah,
You knew it. It's a tough
Everyone
one.
knows that.
It's a tough
Yeah.
one. Everyone knows it. Question 4. The unvaulting event in Chapter 2 allowed players to choose one vaulted item or weapon to return to the game. What was it?
I think I know it.
Okay, Nako's buzzed in. Do you know the answer, Nako? What is it?
I'd say it was the drum gun.
The drum gun is correct, yes. Well done. Okay, that was very good. Question 5. What was the name of the first ever prized Fortnite tournament? Okay, Vino.
Solo Showdown.
Solo Showdown is
Yeah, let's go to-
incorrect. It was close. Nako.
It has to be the summer skirmish.
Summer Skirmish is correct, yes. Question 6. In the most recent EU FNCS finals, which player had the most eliminations? Vino,
yeah.
you buzzed in first.
Me.
Who was it? It was you.
Yeah.
It was. Okay, the final question. Vino and Aqua had 3 VRs in their FNCS finals run this season. Who was the last FNCS finals team to also do this on EU? You buzzed in very quickly there, actually.
I was confident, but I'm not too sure anymore. I think it's Hen Janice Chapix.
Hen Janice Chapix is incorrect.
Hen and Queasy.
Hen, Tayson, and Chapix in the FNCS Grand Royale at the end of Season 8. The winner
I don't
of
think- is it
first
me?
Battle Buzz of the season it's Vino.
I did say I'd win. There's no prediction.
Yeah, you knew. Are you happy you won?
I'm ecstatic. Because I've been trying to get better at these games. I've been revising, getting ready.
Yeah, I didn't study for today's test, to be honest, so I'll take a second place.
Thank you there to Vino and Nako for taking part in the Battle Buzz today. Hope you guys enjoyed it, of course, and good luck to you both for this upcoming FNCS.
as of right now, I'm an IGL and I've IGL'd 2 seasons. The role of an IGL is just to lead your duo or your trio through the game and just do good calls. Where's the best spot for search, where's the best spot to position up, and just to know everything about the game. I think you should always try to get an IGL because there's barely any good IGLs in the world or in Europe, but there's so many fraggers. So if you are a good IGL, you will be picked by one of the best fraggers in the world, and it will do you much easier.
You need to watch your games, you need to analyze them, and also you need to watch pro players to understand how to IGL, and like the best way is to analyze your mistakes.
It doesn't really matter what loadout an IGL is carrying. He should just carry an AR and a pump, and just make sure that he's always there for his teammates, and can always drop them shields as well, obviously.
So in my team, I'm most likely the fragger, and the task of the fragger is like to go for eliminations and bring the items from the eliminations to the IGL, and the IGL can go on the game.
The role of the fragger is basically to always get frags in end game, and make sure to get enough refreshes to drop to the tapper.
So what makes the fragger good is like, don't be scared, you need to be confident.
Like for example, Vino, he's very good fragger, he have very good mechanics, like he can easily box someone and eliminate.
For the best loadout for the fragger is like 2 weapons and 3 healings. It's like, it depends if what you rather play. Is it assault rifle or SMG? So if you play SMG, play SMG. If you want to play assault rifle, play assault rifle.
What's up everyone, my name's Levin2k and I'm here in the lobby with the one and only TheDevil. TheDevil, it is a pleasure to have you with me. I'm gonna get straight into it. So you always had a knack for the game, right? Because obviously you're known as one of the most cracked players, right? Your mechanics are off the charts. Was it always sort of like that? Did you always just have the edge, or did you have to work really hard to get to where you are now?
The work, like you need to put everything in it, into the game, like 200%.
You obviously got the chance to play with Noah Riley and Reason for quite a long time, and many people consider you one of the most entertaining trios we've ever seen. What about that trio do you think made it work so well?
Yeah, like we had the most fun together. That was like a big point, and we played every day together, and like from after school into the night, every day.
This season you've been playing with Janice. Are you excited about your chances in FNCS with Janice? What do you think makes you guys a good duo?
Like first time I played with Janice, like every time I have an opportunity to get a refresh or something, like Janice follows me up and is like perfect measure, we fit each other. So I think we have a good chance to win FNCS there if we get Uncon.
Well, that's a great point, right? If you get Uncon, where are you landing? Who is it that you come up against on a regular basis? I think many people watching have a good idea, but talk us through it.
We land Greasy for the whole year, and we get like contested by 2 pro duos, I think. It's like Stormy Right and Default, and Nebs and Rain.
And are things looking good for your spawn? Are you confident about your chances of spawn against those guys?
Yeah, we get like the training from Canada, he's helping us, and then we win our spawn, yeah.
Are there any duos who you look at and you sort of go, I don't want to mess with that duo, right? Who do you think is your biggest competition this season?
I would say like Tyson and Chapix, 100%. Like I played a cup with Chapix together and he's like so good somehow. Together with Tyson, Tyson's the best player.
TheDevil, what is the #1 thing you still want to achieve in your career? Of course, you're not wrapping up anytime soon, hopefully, but is there anything else that you still really think I need to do this in Fortnite?
World Cup win and FNCS.
And hopefully this season is the season.
We hope, yeah.
Well, look, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the lobby with me, TheDevil. Thank you very much for joining. Can you let the people know where they can find you online?
Varial on Twitch, YouTube. On Twitter, it's VarialFN.
Be sure to go check him out, guys. Thank you very much for joining me. It's been Levin2k and TheDevil in the lobby. See you guys all soon.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's great to see all of you again. Here we are, day 2 of the semifinals. Yesterday, we watched 11 duos qualify to finals. Today, 12 will look to do the same. Let's get this started. This is the semifinals.
Welcome to the EU FNCS semifinals. This week, we saw changes to Storm Surge mechanics, meaning duos had to adapt to reach their top spot. Wax Bob Kebab and Rabba Kebab performed well in qualifiers, so it was a surprise that they didn't place higher in yesterday's semifinal. They took advantage of uncontested drop spots as other duos qualified, but it wasn't enough. Will they clutch a VR today? Joe FN and Zero Without Chapix proved to us that they have the consistency factor, but narrowly missed out on qualifying. Will they keep up the momentum today? Previous FNCS champion H and his partner Mr. Savage were shoo-ins but didn't get the W or the points they needed to qualify. They picked too many fights in mid-game and it led to their downfall. Will they come in as a wildcard team today and clutch a win? Find out now on EU FNCS Semifinals Day 2.
A lot of pressure on these duos right now. One less day, and we only have one more tomorrow. Now, I need 2 analysts at my side to break down all of the action, all the duos to discuss. So, of course, let's bring in the best taco. It's Reese Hub.
Boom. We didn't mess it up today. Let's go.
I'm really proud of you. That was like a first try situation.
It's all about the eye contact.
We didn't see before.
That's pretty good, pretty good. Friends, day 2 semifinals, we saw huge shakeups because of the Storm Surge changes yesterday. What are expectations coming into today?
I think more chaos, right? Yesterday's games throughout that kind of mid-game were so fun to watch. Every single time there was some action somewhere. You know, it wasn't all just left to the end game. So we're going to have more of that today, especially one more match.
Yeah, I'd be hard-pressed to believe that we're not going to see tons of hyper-aggressive behavior from all of these duos here today. They know what to expect after yesterday's performance, and now it's up for them to show up here to try and make finals.
That's right. A lot of them had to kind of double back and say, okay, these new changes, we've not quite adapted yet. We need to change it up for today to be in a better spot. Let's talk about some rules, but first, let's talk about the broadcast schedule. Let's go up this way. Come on. So, if you guys have been following along, you know we came from 3 qualifiers. We'll be here today and tomorrow as well. Mark your calendars, though. August 13th and 14th, we will be back for finals. Now, the next question you're probably asking is, well, what about the format, Zeke? What's that about? Reese has got us covered.
Thank you very much. Of course, this is the semifinals, as we've already mentioned. These qualifiers on this far left-hand side, done, grayed out. 15 of the duos have already made it through to the finals. Yesterday, semifinals day 1 was already through. We've seen 11 teams there. So what do we actually have to focus up on here today? That's semifinals day number 2. So it's very small, right there. 6 matches of play, so it's a lot more familiar than we're used to seeing. 6 games total, and every single Victory Royale will qualify a team through to the finals where all of the juicy money is. On top of that, the top 6 on the leaderboard as well. So 12 teams total. Every Victory Royale, and then top 6 on the leaderboard.
And you can't get onto the leaderboard and be a part of that top 6 or the Victory Royales without trying to actually win and get some nice placements for your duo. Victory Royale, like Reese already mentioned, 1,000 points. Looks a little bit funky, but that's just because you're auto-qualified. So that's going to be the real prize maker here for these duos that are looking to get their ticket straight to the finals. But also, each elimination, an additional 2 points. Can never forget how impactful it is for duos, just in case they don't get the placements they're looking for, because 31st through 35th, that's going to be your cutoff zone. 36 and onwards, absolutely nothing. And that could be problematic for some of the prizing. Right, Zeke?
I mean, a lot of these duos, they're looking here to make it to finals $300,000 for that duo that can come in first place. Compared up with the Acts of Champions 2.0, we're talking notoriety, prize money, and an in-game trophy to say we are the FNCS Duos champions. You love to see it. Now, why don't we hear from one of the duos we saw compete that actually qualified yesterday? This is In the Lobby with Astro.
What's happening, everybody? My name's Levin2K, and I am joined in the lobby by the one and only AstroSMZ. What's up, man?
How are you doing?
I am doing brilliantly. I want to jump right into things. How did you get into Fortnite in the first place?
I think when the game first came out, my college friends played it, and I didn't really like it at the start though. I didn't enjoy it that much, so when they were playing a lot, I wasn't playing as much. And then a few months later, I got into it a bit more. Ever since then, I've just played it the whole time, basically.
Talk to me. When was that moment when you realized, hold on a minute, I'm actually quite decent at this?
So I think it was the 2018 Winter Royale. That was the first like tournament that I played because it was the first open one I believe that they hosted. I played it for fun. I didn't expect anything to happen from it. I didn't think I was that good, but I ended up qualifying for the heats and then qualified through the heats to the grand finals.
If you've been playing since the Winter Royale days, you know, you've been playing a long time in this game. How would you describe your career? Like when you look back at all the things you've achieved in Fortnite, how do you look at it?
The best way to describe it is just inconsistent. Like I'll do bad one season, I'll do good the next season. It's just a bit random, but I feel like that's more down to myself more than anything else. But I'm happy with what I've done. Obviously, I'd like to do a lot more.
What has been the moment in your career you've enjoyed the most? What's been the highest high so far?
I think it was 3 seasons ago, the last trio season, when we qualified through the first reboot game. After that, I just felt like super motivated to do very well in that grand finals and we came 6th, I think. Me, Ferox and Michael. So I'd say that's definitely the highest point I've had.
You're still actually playing with Michael to this day, right? You guys obviously made it to the FNCS final. I know you guys obviously know each other and you've met each other in person and all that, but the chemistry with you guys seems to be really great. What makes you guys such a good duo?
I think it's the fact that we just have a lot of playtime. The fact that we're friends outside of the game definitely helps. Like we understand each other, we enjoy being around each other.
Is there something that you think makes you stand out as a player? Like what, obviously, you know, you're good in certain areas of the game, but what is the one thing that you think, this is what makes me that guy?
Definitely my aim, I'd say. If you're confident in your aim, you know, you can just do anything. You just get in on anyone, basically. It doesn't really matter who they are.
What would you say to players who maybe have gone through some lows in their careers and want to sort of reach back to the top and start pushing back?
Never let other people, like, what they say affect you. Just stick to your own game, keep improving and playing.
Nice one, bro. Look, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here in the lobby with myself. Be sure to let the people know where they can find you online.
Just AstroSMZ on all socials.
All right, thank you very much for joining me, Astro. It's been a pleasure having you here in the lobby with me. It's been 11-2K, AstroSMZ. We'll see you guys all next time.
As always, thank you so much to Astro for an incredible interview, but now we're going to focus in on some of the duos we'll be watching compete today. I mean, if that interview taught me anything, it's, I believe, Astro might be the tarper of his duo based on his background.
Seems like it. He is as well. So it works out nicely. He really lives, he embodies the tarper lifestyle, I think.
There you go. Love to see it. Let's talk about Joe and Zero without Chapix to go ahead and start off the duo conversation. They barely missed out yesterday, and they're hoping to bring it back today.
I don't want to say a horrible way, but in like a way that was just like completely their own fault, because Zero without Chapix slept through game number 1. We're seeing you. Slept through game number 1. So hopefully we can check in with him in game number 1, see if he's in the lobby, make sure he's awake, because they were 2nd place going into the last game and then just fell. Just missed out on qualification.
Yeah, if anything, that's for Joe to pick a bone with Zero for future notice. But I think that all things considered, despite having missed that first game, if you really break it down here, Reese, game number 2 wasn't exactly the hottest showing either for this duo. They finished in 48th place, did not really get a chance to work their way up in the standings. So realistically, they only had 3 matches, and yet they still managed to collect not just 22 elims, but also a 12th place finish in the standings yesterday. And when you're only working with 3 out of 5, that's pretty impressive.
You're talking about 3 games. But what's impressive about those 3 games, one of them was 12 eliminations, one of them was 8 eliminations as well. So they are absolutely fragging out. But one of the cool things about that was they also had a game that was 2nd. So not only were they nearly in the top 6 to qualify, they nearly won a game as well. So it's like they missed out on every part. Let's be real, if they're awake, they qualify no problem. So today, like, I think all eyes are on this duo to make it through.
That's right. I mean, all you have to do is just wake up and compete. It's that simple. Let's keep going. We got DKS and the Siptos here. Where are these guys landing?
These guys right now, north side of the Sanctuary, and they don't really have a home, I would say, this season. They've been switching around drop spots a ton. Reality Falls, over to the west of Reality Falls, the Sanctuary. They've just been kind of going everywhere. And I kind of want to see how this plays out for them this time, because we've seen them, if they don't fight off spawn, historically they can kind of struggle getting a lot of their Storm Surge damage in.
And it's not only keeping track of the tags for that surge management, but you also have to keep in mind that DKS and Siptos, they're a duo that I think can kind of fall victim to spending a little bit too much time around those POIs, around around their loot spawns in general, just trying to collect resources. And right now, with these Storm Surge changes, you can't really afford to do that as a duo. You need to be actively trying to pursue getting favorable positioning inside of the zone because, again, they're already struggling with Storm Surge tags as is, and you can't maintain that in this current pacing.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what, if you look at DKS in particular, as this part of the duo, that's kind of what his playstyle has always been, because last couple of seasons, if we've watched the endeavors they've been getting into in Tilted Towers, going against Benji and Savage repeatedly over and over, like, they're very comfortable fighting off spawn. So
training circuit.
It's been a training circuit, this chapter, absolutely. And they've come out on top most of the time. So now, I want to see how that plays out. Are they going to fight in Sanctuary? Because there is a team to the south of them. Are they not? How are they going to manage their surge? Like, I do think this is a big change up from what we've seen across the other seasons.
Okay, I like the breakdown. Let's keep this going. We got Fremok, we've got Fakey right here. What can we expect from this duel? We know they're landing Reality Falls.
I'm just smiling. See, okay. I said, what can you expect from this duo? And it just put a grin ear to ear on my face. Because for these guys, we haven't seen them in an FNCS. Fremok has not qualified for an FNCS finals since Chapter 2, Season 2 Solo Invitational. That's May 2020, maybe around that time. So over 2 years. Let's just over 2 years. So now this is definitely his chance. They are like the most aggressive duo I think we're going to see maybe all weekend, all FNCS.
But there's something to appreciate about a player where once they build that momentum, they just run away with it. And I think that that is something that Fremok and Fakey certainly accomplished, because every single time we've seen them actually survive that early game, they manage to find their way, usually clutching out the mid to late, if not winning entirely. And again, here in the semis, you only need one win to move to finals.
You do, and one of the most interesting parts about that is the off-spawn, like you kind of hinted at there. They're going up off-spawn against Vortex and Hycris. And if we watched Qualifier 1 in particular, we saw this duo be like unnecessarily aggressive. That's the phrase I'll put it on. Anyone's around them within like a quarter of the map, they're getting W keyed. Fremok and Fakey are exactly the same. So you have two teams fighting each other off spawn who have the exact same kind of gameplay mechanics, thought process throughout the game. And whoever wins, it's just going to cause terror across the entire lobby, I would think.
Have to appreciate a good 50-50 from the get-go, though, especially given the fact that, I mean, all we're really looking for is to see how these teams manage their resources, especially when they're taking so many of these early game fights.
That's right. One last throw to throw your way. It is Xerox. It is Zrox. It is Kovacs. Let's talk about this duo. Have they adapted to the Storm Surge changes?
Well, I think one of the biggest things is that last season, they kind of really struggled because they were an edge map team very repeatedly. And when you have far distant zones, far rotates to make, man, you don't have as much time to deal with that Storm Surge. I think now, the fact that they've switched their drop spot, they've moved up going to Rocky Reels, which is relatively more centered on the map. I think this is definitely actually going to be a play that helps them out because they have a lot more opportunity to go for tags. And there is a team contesting them from what I can see as well. So we'll figure out how that fight goes off spawn.
But it's definitely exciting at the same time, because for Kovacs and Xerox, this is a newer duo being formed together. They weren't originally with each other. And so I think that for this duo in particular, Kovacs is someone that he loves trying to play around that high ground, but I think more importantly is just the fact that these guys haven't really been in a finals before, Reese, so this would be their first real opportunity to actually try and qualify, and with so much inexperience at the same time, you just know that they have a lot of motivation, I think, to prove themselves, so they could be a potential dark horse here.
I think one of the things that's interesting is that, like, they've both been in finals. They were in last season's finals together. So they have played, but they had that 22nd place finish, which was not what they were wanting, because they really wanted it, right? They were looking at a top 10 team, especially throughout the season. But the thing is, it's like they keep just missing qualification when it comes to cash cups, when it comes to other things. They're always just out that threshold. So for these guys, when I'm looking at the consistency leaderboard overall, I'm like, are they going to be 7th? Are they going to be 10th? Is that trend going to continue? Are they just going to miss the thresholds?
Well, we'll find out pretty soon. Friends, let's talk about the Storm Surge changes. If you missed out, this week we saw massive changes to Storm Surge that literally radically changed the way we view Fortnite right now. FN Competitive over on Twitter is a great place to stay up to date on all things. Let's talk about a few kind of key changes we saw from yesterday.
I think so. You hinted at it there. FN Competitive has a whole blog on Storm Surge and the changes. So if you want to know exactly how they worked out, you can go there. But this is actually a map from yesterday. So this is game 1 of yesterday. And there's a lot of things to dissect here. But because the changes to Storm Surge mean that basically you have to have higher amounts of damage earlier on, that means that players are being slow. And this is the outcome of that, right? This, of course, is up in this top left, the full zone up here, which means all these teams are kind of down in this southeast side, have to rotate up. But because they have to do so much damage, have to take so many fights, they're just fighting in zone. They're just whoever's around here, all these players on edge. And if you also notice, similarly on this other side down here as well. So like all the players come from this side, or all end up fighting each other, which is a scary thing, right? And I think this is going to continue on far zones.
Yeah, if you were ever expecting the dead zone existence to ever dissipate, I think that this is the time that we've really been struggling to see duos try to maintain any sort of dead zone positioning, because it's just all congestion so far. I mean, it's hard as is for these players to maintain the resources because of the force to fight, looking for those tags early on. But most especially, I think that these duos are just getting too caught up, getting too close together. And again, it's kind of a necessity, but at the same time, you don't want to find yourselves being incapable of looking for that favorable positioning once you start getting into the moving zone.
Exactly, and that favorable position is not here, right? You want to be a little bit further in. A lot of those teams there did not do that well, and this is kind of the result of this later on in the game. So if you notice, we're now over to the 5th zone, so what we showed you before was the 3rd zone, and what we want to highlight here is the result of this. 28 builds on Tuna. We flip over to the next player as well, 15 builds here left, and the last one as well. We've, of course, got 15 builds again. Now, these are just some examples, but a lot of the players in 5th zone have significantly less materials because, of course, they're fighting earlier on. And we'll hit you with a real stat, because there's also less players alive when it comes to moving zones. There's 26% less builds in terms of all of the players in the lobby as soon as you get into moving zones. So that's a massive change. Almost a quarter of the builds fully cut off.
And the other aspect we noticed for the moving zones is that as soon as that first one was taken over with height, that duo tended to pretty much go uncontested from that point on.
So how has this affected kind of like how players, like the strategy to win games?
So that's a fantastic question, of course. This is exactly what I'd say a usual layout looks like. This is our kind of like regular layers that we'd have. Up on top here, you've got height where Hydro and Belusi is. They're just using a couple mats, being able to kind of just look down the lobby, have the best position. Of course, this is where most teams would win games from. Haha. We'll come back to that later, though. And then down here, we got mid-ground layer. Just below that, of course, all these people. You got High Crus, who's going to be looking up at height, trying to take it. Some other people in the back not doing so well this game. Down below, you got the low ground. The people at the front are the ones who are doing good. They're looking back, taking shots, got tons of mats. Everyone else drops down into this low ground layer because they essentially have no mats. They're scuffed. They ain't doing so hot, right? So if we actually see what we'd normally look at, strangely enough, out of the 5 games yesterday, 3 of them were actually won from low ground, when usually they'd be won from height.
Oh, that's the thing, Reese. I wanted to let them know you're a little secret for the haha moment, but yeah, that is probably the main thing that I was able to take away is the fact that these low ground duos, you would think that they'd be struggling a little bit more so because of the limited resources, but it seems as though they're just trying to get in and get out as quickly as possible. It can really only have one team able to control from that low ground position as is, so height could potentially start to make its way up here in today, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see low ground action still.
Let's actually have a look at the height. So 3 games won from low, 2 games were won from height, and this was one on game number 3. So as you can see, Artor, Mixon are going up against Nefreezy and Lusha up on high ground. And this is how Marine and Nebs won it. Look, this is what they've spotted. They've seen Mixon is already going up for height, and they notice that there's a fight. So this is an opportunity. And this is why the grapple gloves are so good. You can see them use the grapple gloves. This is the first moving zone to get to the front side, and they instantly build up. How is this so free? So free because, of course, you've got 2 teams fighting at the backside. They're preoccupied. They're busy. And with Marine and Nebs sitting at the front, free height retake. And I think the biggest takeaway from here is once this was completed, height was free. No one was even trying to fight them at all.
And not only that, but even when they ran into those limited resources that we've been seeing so many duos struggle with, that's where the grapple gloves, again, came to their rescue. They were able to essentially pool 400 bricks towards themselves, and being able to hold on to that many resources going that late into the game made it practically impossible for anyone else to actually try and contest them, and they also got some nice ammo out of it.
Yeah, so I think we'll be seeing some of that today. A nice little trend. I think there'll still be more height retakes today. That's what I'm guessing, but let's see anyway. Zeke, I think, has a little bit of something for us.
That's right. Have you ever wondered how players have gotten their nicknames? Well, let's ask them. This is Nicknames.
My current name is Ju, and I chose it because my real name is Julian.
I remember when I was playing Fortnite, there was like, there's like a storm, and I just took a storm from it.
So my name, TheDevil, is like out of 3 names, like my mom's name, the name of my brother, and my name.
I had my t-shirt and there was like Malibu Beach. Malibu Beach is in California, and I created my nickname Malibuka.
My name is Pink, P-I-N-Q. I got it off another streamer called Phase Blue. I just thought to myself, what's the opposite of blue? So I picked Pink. Yeah, that's my name.
I think it is important to have a good nickname, actually.
So if you have that hard name, people won't memorize it as much.
If your name is weird and can't spell it out right, or it's too long, then you can't build Brad.
My previous names were Leonard0507. That's basically my name and just my birthday.
I just used the name from my brother because I just played on his account. My brother is not that good in Fortnite. Like, he's like a boomer. And my brother told me actually to change my name, so I just came to Vidir.
A very cool name was Veggie Fishy.
There is like a player called Brax. I like this nickname because it's like small nickname, and it just looks good on leaderboards.
When I see my name in the leaderboard, is wow.
I was like really happy because I was spending months and months playing all day.
I feel like I'm becoming also one of the best players. Like, I'm on the same level as they are. It's a very good feeling.
It motivates me even more to play higher when I see my name due on a leaderboard.
There you go. Some players just have crazy nicknames. Hey, Resub, where did you get your nickname from?
My name's Reese.
Is there anything else? Nope. Taco?
I like tacos.
Okay. All right, that's enough. Hey, in-game team, please come and help me. We've got Mini Miner, your in-game analyst. We've got Tokata and Levin2K, who will be your casters for these 6 games here in EU. All right, Mini Miner, I gotta know, what are your expectations coming into today? The big changes to Storm Surge, have we seen duos adapt? Some may not have.
Chaos is what I'm going to use to describe today. I'm sure we'll see some crazy action, people going for high. Of course, you guys talked about it earlier on, some crazy adjustments to team strategies from yesterday. Of course, learning about these new Storm Surge changes. I'm just overall very excited because it's going to be great.
Look, we had 11 duos qualify yesterday, but now a lot of these duos that didn't make it yesterday, they're playing again, so they're going to be more motivated than ever, and I'm excited to see how they adapt and overcome the issues they had yesterday.
Yeah, ultimately, the blueprint has been laid, right? A lot of these teams would have spent the past couple hours, literally last night even, just going through the games. How did this team take height? Where did they land? How can I take that POI now? There's a blueprint there. It's all about following it.
All right, well, let's see if this is reflected in our predictions, which duos we think could walk away with a Victory Royale or in that top 6. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Real diverse guys.
Really diverse guys. All right, Resub, Levin2K, Tokata, Mini Miner, we'll start with you. Zero without Chapix, and Joe. Why?
Well, I chose them first, to my add, just to get this off the gate, you know. Yeah, of course, Zero without Chapix, Joe. They had an interesting day yesterday, of course. Zero without Chapix falling asleep for game number 1. And you know what they say? If you you lose 100% of the games that you're not awake for. So very important to be awake. Just a couple of tips there for those at home. But these guys, they can do well. Of course, 2 games they won off spawn. 2 games they had a top 3. Really solid stuff from them.
And I think in the lobby they have the best like win to awake ratio of anyone else since they played one last game.
That's
so
true,
I think statistically speaking, they're going to be the best, right?
I mean, that's true. You guys broke it down perfectly, right? But not only did they miss out on a match from, you know, oversleeping a little, Zero without Chapix, kind of went overboard there. But now, hopefully, if Zero's awake, they'll be able to play out every game today, but also having an uncontested drop spot. They were contested yesterday, so now it should be easier.
Whoa, we say easier, right?
Yeah,
there have been changes to Surge, which our wonderful analyst went over. And so not having that initial damage off spawn could be a challenge for them. The big thing for me, though, is that I'm comfortable with this duo. We've seen them in so many examples now at high-level lobbies where I just expect them to be able to make it through.
Look, these guys are all worried about alarm clocks, but we all know for sure that H and Mr. Savage, they're a ticking time.
Okay, well, there you have it, everybody. I am now ready to get into games, and we hope you guys are as well. It is that time. This is day number 2 of the semifinals, and this is game 1.
Game 1.
First game of the day, 6 matches to be played out today. Yesterday there was only 5, Levin, but today We're back in the usual, right? 6 matches. The players have had time to adapt and learn, like you were mentioning, but I mean, I'm excited.
Look, it's all good studying the games from yesterday, but who can put that into practice? Who can apply what they've learned? Of course, it's new changes for us, new changes for you watching, new changes for the player, but they are starting to ease their way into things.
Slowly but surely, these players are gonna build up, are gonna make their way through the matches, and it gets more and more intense as the day goes on. We start off with the first match, but with the changes in Storm Surge, I think it's going to be intense from the start, to be honest. I mean, the amount of action that we'll be seeing, if it's anything like yesterday, is going to be at an all-time high.
Look, it's the FNCS semi-finals. When is it not intense? This is what it's all about as we hop right into the games. The players are locked and loaded, ready to jump out of the battle bus. Some of them already jumping out of the battle bus on their way to their POIs. Who will be contested or spawn and who will win those battles?
The bus going west to east of the map here. Pretty even split for these duos, but hopefully an even amount of loot to be split alongside these players as Chris and Vortex now in the Reality Falls. I actually believe that they were going to be contested, but it looks like there is a duo close by, Freemock Fakey. However, are they going to take that engagement quickly? Or are they going to take their time?
Well, it looks like they don't want to insta 50-50 off spawn, which is understandable. I can't say the same for this POI here. We've seen Sadie and Rickley take some fights off spawn here against Just God and Clown in previous weeks. This time round, some of the same fortune. Stompy and Drew look to have the upper hand right now. Sadie's doing everything he can just to get away, try find some space, but Stompy will hunt him down and eventually will connect. It seems just bouncing, dancing around the corners. Drew will be there to clean up.
Nice little quick 2 eliminations for Stompy and Junata there, but let's take a replay of these elims, how that initial one came out. It was actually June who picked up that 2-shot shotgun, got his weapon before his opponent, and that's kind of why we say 50-50, but hold me for a second, Levin. Chris and Vortex, they want to get into an engagement as well, and Chris already has one.
Yeah, the big thing about these two teams is that they are quite literally 2 of the most aggressive teams in the lobby. Chris, Vortex, very prominent fighters. You can say the same thing about Freemock and Fakey as well. And so a clash of heads between 2 very strong teams, 2 very strong duos. But of course, Chris with the 1 elimination, already sort of spoiling what we already know, and that is he did pick up 1 onto Fakey here. Look how he's done it. Another instance of that shotgun coming through. And in fact, he just couldn't really do anything about it, to be fair. Was left helpless, and Freemock will now have to try and fend for himself.
Yeah, we saw the fact he did get knocked there. So his duo partner was up, Freemock down below. The question is, though, like you said, Levin, will it be able to stay up? But another duo, we can see there, it was Joe and Zero without Chappings doing well. Not contested like mentioned, but a duo that is contested here on the east side of the map, starting off with a strong hit onto their opponents, putting them in that position to dominate in the 1 versus 2. Nice shot connecting, and that's it. 2 eliminations now for Q-Roll and his duo partner.
But you can see the Joneses team looking to roll on in, Aware and JJ2. They see it as their opportunity to strike. Bandwise and Q-Roll, they're very much experienced at this sort of fight. Typically, it's been Pink and Anas this season that have been the 1 third party in. But now, against Aware and JJ2, will they be able to hold strong?
JJ2 still up with full shield. However, his duo partner, where he's forced to use those chug splashes, JJ2 continues, though, 1 shot away from securing the knock. He connects it. That's 1, but his duo partner has gone down. Now he's forced into the 1 versus 1. It's Q-Roll versus JJ2. Both players almost on even grounds here. Q-Roll with a little bit more shield, as now he loses it. Down to 50. Both players even. Q-Roll continuing to play slow. Make sure he has his ammunition ready. Make sure he has his weapons reloaded. And now looking for that opportunity to connect anything, but Levin, he might even consider disengaging here, will he?
Yeah, well, he's going to pick up the grapple gloves, and so that option always remains there. But it doesn't seem like JJ2 is on the same wavelength. He wants to close the fight out as quickly as possible. Wants to get Aware back in the game as soon as possible. And with Q-Roll rolling right out of that fight, it seems like he'll get to do that just without the 2 eliminations. Just going to be 1 for now, or maybe Q-Roll's rolling back in. They want to fight again, and so both throwing back at it. JJ2 up above has that bit of a positional advantage, but taking the time to farm some materials as well. Realizes that both of them aren't going to be too high in that regard. but they will make use of what they have.
Rule changed his mind. He wanted to start this engagement once again. He said, I'm not scared. I am ready to dominate in this first match as Q-Roll now gets cracked, loses his shield, but he did connect. A nice shot onto JJ2. The issue is, though, he's forced to use his mini now, and he's not going to be able to do that as JJ2 secures his second elimination of the match and is going to be able to reboot Airware and keep going strong.
Yeah, it seems like a fight they weren't able to be prepared for, but nevertheless, we have Mini on the sidelines ready to give us an update on ZYANDI.
He's awake. He is awake and he is in the game. You love to see it now. Something I want to highlight, of course, ZYANDI or Zero Without Chappix, as he was previously known. I love this from these guys. They are, of course, uncontested. They want to loot as quickly as possible to make sure that they can get those surge tags later on down the line. ZYANDI using the grapple glove early on because he actually has one extra, of course, getting all of this loot, speeding up the looting process and easing up the surge.
This is brilliant news. Not only is it amazing to know that ZYANDI is awake, but to Carter, it's amazing to know he's changed his name. He's finally changed his name back to ZYANDI. We don't have to call him Zero Without Chappix. Thank you very much, my good friend, and good luck in qualifying.
We appreciate that. I think that's going to give them that much more luck, you know? He was a popular pick for our predictions, Joe and ZYANDI. However, now, game number 1, we'll see if they can hold that up strong as we switch over to Kylie Festroki, who are definitely performing strongly here now. Just one shot away from continuing to dominate this engagement as now they get the edit, get the shot, and Kylie takes down Kovacs.
Kylie and Festroki, we saw them plenty of time yesterday. We didn't get to see much of Kovacs and Jox because they weren't there, right? Of course, joining in the action today, and so not the hottest of starts for that duo. But again, it's not over till it's over, right? All it takes is that one victory royale, and so although they may have to sit and wait for a while now, they will get their chance eventually.
Vortex, here by the Reality Falls, has actually gone down, though. I believe he was just recently knocked, so Chris has to quickly change up his game plan here. It looked like he was searching for an angle or an opportunity, an option to make a play, but with Vortex having gone down, Chris with one elimination. He's done a decent amount of damage. However, now time is going to be used to try and get that reboot. We'll see if we see those two players later on, but looking back at Swag, Pobnata here, they're vibing. 11, grapple glove, 10 uses, 2 shield kegs, minis, epic striker pump shotgun. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, I think they're definitely a team that you'd expect to, you know, sneak their way in and qualify. Of course, that grapple glove is a very big advantage for them. But they did have a couple games, 1 or 2 yesterday, that did make me think, okay, even if they aren't going to make it today, they are definitely a team to watch out for this weekend, and they'll hold those expectations on themselves as well.
Looking back over, though, where we did see a 50-50 early game engagement, closer to the Daily Bugle here. The 3-2-1, 21, 2 tags with that burst assault rifle, but not enough to get a crack. But they're not looking for any opportunity to take an engagement for eliminations. Right now, it's all about damage. We broke it down. Well, the analysts broke it down perfectly in the pre-show here. What you really have to do now with this updated surge.
The big thing for that team, right, is that as they head into zone, they're going to be one of the last teams to get into the zone, and that's always a risk. That's always a danger. If you're one of the last teams to get into zone, it means that all the other teams who are already there, they've had time to set up, take positions, and look at you, take shots at you, delay your rotation. For DKS and the Siptos, they are in zone, but they're also looking at the teams who are ahead of them in the zone and not winning that trade for the Siptos, but they do have some spare shields. And I think that's going to be the goal for them, right? Knowing that they have the spare shields, can they look to take some bloom fights, some bloom battles to make themselves up on Surge? That is ultimately what a lot of teams were doing for PKR. He's winning that bloom battle. It's a couple of nice shots there. I'm sure Teak will be pleased. But yeah, loads of shields in their inventories as well, and so they can just sit here, take shots at people all around.
Bullets ricocheting everywhere as players continue to take shots and look at each other, but 2 players, H and Mr. Savage, that had a rough day 1 of semis, now with 2 eliminations, we can kind of tell that they're going to play different today.
Yeah, H in the bush here. This is something right out of the Tayson and Chappix playbook in this sort of Loot Lake area, something those 2 love to do for Surge. There aren't many players around, so don't think he'll profit much. But yeah, Takara, like you were saying, you know, that's a team that they're probably the most anticipated team in this lobby, a team that has so many fans, right? They're the most supported team in this lobby is what I was looking to say. And with the expectations that are high, they better deliver. Let's say that. I'm sure Taco, watching in the back, she'll be hoping they can start to pull through. But two very talented players, they just haven't been able to make the right decisions that lead to a victory royale or a top 6 qualification.
Look, and deliver, I believe they will. They do have the advantage that some duos don't today, which is that they played the first day of semifinals. So they kind of know the gist of how these lobbies are being played out, and also how the new Surge affects your playstyle and what you have to do to overcome it. Looking, though, at a duo which is trying to do just that. Walks, Kebab, Robab, Kebab, up above, taking shots from afar as Twos here and Fury continue their rotate and make sure that they make use of the environment. Farming while you're rotating, breaking down trees, breaking down rocks, actually jumping mid-farm to not even lose momentum. Those are the tiny little things that the best of the best Fortnite players do to have the most efficient paths and rotates during their game.
For Default and Stormy right rotating their way on in. Quite a journey to go for them. And as they go, they will start to reach towards an area that has a lot of players waiting, right? And so taking the time now to farm up the materials that they can. If they aren't too careful, then it will be increasingly hard to find any sort of decent position in the zone. A decent position just like these guys. No Riley reason, based up nicely. Of course, we know these two will have the grapple gloves throughout the day. But it's all about making use of them. Of course, they had them yesterday and they still didn't qualify.
Fury now forcing himself to give him that opportunity to get that damage done. The brick slabs being broken down here as metal starts being placed. The harder materials being put to use when they know it's an important engagement. You cannot go down this early in the match, especially if you're looking to qualify through consistency. Pobnada Swag, they know this, but being 400 above Storm Surge, they don't have that pressure like Fury and Twos have as they continue to look around, not only close by, but also from afar. If they can secure enough tags on these duos that are rotating in, they won't have to take that risky engagement up close, but it might just be the only option.
Well, I think that's the story of the games we've seen yesterday and what we will see today. Teams are going to try find these good positions to take fights, but if they can't accumulate the damage, they result to things just like this. Twos Fury pressuring the walls of Pabnada and Swag. They want to get in, they want to find that opening point, they want to connect to a big shot.
Twos continuing to rain down with his SMG, breaking down his opponent's builds, lowering their HP to give them that opportunity to take a bit of real estate, take a bit of walls, and open up an opportunity to connect the shot as Pobnada keeps looking. He's holding that edit, waiting for the shot as he reloads, plays it slow, but now the shots come in. Fury connects too, looking for a big shotgun shot. That's the opener. That's what allows you to go in and look for more.
And the thing for Pabnada and Swag is that they don't need the damage necessarily, right? 430 above is very comfortable. They know the people they're fighting are desperate for it, and so they're not overstepping, they're not overplaying, they're just staying cool, calm, collected, and allowing their opponents to make a mistake. But as Touche runs in, he's actually managed to catch Pablo out. And so Pabnada now in a situation where he's taking more damage than he can handle, and he's relying on Swag to get him out of dodge.
Spinning around like a disc right now, trying to cover every angle possible. He does make it out of the risky situation, but for how long? As the chug splashes come in, the HP gets recuperated, but the shots from their opponents keep coming in as well. Swag has to be incredibly careful here as he's just one shot away from getting knocked. He gets knocked, and now Twos is going to get that elimination, but there's still one player up. It's still his duo partner taking shots from all angles, and now the third parties are coming in. The shots raining from all over the map. This position has become incredibly dangerous.
Fury and Twos completely overwhelming the Flames boys. Oh, dearie me. Swag fell asleep there for a moment. Twos wrapped around the other side. He didn't even see it coming, and Pabnada was just overwhelmed as well. Look, we talk about taking risky 50-50 engagements, all or nothing type of fights. But if you're going to win them, if you're going to hit the shots like Twos and Fury, then they will pay off. We'll see, though, whether they can continue to play that way throughout the day. For Marco and Klimberry, another team that is teetering along the line of being above Surge. Just 12 above isn't a nice place to sit. They still need to deal some damage.
It could be worse, but just like you said, Levin, being on that borderline is never a good sign. As Till now, 34 below, is on the lower end of that borderline, losing shield, possibly losing HP if he does not have enough to recuperate it. And being the last one alive on his team as Cosmo has gone down, it makes it that much more difficult for looking for tags, right? You're the only person that can get that damage. You have no duo that you can rely on. So it's really all up to Till in this situation. But we have reached 64 players. Storm Surge is no longer active, but there's going to be more in the next zone.
Yeah, Till definitely will have a chip on his shoulder. Of course, they came within touching distance of qualifying at times yesterday, and it just wasn't able to piece together. And so we will follow them and follow him as a solo to see what he can do. For H, Mr. Savage, though, this is a much better position to see them both in. Of course, they're actually quite split, which is going to be interesting as the zone gets closer and closer and everybody in the lobby gets closer. Them being this split could cause for some risk, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Let's not speak too soon. Ultimately, just seeing them above Surge is a positive.
Look, Levin, you got to risk it for a biscuit, okay? H and Mr. Savage, I think they might be partially playing for that victory royale, right? All you need to go to the finals is to get a victory royale. If you can take high ground at the perfect moment, if you can dominate as a duo on low ground and secure the victory royale, it's really what you need to open up that chance of participating in the finals. And that's what these duos are looking for. As Splash now continues to face out a little bit, being 119 below, kind of looking for an option to take some shots, do some damage, but his duo was not too prepared for that, as he did lose a bit of shield, and the opponents were. As now they pop the shield keg. They can use this to kind of trade shots and still recuperate the shield that's lost, but you don't want to get knocked in the situation as Splash has lost all of his shield, down to only 50 HP to work with, but luckily enough, his duo partner still has good materials and still has good HP and shield.
Yeah, but the materials are going to continue to run thin for ADN and Hardfine. We saw them countless times throughout yesterday's games in these sorts of situations, making the lives of duos so difficult with their relentless pressure.
351 above for Hardfind and Wexler. They're okay, but the issue with these duos that have already done enough damage, it's the danger from the ones that are below, the possibility of them playing aggressive and going for those tags, for those eliminations is Destru. Looks like he did just that. He did lose his duo partner, though. He has the damage now, he has the loot, he has the resources, but playing it alone can be incredibly difficult. We actually look at the amount of duos, Levin. Fastroki as well has lost Kylie, and they do have the elims on the board, they do have the damage, but at what cost?
This is going to be a battle to behold. Destru and Fastroki, both incredibly talented players with striker shotguns in hand. They're like magic wands for these players. They just do such beautiful things with them. And of course, they've already traded blows for who will win the final engagement. It looks like it's in the favor of Fastroki right now, and he doesn't want to let up. He wants to keep on moving his way on in, boxing his way through the build, trying to connect to Woe. Destro will find some space, but for how much longer? Fastroki still pushing his way on in. The shots coming around from third parties all over the map. But these two very much do not like each other and want to take each other out.
Continuing to apply the pressure, securing the loot has been left behind before. The damage has been done, but the rotate has not. 1 minute until zone closes. Just puts that much more pressure on both of these players here, especially with the duos looking in from the zone. But Fastroki takes some shots here, takes hits, and now it's caused the action to be drawn down on both of these players who are both solos. You can see at the bottom right of the minimap, there's just duos waiting for these players to peak, to begin their rotate. First and second place, and it's not looking good for them.
Fastroki has time on his hands with the floppers. I'm not sure what Destru's working with. He does have some chug splashes. But ultimately, both of these players have to get to zone at some point. Like, you can't just sit here in the zone forever. But with so many eyes watching, it is just seemingly too much for either of them. And Fastroki will wilt it away, fall down. Destru still has a chance to stay in the game, but you can just see all the shots coming in from around, from different sides. He's just having to spend all of his bills to protect himself.
Josie, Andy, the ones applying a majority amount of the pressure here onto Destru. The issue is, even if he gets in, I mean, the danger isn't going to end. These players know that he's a solo. But the good news, he has pulled 5th zone, the half-in, half-out zone that pulls to a corner of the 4th one has pulled on the southwest side of the map. So that opened up a little bit more of an opportunity for Destru, as he does not have to rotate anymore. But looking at some replays of what's happened around the map here, Marco was able to secure a nice little shot there. Actually picked up 2 eliminations with that.
That's one of the things I love about some of the changes with Storm Surge. It's really a test of people's box fight in mechanics, right? How much work have you been putting in creative to master your piece control, right? Your cone slides and whatnot. Kimberly and Marco, a team that is very proficient in that area. And so We'll see how those eliminations will push them forward, but the extra materials are serving really nice, allowing them to create some space, use it to make an extra bit of a base. For Teak and PKR, they're having to run their way in to the zone, and they've got a long way to go.
The marathon begins for these players that were up north or east of the zone here. The rotates come in, the grapple glove being put to use. But the players that are able to do this rotate using the minimum amount of resources and shield possible are really the ones that are gonna come out on top later. But PKR and Teak right now, they're forced to use a lot of materials. They're forced to take breaks here and consider what might be the better route, the better path. Armored walls coming in. This rotate is very dangerous.
Yeah, the big question now as the lobby starts to shake up and set up for the final moments. Who will be the team to take high ground? Looks like Coop and Nipsey have their eyes set on it. And maybe, just maybe, this could be their ticket. Where the zone pools for 6, sorry, will be essential to who is going to be able to claim that. Teams on all sides of the map posturing towards it. For Pixie aren't looking too strong, and so they'll have to get their shields up. For Mr. Savage and the H, they're far away from high ground right now, but it's always a possibility as we move on forward. Just need to focus on not being squished beneath too many players right now.
I already see the confidence for this duo. 3 eliminations on the board for them. The issue is this position down below. Grapple gloves have been found, but with only 1 player of the duo having the grapple gloves, it might not be worth it to take it. The good news is you can harpoon up loot, and if you play out as a solo, you will be able to get that mobility or even get up ahead and cover your duo. But now switching over, Junata Stompy way below the Storm Surge here, 344, as they aggressively look for tags. The sweat drops, hit the ground, the intensity increases for this duo as they have that pressure. They need to do damage.
They're looking for tags, but they need a miracle. Even sitting here, if there are players, it's nowhere going to be near enough to get them up above Surge. They still need to do more, even after connecting with some big damage there from Stompy. They need to keep on moving into the safe zone, and they need to find some more damage. Klimmery and Marco, though, they're currently sitting up above, watching down on everybody else.
Squeeze put aside, get ahead of the zone. Great positioning for this duo here. Both grouped up together. They only have 1 charge left, though, on the grapple glove, so that difficult rotate has caused less charges, as now H and Mr. Savage do have a good amount of loot, good amount of resources. Even the positioning allows them to look back, allows them to take those shots and do that damage needed. Even peeking up at the high ground. As Stompy, though, goes down. Junata now as well, incredibly low. Only 9 HP to work with. You could just blow onto this player and he would go down.
JJ2 and Aware maybe just might be the ones to steal high ground away. For Judo as a solo down below, 9 HP is not much to work with by any means, especially with 0 materials, and so he has to rely on his instinct, he has to rely on his aim.
H and Mr. Savage even more confident now as they've secured another elimination. Dropping down, though, might be considering the low ground here. High ground looked a little dangerous. The constant changes in elevation is increasing the danger for these players as Junata is still up. Just 1 little pebble would cause him to trip and fall here, but with 9 HP, he tries popping the bandage, goes down. Marco and Klimbury do have the high ground.
He wanted to get out of their line of sight, but Marco switched up the angles and caught him out. Older looking to catch people out below him, and it's actually Teak, the Polish person, that has to stay out of the way. Older still, though, looking around. The Siptos down below on such low HP. He does have his teammate with him, but I don't know what DKS really can do for me. He needs to give him the med miss, needs to give him a mini and allow him to get back up.
He might just have thought to Siptos, it's the end for you, my friend. I'm using this med miss to stay in zone. Alder takes down 1, Splash with 3 eliminations, Alder with 4. They are looking incredibly powerful here. Squeeze and put aside as well. 4 eliminations for the duo, 32 points, and they continue to rack them up.
The Frenchies are on the hunt. They are not giving up by any means. The same could be said here for H and Mr. Savage. Could this be their moment? They aren't going to be up on high, but they are looking towards the low. And if they get some space in the front side of the zone, the opportunities will arise. And so now it's about them instincts, it's about them aim, and it's about staying true. Marco and Klimbury, they've had such an easy ride on height, but it's nothing but easy for these guys down below. With H hitting shots like that, they have a chance. They have the fighting stance, and XP's and Podesai will look to try and stop them.
So many duos still up, going strong. Sweeps takes a big shot, but connects onto him as well. He goes down now. Reason, Noah Rayleigh goes straight into the action. Get a piece of that pie. Both eliminations for the duo as they continue to raid through this low ground, but up above, the shots are coming in. They have to be careful. Mr. Savage and H are the ones gonna take that opportunity to get those 2 eliminations. And now with just 4 duos alive, 6 players, it's getting more and more intense.
H and Mr. Savage are feeling it. Noah Riley cannot handle it. Kimberly and Marco still up. 6 eliminations for this team. They've gotten some mats to refresh them as well. They can continue to sit here on high.
Mr. Savage, 4 eliminations. He still has H. This is one of the duos that's up right now. They have the resources. They're looking healthy. This could be their match, their golden ticket to the finals. The duo that takes this Victory Royale will be going to the finals.
PKR is so essential in this fight. Who will he be a blessing for? Will he be the curse for H and Mr. Savage, or will he be kind to them? He falls to the zone, but these 2 are now stuck down below. The zone is moving up over hill, and Kimberly and Marco need to realize the opportunity to crush them down below. Everything was looking possible for H and Mr. Savage, but their dreams are slowly being shattered in front of their eyes unless they can connect to something marvelous here. Marco, Kimberly, they just need to stay composed.
The shots come in, Clenbury connects, but it's not enough. Both players are still up. H goes down the 1 versus 1. Mr. Savage up against Marco, using the grapple glove to gain a positional advantage, but it's not enough as Marco connects the last shot, secures the elimination, and gets the Victory Royale.
It came down to the final shot there between Mr. Savage and Marco. It was so close between the 2, but Climbury and Marco will be the ones to take it home. They will be in the FNCS final.
Look, Climbury and Marco will go to the finals, but the performance we've just seen from H and Mr. Savage bumps them that much further up the leaderboard. Being first place in consistency after game 1 is not only good in the point realm, but also in the confidence and momentum realm.
For the 2 that have solidified their spot, what a way to do it. That's a dream for any team playing in these games. Game 1, come in, get out. That's the ultimate goal for anybody playing, and they have achieved that. They can now sit back, relax, and watch the rest of the day.
I love semifinals. The action you see, it just does not stop. But there's another thing that I love, and it is Zeke and the analyst. So let's throw it over to them so they can break it down.
Oh, gotta stop.
Wow.
He said my name, not your guy, so I'm his.
We're the analysts.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Game
There's 2 of us and
number
1 of you.
Okay, game number 1 of semifinals day number 2. In a lot of ways, reminding me of games coming out of yesterday. You can really tell a lot of these duos, they are just like, they know they need to win. They have to get in the top 6 if they want to continue their FNCS journey.
Absolutely. And, you know, we looked at the names that were in the top 3, the last 3 alive there. Tekken PKR was the 3rd one that went down. It's kind of just like, I always use the term disruptor, I feel like, a lot, because it's him. He has the opportunity to just cause chaos. If he drops down below, he can really chunk some HP out with Savage and Hen. But in all honesty, this game didn't end up really doing too much. He just went down in zone after that. But of course, in terms of the leaderboard, he's gained tons of points.
No, unfortunately for PKR, things were getting awfully scrappy there in the low ground, and he just wasn't able to really maintain enough of his heals to actually sustain himself back up after losing his duo Teak. But still a nice finish overall and a great start for the match number 1.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of the teams that we were looking at 5th zone, and we're like, they got some good mats going into moving zones. It was more than the 76 average we saw yesterday, so they were definitely set up really nicely.
That's right. We got to remind ourselves of that final few moments. H and Mr. Savage looking for a Victory Royale, which could have been absolutely crazy, but it's not them. It's Marco that comes out on top here in the 2v2.
I'm telling you, this is just a flashback to Game 5 yesterday. This is exactly the same thing that happened. High ground versus low ground, 2v2, the grapple glove to try and finish it off. It was still exactly the same.
Mr. Savage tried his best, I think, to look for a challenge there, but more importantly, I think for Marco and Climbury, the real standout moment for them was right towards the end of 4th zone, start of 5th zone. We actually saw Marco pick up 2 elims, and on top of that, he was able to get full mat and resources. So when you have full builds, by the time he was able to take over the high ground, it was just impossible, I think, for any of these other teams to look to challenge them inside of that first moving zone.
Yeah, we talked about a bunch of all the players down below have significantly less materials. They're up on height with almost capped all the way through, and it's an easy Victory Royale. Of course, Zeke, why are they not on the leaderboard, though?
So, don't forget, if a duo gets a Victory Royale, they're out. They're going right to finals. They've secured a seat on the bus. That means for everybody else, we're playing for that top 6, okay? At the end of the 6 games today, anyone in the top 6 will also join on that battle bus heading on to finals. After game number 1, still pretty close. It's not that crazy, right? We haven't seen teams pull away. Everyone's kind of settling in for these next 5 games.
I think so, and of course, a smile on your face, a smile on my face, and a smile on Zeke's face for H and Mr. Savage up in first. Even though the emoticon next to his name is not as a kind of unhappy face, right now, I'm sure looking at the top of the leaderboard, they're cheesing.
No, they have to be. I mean, it's not that first place finish that they were hoping for, obviously, in game number 1, but at the same time, you can't complain when you're still getting off to such a strong start here. Not only that, but you could really see the momentum take over here from Mr. Savage and H. For a moment, it looked as though Packer and Teak were going to try and control the low ground, but as soon as H and Mr. Savage worked their way in there, it seemed as though they were unstoppable underneath.
Absolutely, and I love the fact that we're finally seeing teamwork, right?
Yes.
You know, I don't want to even bring this up because we've said it every qualifier, now every semi-final.
But you saw them together.
Oh, I saw them together, and I love this. When you see 2 of the best individual players in the world working as a team like that, like they're almost unstoppable. If we see this every single game from now on, that's a straight ticket to qualification city.
And you know, we are feeling good because our predictions are in the top 5. Wow, where's everybody else's prediction? Not in the top 5 right now. Haha, Reese.
No one cares because it's all that matters to the Victory Royale. And guess what? That's still more points than if you come in the top 6, of course. Another team we want to look at here. Someone that we should have predicted is Xwiz and Podesai, right?
Yeah.
We see them in 7th place now. Now, if we remember back, right, these are the French teams that are playing in. Both of these 2 duos from the previous seasons won qualifier 2, which is Andalex and Snazy. That's who used to team up with these 2 individually.
Right.
So now, I think these guys have a lot to prove coming into semi-finals day 2. They're like, our teammates did good. Were we the problem in these fights that we weren't doing good last season? So I think now they're starting to step things up a bit.
Not only that, but yesterday even in semifinals number 1 was not the greatest showings for this duo, so I can definitely see why they would want to kind of remind everybody else that their experience isn't a fraud. They can definitely compete.
I mean, they are like star-studded duo. Xwiz has made every single FNCS Finals -1. There's only 5 people out there who have done that. So if he does not manage to get into a top 6, that's like the end of an era for what's really like a secure list in EU.
That's right, man. You know he's capable of it. He just has to get 1 game. We just need a Victory Royale or place top 6, and if not, we have another day tomorrow to do the same. Buckle up, though. We're here for game number 2 of the FNCS semifinals.
Game 2.
Thank you very much, Zeke. We are super excited to hop right back into the action. Game 1 certainly didn't disappoint, and I'm sure the players are ready to go right back at it.
Look, every game today, it's always going to be nerve-wracking because even if you're on the bottom of the leaderboard, all you need is that Victory Royale. Reese brought it up. You know, Zeke was saying, see Andy, Joe, where are they? Hee hee ha ha. But you've got to wait, all right? It's about that Victory Royale. It's about what they do in the late game.
I love your Zeke impression, man. That's probably my favorite part about today so far, but I'm sure there will be plenty of top action to come as well, because ultimately a lot of these players understand what is needed, right? We're seeing these crazy fights. I'm sure the pacing of the games has been just as exhilarating for them as it has been for us, but I think the big thing is keeping your cool in some of those moments. It can be incredibly difficult at times when you're going back and forth, still just trying to track your damage, do it all throughout the game. It's so hard.
And what is needed is at an all-time high, right, Levin? The battle bus is ready. The thrusters are pumping out the flames, and the players are going to begin dropping. But with the amount of mechanical skill you need now to stay on top with the new Storm Surge, I mean, you have to be the best of the best mechanically in your region.
Well, thankfully, we have a lot of the best in this lobby. And we're hopping right on in. The players are dropping out of the battle bus. And once again, we take a look at some of the best off-spawn action in the world of Fortnite. Who will win off-spawn here? Last time it was Stumpy and June actually swerving, as they didn't have good enough drops. Rickley and Sadie will live to tell the story this time, immediately off-spawn, but for how much longer, it depends, because I'm sure these 2 teams will look to try and fight.
Look, you might be asking yourself, why are both duos dropping here when there's a bar and I can loot as well? There's more loot in that building, which will give an advantage to the duo that gets it, but just like advantages in Shonker's Speedway, there's the same thing going on here as Destru with almost full HP to work with, but no materials. He has to be careful.
Destru and 185 here. They won off spawn last time round against Floki and Clement, and they're going to look to try and repeat that now. For Floki and Clement, we've seen them at Chonkers all chapter long. We know that they're a team that should be playing in the FNCS final. They have that type of quality, but they've not been able to have any success so far, really, in the FNCS. But winning off spawn is going to be the first step to getting there.
continuing to farm up, make sure they get those hard mats, I like to call them, the brick, the metal, the materials that spawn with that much more HP than wood, as they continue to just play it a bit slowly. But looking at Mr. Savage and H, it looked like it got dangerous in here. H did come out on top, though, has 2 eliminations, so the players have gone down. However, with Mr. Savage down, that was definitely a stressful situation.
And that's a real good thing for them, right? Being able to get that initial damage off spawn is nice. It allows them to maybe play a more slow-tempered game, look for better positions in the zone. They do have a ways to go to get there, just outside of Tilted. And so a really nice start, winning off spawn there for Destru and 185. They'll be hoping their off spawn battle closes out soon. Of course, in the distance, Till and Cosmo are looking to try and third party. But for Floki and Clement down below, it is just a waiting game.
Here in the Chonker Speedway, it's looking incredibly difficult with so many duos close by. Even the one that's in an engagement right now, Floki Clement and his opponents, whichever one comes out on top here will have to face yet another duo that's on the southern side of Chonkers, just kind of waiting, letting them battle it out, kind of keeping their eye on them like a hawk from afar. But I feel like these players have realized that and decided maybe it's not worth it to take this engagement yet. Have this engaged. They've done enough damage, not for Storm Surge, but for the position they're in now.
I was gonna say, they've not done anywhere near enough damage, man. I don't know what you're on about. They still have plenty more damage to do. I think the big thing is not griefing your game. They've already experienced, Floki and Clement have already experienced what it feels like to not even get to play this game. They don't want to do that again. Similar situation over towards the Reality Falls as what we saw in the first game, except this time round, Faki will be here to fight with Free Mock. But who will come out victorious? High Chris and Vortex, sorry, will try and do their best, but backing off just for the moment. Both teams are, again, 2 strong fighting teams, to say the least.
And that's the danger, right, of going against some Titans in the European region. It's where if you're both so skilled, I mean, it's going to be difficult to take home all 6 of those matches, but Ziandi and Joe have that confidence, and they're willing to take the risk. Ziandi already knocking down 1. That's 1 elimination on the board. And now, even though they're not contested, they're still hungry for those eliminations.
And that's the thing, right? Of course, yesterday, when they were contested and they won off spawn, that's so much damage done, right? Instantly, you just have at least 200, potentially even more, depending on if your opponents had shield. And so without that, they're going to have to be a bit more aggressive in the earlier phase of this game. And I guess it's very unfortunate for Yakpo and Karma, right? They won't be too happy about that, but nevertheless, it's what's just going to happen.
Noah Rayleigh, though, and Reason here, down closer to the Greasy Grove. They were contesting Nebs and Marine in the qualifiers, but now have been able to get their drop spot uncontested as they believe it's not worth it to take that early game risk. Switching over to another duo, which is looking similar here, DKS to Siptos, that are feeling good, taking shots from afar. But we do have Mini Miner that wants to talk a little bit about what we might not have seen.
Thank you so much, Staccato. Now we have a little bit of a recap. Of course, Pixie winning off spawn. This is some of the things we missed. Getting that SMG and getting the knock off spawn. Of course, Pixie and Fork did end up winning this off spawn fight. And of course, we hopped on board with H and Mr. Savage. And H does, in fact, get the reboot off. Mr. Savage almost down to 1 HP out of the air, but he makes it just out in time.
You know, I love to kind of get that recap, right, Levin? We have that extra bit of information that we might not have seen on the screen here and kind of get to see what happened while we were looking at another engagement. As H and Mr. Savage were able to recuperate that danger from the early game.
We do have a replay here from Ju, picking up a nice little shot there onto Sky and celebrating as well. Of course, you're always going to get the celebrations when the level of play is that intense and that personal between the teams. But this is a team who certainly has what it takes to qualify. Stompy, one of the most tenured professional players in EU. He's achieved so much and looking to make it to another FNCS final along with Ju.
1 elimination on the board already for Put Aside here as they continue to farm up their medal. A key aspect to these early and mid games is normally once you already begin your rotation and you've left your POI or your drop spot, it's going to be a lot more difficult to find that medal. So you want to have that almost maxed out when you begin to rotate, as Stompy and Junata now want to max out their damage as they take a shot 30. It's not enough for the elimination, but having that one elimination already has given them the upper edge in this engagement. 230 whites, now just one more shot is needed to be connected here for Stompy to take it home, but he misses the first one. Go on, Stompy, just one more shot. Don't be shy, there it is. 27 is enough, and Dandir goes down.
Yeah, Dandir, for a player with no builds, he lasted quite a while there. Stompy, I was bigging you up there, man. You gotta back me, you know. I can't big you up like that. You're missing the shots. Eventually, they do get the elimination, though, so it's all good. PKR, Teak, positioned here on top of the Bugle Volcano. And that gives them a lot of lines of sight. There's going to be so many players coming from the sort of southwest of the map, rotating in towards this general Bugle area. And so with them sitting that high up, there should be plenty of opportunity to deal damage to players, get ahead on Storm Surge.
Look at that too, Levin. The one vehicle on the map, JJ2, finding it here at the Jonesies. It can appear on the southern side of the map sometimes, but the other location is the Jonesies, so we'll see if they are able to make use of that. However, we'll switch back over to Mikeson. 7th on the leaderboard currently, 28 points. Just one more placement away from top 6, which is that cutoff to qualify you to the finals. However, that qualification will be seen after all matches are played out, so we'll see how they hold up in the upcoming ones.
Mixon and Arthur would seem that although they didn't qualify yesterday, they looked good. They had one of the best average placements in the lobby of teams who didn't qualify, if not the best actually, maybe potentially. And they showed a real good understanding at times of, you know, good positions for Surge, getting up on the right hills. I think it's all about being able to piece that together in some of the end games. For Older and Splash, I don't think you can sit in the zone forever. So I know it's become a bit of a trend this chapter for teams to try and outhill in the zone, but you got to get to zone, my friends. Podesai and Sweeze in the zone, ready and waiting, just that Coney.
We'll see the zone now. Does end up closing on the northeast side of the map. They have a little portion of Daily Bugle inside. However, a little unlikely that it'll close in the Bugle, but I'd love to see an end game there. They're always interesting. Constant changes of elevation. And Noah Rayleigh as well here. For a second, I thought he might have lost his duo partner, but no, they're just split up.
It's interesting seeing the positions that we're seeing some teams take, right? With the zone pulling over towards the northeast, a lot of teams would read that and sort of anticipate and go deeper into the zone as far northeast as possible. It would have been what you'd expect the likes of a Podesai to do with that zone being a team that lands in that area. But staying near that congested side as they know they want to take some fights, get some Surge. Reason, I think Reason's gotten a bit stuck here, right? He's out of the mud now and back on his way to the zone.
The rotates continue, the fireworks getting lit off. Explosions might scare these opponents, but don't worry, it's just a show. A little bit of a distraction while you try and make it to that end game. As Clement and Floki now want to make it to the end game powerful as they continue to take shots, break builds, and look for that refresh, that impact that can permit them to not have as much worries in these upcoming zones. But it looks like their opponents here, they're very aware of the aggression, and they do not want to let themselves fall down.
Clement and Floki, a chance to actually play a game out is so big for them. Not going down off spawn this time. The problem is, look what they're working with. Floki, Clement, the loot is not looking great. The mats are not looking great either.
Anything's possible though, Levin. All they need is that one engagement to refresh everything back up. The issue is you have to come out on top in that engagement, so we'll see if they're able to do that. Raisin here. Pena are looking to do the same. Breaking in from above. Huge opportunity for Raisin. Knocks down one now. With the upper edge against Fork and his duo partner, they take those eliminations, or that one elimination. Hopefully able to make it 2 for this duo. But if Pixie can get out, that would be huge as well. The zone is closing, so Raisin and Pena do not want to stay too much time in here, as it's not worth that one single elimination. They decide maybe it's a bit better to take a further rotate here. There are duos looking back in the zone, and they want to pick the correct path back into it.
Ziandi and Joe, what does their path look like to a victory royale? They have to go north, of course, over towards these sort of monument islands. Maybe gonna have to take a bit of a swim, look for a rift. Might be the play. But if they are gonna go for that, they need to make sure they don't get shot out of the sky. They do have grapple gloves, which is always a big positive, a big bonus. And they have players around them that they can deal some damage to, and so a couple shots from Joe and they will be above, just barely. Though, but I expect that to continue, right? Just continually looking at those players, waiting for them to slip up and strike.
Scares me a little bit. They are on the dead side of the zone here, rotating fully east, whereas a majority of the players are on the west side, rotating in from their POIs and their drop spots. And being below surge in that situation can be a bit risky, but with such an open environment in the zone, so much water, so much flat land, hopefully they are able to find those tags. But for a duo that's still making the rotate in, more north here, Splash and Alder, 115 below, not even in zone yet. This is a position that you have to find a way out of.
Alder and Splash, they're a team that is no stranger to fighting, to stay in games. But a fight in the Storm would probably not be the best solution right now. There are so many players in the Storm. Risa broke it down at the top of the show, right? So many players just on this congested side in the zone. It actually feels like there might be more players in the zone than there are in the actual safe zone.
It's funny, as now we switch over to the players that are in the zone, but still in need of that damage. 46 above, but Hiro gonna go down, leaving his duo partner to play alone. JJ2 as well in the same situation. Aware has gone down, 700 above Storm Surge. They've got the damage, but this is a common trend that we're seeing. You get that damage, you get those tags, but you lose a player. On the good news for Aware and JJ2, the knock is still down. The revive is a possibility, but now Top G wanting to get a piece of the pie here, get into that action. 39 above, wants to get an elimination, but he has to be careful.
Yeah, U-Street doing his best to stay alive. JJ2 will do his best by hitting some shots and connecting onto U-Street. Just wasn't unable to stay up in that situation. Desperate times. But JJ2 and Aware stay cool. Swag and Pab, we saw them last game and they did falter. And so now a repeat, a chance to go again. But will they fall to the same mistakes?
Swag and Pubnada. You can see at the bottom right, the cluster of players on the line of the zone. There's so many, and all of them having to rotate. Meanwhile, looking for that damage, the moving zone begins. It gets smaller and smaller. The players now forced out of their homes. They have to rotate. They have to change the position here. And some of them playing it out as a solo, like we saw where it went down. JJ2 does not have to worry about damage. Luckily enough, he does have those grapple gloves that he can use to not worry as much about his rotate, his swag as well. Making use of them, gets in, doesn't have shields though. Not even to recuperate what he's lost is Floki and Clement. Want to capitalize on that, taking shots from below. And with so many duos in the surroundings looking, this whole cluster, this whole region of the map has become incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, and Pab and Swag down below on Surge. Last time when we saw them go down in game one, they were well above and went down. This time they are below. And they need to try find something, but with no shields, this is just one of the worst situations you can find yourself in as a player in these kind of lobbies.
Looking to see if they can connect shots from the players that are taking some back at them. So far, the bullets have slowed down. Not as many shots being made in that region. However, on an island here, Stormy Right default, 127 below. They want some of that. They want to get in, knocking on the doors of their opponents, seeing if anybody's home. As default, taking different angles, going above. It's a bit safer here as there's not many duos looking at them, but there still are duos. The zone's already so small. I mean, we're in 4th zone now. These players have to figure out something, as Storm Surge is just that much more dangerous now.
And with the zone pulling, the majority of it is actually in water. There is a tiny amount of it that is on land. It is just on the shore of this beach here, fortunately for Mr. Savage and H. And ultimately, you can probably expect the next zone, the 5th one, the half in, half out, to pull on this shore as well. But it's Fortnite, right? Who knows? Maybe you'll go towards the southwest. But if it does pull on that short, it's going to be a very good thing for that team. For Podesite and XVs, they'll hope that as well, as that's where they need to get to in the next couple of seconds.
What I find interesting here, looking at the map, is that a majority of the players are now up north and west. So those players that are on the east have a lot more of an opening to rotate in, whereas players like Teak and PKR might have actually just done a great job here. Still with a lot of resources, a lot of shields, even materials. They've made it into the zone, even possibly opened the path for other duos like Podesai and XWeez, who are kind of following what they've already built. As now they base up on top of them, but you have to be careful. Teak is looking around, finds an opportunity, connects the shot, but it's not enough to be worth it to play that much more aggressively. Only 21 below, above, going up to 174 though. The damage has been dealt, but more has to come.
Teak and PKR taking a moment to breathe, get their HP back up. And players now all starting to congregate in these same areas. It's very easy to get squished out by a team up above you or even below you in some cases. For Podesai and XWeez, the key is going to be finding an opportunity for a refresh that doesn't cost too much. Podesai's materials simply aren't enough moving forward into this game. And he has his eye spotted on some loot. He realizes that there's some players there that are going to have to move in, and so looking to try pounce on them, take some shots towards them. Painter does fall, but I don't think that loot's going to be retrievable. Ziandi and Joe up above the rest of these guys. And this is a great spot for them, especially if they can pull the zone.
I mean, amazing position. You said it yourself. You can see how much damage they've secured. And with that grapple glove that can also be used similarly to a harpoon to pick up their loot, we'll have to see where this zone closes.
Yeah, and you saw below it, Swedes did look for the loot, so they wanted an opportunity and they did find one. We'll see whether they can use whatever they got from that further in the game, but a very nice find for Joe, Ziandi, and this reason Podesai. Mixon and Arthur, though, they are the ones that were fortunate enough. The zone didn't pull up where I wanted it to, but it did pull towards the west, so still a lot to play with for Mixon and Arthur. That's a very nice spot.
Long ways to go for a lot of these players now. The ones with grapple gloves, it's not going to be as difficult for them. However, there is water. You can choose to turn into a sea creature there, swim a little bit. However, it could be incredibly risky if there are players keeping an eye on the lower part of the map. But the good news is, if you begin your rotate as the grapple gloves do, a lot of the vision will be up above and those players flying through the skies.
Look at all the players, though, in the water, having to swim their way on in. They're going to have so many people just looking at them. They need to just hope that they aren't the unlucky ones. Ziandi actually going down. XWeez is the one to take him out. How has this happened? It seems that XWeez and Podesai, the Frenchies, have sort of pulled a number on them. And they now have the grapple gloves. Joe is there in the zone, but he's such low HP. Everything's gone wrong for that duo.
They had so much of an advantage, but that all got crushed down as the opposing duo, XWeez and Podesai. Not sure what they were able to do, but whatever they did, Levin, it worked.
No, Riley and Reason need to start getting into zone as well. They've sort of just waited. They don't have a long way to go like some of the other teams, so they should be all right. Mr. Savage and Hen, or H, sorry, they're trying their best in this game. We saw how close they were last time round. Maybe a repeat performance for them. Already 3 eliminations in this one, all at the hands of H. But things aren't looking too bad. PKR and Teak, they're searching. If a refresh comes to them, I'm sure they would happily take it. The materials aren't looking too good. They could definitely do with a refresh. In fact, they need a refresh with the mats Teak is working with, and that's exactly what they'll look for. Combeck needs to stay alive. He needs to stay careful. He walks back into a box that doesn't belong to himself, and eventually will get out of dodge. But there was some loot there. There was some mats. I don't think they were able to retrieve them, though. PKR now pushing his way through, and looks like he was able to get some stuff.
They might have just found that pot of gold that they needed to recuperate those materials. Hopefully they were enough, as now Mike and Arter do have the high ground here, but with first moving, pulling north, it just gives them that much more of the edge on their opponents, and with shots being connected like that, you know that they're going to be a powerful force here up above, but you got to be careful. Onyx is going ahead of zone there. This could be danger for the high ground.
No, Riley and Reason, with their grapple gloves, they can afford to stagger in a way, as they can just grab their way on in. H going down at the hands of Arthur, though. Mr. Savage will pick up an elimination onto him and get the trade. But this team is now just one player, Mr. Savage, all alone, having to clutch up.
The high ground has been retaken as well. Getting ahead has been the dominance here to claim the up above the high ground. The sky is now Destru and 185 in the mid ground, trying to decide what they want to do. They do have those grapple gloves, so they don't want to go too low, but JJ2 continuing it out, and where it did go down previously, and now the rotate comes in, doing a great job so far, staying up as a solo, making use of those charges, and now he has that opportunity to look back and do a bit of damage.
And PKR are in a situation that is just very, very difficult to play, and they need to find something in fast. And it seems like they have their eyes on something. They've been able to sniff out a bit of some weak players.
Ooh.
Cosmo and Till will be the other ones on the side of that armored wall, but they're trying to defend for themselves. But Teak won't take no for an answer, but maybe will be forced to, as PKR now is playing as a solo. Teak gets snuffed out.
PKR now also in a similar situation as the danger comes in. 121 wood to work with, only 8 builds though. He has to find an opening. He has to find a way to recuperate those materials as X-Squeeze has lost put aside, has those 2 eliminations, but only 1 more use of his grapple glove. Takes the shot, takes down 1, but is it too risky to go for that loot? He has to make the decision quickly. He does not have a lot of time to work with, but PKR does. As he takes down 1, he has the med mist, and he has to continue his way to zone.
PKR was able to get revenge onto Till, and he'll get one onto Wox as well. He is fighting for his life right now, and he's fighting hard. Stompy doing the same thing, but as a solo with 1 build, he needs to connect big. Tuan and Kai still up on height. They need to start going down though. With just wood, it's going to be very, very hard to hold it. The grapple glove will come in clutch, allows them to get to the front side, but there's players contesting for it as well.
And they're keeping it. They stay ahead. They keep building up, but now the build can't come in as he's lost his materials, but with that elimination, brings them right back up now with 25 builds as we look back below. Good here. Has to be careful. There's a lot of opponents close by. Hits the shot though. Both now. Resin going down. Noah being the only one up here down below. The 1 versus 1 has to come in as the high ground is still being battled.
Noah trying to play in the zone, but it's not looking good at all. Gets shot and has to build in. And with not many materials left, it's all a matter of timing for him. Continually now, just crack down, no shields, no HP left. He's back to the lobby. Destru is still alive as a solo. Cosmo finally taking out Destru, picking one up though. That's his 3rd of the game, and he's looking up to height. And they know what they need to do. It's a 1v1, Tuan against Destru down below.
6 eliminations for Tuan, looking to make it 7. He has that positional advantage, but he needs to finish it off with the elimination. The zone keeps closing. Destru has 12 builds. He can stay up a bit, has 3 floppers as well, but it's all about the Victory Royale. It's getting that ticket to the finals, and both players now continuing to rotate. The zone pulling up the hill, giving that bit of advantage to Tuan, and now with only 2 materials to work with. He does have the upper edge up above, but with not any materials to work with, it could force this engagement, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
They're both playing in the zone right now. They realize they need to use the builds that are available to them, and eventually looking for the trade. Tuan will run back into zone, but as he turns his back, he gets destroyed by Destru, who rolls through and hits the crucial shot, the clinical blow to win the game.
Turn his back to a demon. It was not the play you wanted to see. Going down to Destru, and now Destru opening that spot up for him in the finals.
I appreciate and admire the courage, right? To try and run into zone as you realize you do not have the facilities to stay up, but Destru was aware. He was ready, and he struck at the perfect moment. Tuan just couldn't quite find the shot as he dropped down there. And it wasn't the trade he was looking for, but eventually it was done and out. And so now Destru and only 185 here will be the ones to move to the final.
Great job for that duo. Unfortunate for Tuan. He had everything except for one thing. He had the loot, he had the shields, he had the position, but he was missing the materials, and that is what costed it.
Sometimes all you need is a couple materials. Look, I'm sure he'll be ready to go again with all that in mind, but for the meantime, we have to throw it to the desk, the analyst, to break it all down.
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic cast as always. My goodness. Game number 2. Semifinals. Day number 2. A lot of things already going down in just the first 2 games of the competition.
A lot. And one of the trends we've seen actually is when we're looking off spawn at Hen and Savage, or H Savage. I'll give them the credit for that one. And if we've seen so far, it's a 50-50 between Vixes. There we go. His name's always, I had to ask him how to pronounce his name. There's a lot of different letters in there anyway. The whole point is we've been seeing this going down off spawn repeatedly, but this was the game actually that Savage ended up getting rebooted. So this is him back in the game. They managed to do a really good job of of in that early and mid game recuperating from what was a rough fight off spawn. But unfortunately, of course, didn't go their way.
Still had a lot of factors working against them, I believe. And not only that, but Mr. Savage, he tried to hold on for as long as he could. Not a terrible finish either for this dynamic duo. I mean, still managing to find at least 4 elims before actually getting taken out is still going to leave them in a nice spot here in the standings.
Absolutely, 14th as well. Can't complain about that. Remember, they were obviously first coming into this game, so that's still more points, right? A 14th isn't that bad. It's not the best, but it's not the worst.
That's right. Of course, Destru and only 185 here did find themselves the victory royale. Now, they kind of were sitting in one of those top 6 slots, right? So now they've kind of moved up. We'll see the standings a little bit shift as well, but hey, they're going to the finals.
Of course they are, and I'm telling you right now, if you watch in that bottom left, you see only 185 going down, and if that was true, if he was living up to the name, I'm sorry, he's not losing that engagement on high ground there, because that was actually almost what lost him the game, because of course the opponent he was going against was Toon, who was up on height, who was the one that ended up 1v1ing right here against Destru. So it was all kind of a little chain reaction where losing your teammates to the player up on height who had a bunch of materials could have gone pretty badly for him. But of course, Destru clutched it up though.
Yeah, excellent awareness, I think, underneath those tarps as well, really utilizing some of that low ground that had already been placed in front of him. But I think most importantly of all, it's just the awareness. When you're actually trying to challenge somebody from up above and then you're waiting for the actual drop down potential, Onyx had the right idea, but ultimately I think that Destru just had full control.
And there you go. Because of that, they win game number 2. Remember, a victory royale will send you and your duo right to finals. Everyone else playing for top 6. We have 4 more games to go, but we turn our attention to those standings. Hey. We're gonna high five over there because
air five it. Just air five.
That's right.
Come on.
We knew.
Good job. Currently, Noah Riley and Reason, my prediction, doing pretty well. Mr. Savage, not that far behind. Reese, how are you feeling about the top 6 so far? I know we have 4 more games, but so far.
I'm liking the top 6 because when you look at some of the names we have here, it's like some of the biggest and well-known players within EU. Noah Rayleigh, Reason, Savage, Podesai, Xwiz, Teak, and PKR. Like the top 4 right now are probably the most well-known players in the semifinals, and they're all performing already.
It's literally players that you would almost expect naturally to make it into the finals as is. And, well, if they keep maintaining this sort of pacing, they might just solidify for themselves, even if they're not able to close out with victory royales overall. But as for everybody else, I think 5th through 10th and even moving into the 11th place positions and onwards could be interesting because we're about to hit that halfway point here. And so I think that this is really where some of these teams that aren't necessarily finding themselves too high up in the standings now need to really try and figure it out because you don't want to waste more time.
Definitely. And, I'm looking up the top leaderboard. I'm seeing Noah Rayleigh and Reason. These are 2 players, like if I was playing, I would be scared of. I actually played a solo Cash Cup game once and I remember seeing in the elimination feed, I just see Noah Rayleigh. Like, I ain't leaving this bush, right? But they're absolutely nuts. They're 2 of the best fighters in the entire region. And obviously, don't base it off how they go against me. Base it off how they play against players who can actually play, right? And right now, they are absolutely showing up.
And there's something about set lobbies that kind of just invigorates some of these duos to want to perform even more so because it's one thing to be around for a while, it's another to consistently find yourselves at the top of the leaderboards.
Well, the thing is, they haven't shown up until now, which is a real surprise. And I love the fact that we're finally seeing it because, like I mentioned, 2 of my favorite players and 2 of the best on EU.
That's right. Another subset of duos as well. PKR. I mean, Teak, they seem to be holding strong right now, 4, right? Moving up even 1. And that was, remember, because this last duo, they were in that top 6. They went ahead, qualified, which means everyone else moves up.
Absolutely. So that's a big no for them. But I think intentionally what we've seen so far is, we saw before, this was a 3rd place finish for them in game number 1 where it was PKR as a solo. Again here, PKR as a solo at the end of this match too. So I'm kind of loving the fact that we're seeing the consistency from at least PKR on the side because he's getting the limelight. He's getting the praise because when you look at the duo, look at Teak, ex-FNCS champion, you go, this guy's amazing. But, you got to put some respect on PKR's name as well.
Oh, yeah, no, PKR, he was cooking that kebab. I mean, instantly did not stand a chance there. And that refresh actually helped them stay alive just a little bit longer, and every single point counts at this point.
Cooking that kebab, man. I just can't. Anyway, that's just the first 2 games. 4 more on deck. Now, after this, we'll reach that halfway point. This is game number 3 of the FNCS.
Game 3.
2 games down, but a whole lot more of action to be seen today from the victory royales coming from above to the 1 versus 1, high ground versus low ground. We are seeing a lot of engagements, but we're also seeing a lot of use of resources. These players, these duos, they're running out quickly.
Look, it's the age-old story in Fortnite. I think the big thing for the rest of the teams who are still yet to qualify is what changes around the map, right? We've had a couple teams now leave the server completely and show the rest of the lobby how it's done, but who now is ready to step up?
That's the question. Who is ready? Who has adapted? Who has put in the work needed behind the scenes to come out on top in these matches? The battle bus is getting ready. These players are getting ready. After 2 matches, I'd hope that they're already in their game. You know, maybe game 1, you're a little shaky, you're getting warmed up, but 2 games in, you know the blood's pumping and you know the momentum is getting built up.
I think one of the big things is we see just how quickly things can change. We've seen teams in good setups, good positions with all the resources necessary, and in a couple of moments, everything falls, right? 0 to 100, 100 to 0, it seems. And so can you keep your cool when you have the right setup, when you have the right circumstances to push for a victory royale? Can you stay away from maybe some of the shambles teams who are hungry and knocking at your door?
It's all about knowing the risk factor, right? Depending on the loot you have, depending on what you need, is it worth the risk? Do you have what is needed to play it out? Play the whole end game, go for the high ground. Do you really need that little bit extra amount of maybe materials, a few shields, or even just you want the elim points? You have to be careful. You have to think and make these decisions as quickly as possible.
And look, if you don't, do you have what it takes to win the fight to get there? We see these teams jumping into boxes right when they're down on surge, it's starting to tick away. Do you have what it takes to actually win that fight? That is going to be the big question for teams.
I know these players are deciding what's the right strategy, what's the thing to do, and with 2 games in, the good news is you still have an option. You still have the opportunity to change and adapt to what your opponents have been doing, to what's been happening around the map, your rotates, your loop path. You have time to change, but you don't want it to be a change that is so large that it makes you have your downfall.
Look, we have all the excitement in the world. We want to hop back into the game, but before we do so, we're going to actually give it back to Zeke to break something down.
Thank you guys so much. Sorry about that. Not every player was in that game. We're going to go ahead and re-queue, get everyone back on board the battle bus, and we'll hit the action then. Now, I kind of want to set this up because halfway point, a lot of these players are feeling that pressure. They're thinking the halfway point, have we adjusted, have we hit Storm Surge, the strategies, etc. Because some of them just want to qualify through today, right?
Well, I mean, all of them do.
Well, okay,
every
sure.
single one. I don't think there's a single player in this lobby who's sitting
You
going,
know, I don't know. I kind of want to play day 3.
Maybe I'm a day 3 kind of guy,
Yeah.
you know? Maybe I'm just going to farm some PR. I don't know. I don't think there's going to be any players like that,
They just
right?
want the most experience possible.
That's what they want,
they,
of course.
you know.
Yeah, they need the practice, need to figure out. But in my eyes, what I'm looking at, you know, I'm thinking, you're coming into game number 3. You had 2 already. Usually when you come to, like, a set lobby environment like this, you're going to go, okay, 2 games in, if I've done kind of rubbishy so far, we need to really turn out for the next 4. You know, when you have a clause in there where you can just win a game and qualify straight through to finals, you go, yeah, we're going to turn it up, but probably just once, that would be good, you know?
I think that if you're going to try and risk it all, though, this would be the opportunity to really look for that all or nothing sort of engagement race. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these duos even looking for more action inside of that early game. We've been seeing a lot better of resource control as well from these players transitioning from early into the mid game. And I think that a lot of that just has to do from the same duos having participated in yesterday.
Yeah, and I think there's like a lot of the fights we're seeing in those early games are kind of drawn out right now. You know, we've got Ziandi. Thank you for changing your name.
Thankfully,
I can call you Ziandi and not Zero Without Chapix. I'm going to give you a clap for that one. Obviously, he's kind of pushing up a little bit north, which we're not seeing some of those fights because they're just happening and they're over, right? But that's kind of some of the fights we weren't necessarily expecting to see. We've seen a bunch of other with Freemock as well, which, you know, we set up at the top of the show and we're like, these guys are so aggressive, they're crazy. Freemock's going to go up against Hycris and Vortex off the top of the dome for quickly that one. And I thought it was going to be a 50-50 straight away. But no, it seems to be like a slower paced fight. We've got one on the tree side, one on the kind of waterfall side there. So the fights are taking a little bit longer than I was kind of initially expecting.
Yeah, despite the awareness that these teams have for these new Storm Surge meta changes, at the same time, you don't want to find yourself wiping out early on because, again, when the points are so critical, especially entering the halfway point here, you can't really risk dropping from that top of the standings.
That's right. I'd actually love to take a look at the standings. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome. This is day 2 of the FNCS semifinals. We've already wrapped up 2 games. Don't forget, a duo that gets a victory royale, they're going right on over to finals. We see that August 13th and 14th. Everyone else playing for top 6. Now, I kind of want to ask you, when we're looking at these players outside of top 6, like even look at 6th and 7th place. Like, there's this tiebreaker happening. Obviously, because of the eliminations, we see one duo kind of moved up ahead. How are we trying to minimize mistakes, right? Because Fortnite is a game of RNG. How are we trying to minimize that RNG to maximize our success?
I mean, both of those teams that we're watching now are contested off spawn. So, you know, there's a lot of mistakes to be made, you know. So what we saw of Stompy and Jew there, I think, was in game number 1. A quick fight. Finished it quickly, got their damage off. In that second game, they ended up disengaging because the kind of drop wasn't all there. It wasn't amazing. So they already saw that kind of first mistake that they had made was, oh, we're not landing first on this gun. So they ended up moving out and kind of changing their game plan. And it's worked out really well for them in game number 2. So 2 really strong early games.
And watching these adaptations be made on the fly by a lot of these duos, you have to also keep in mind that these teams are aware of just how crucial it is to actually maintain that high ground control. We've already seen how much of an impact it can have whenever we start getting into the first moving zone. These duos that are taking the high ground from that point usually maintain it throughout the rest of these zones. So I think most of all, I kind of want to keep an eye out for some of these duos to maybe make some adjustments in terms of looking for that front zone positioning early on.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just like the classic. You got to do good. But the problem is, in order to do that, you have to have a good early game, you have to have a good mid game, and that's what a lot of our teams are, of course, struggling with. But basically, most of the successful teams we've seen in game 1 and 2 have gone into moving zones with like 100+ builds. So, you know, when we're sitting there watching, we're looking through and we're going, oh, we've seen X team, Y team has 100, 120 builds. And nearly every single time, we're seeing them get really deep in the zone, which, of course, is always a good sign. You could say this before the Storm Surge change. You've got good mats. Of course, you're going to go to endgame. But now with the new Storm Surge changes, it's like even more impactful to have those at that point.
That's right. That's right. We are getting everybody re-queued up on the battle bus. So for right now, why don't you check this out? This is Where in the World?
I think I'll be good at this because I know the map pretty well.
I'm very confident to win because I know every single spot at the map.
Yeah, I think I know the map, so I think it will be easy.
I know very well the map.
This looks like, I think this is maybe a basement in Greasy.
It's left from Reality Falls.
Okay, 100% is Greasy Grow. I know this one.
I think it's maybe in the new POI with the mushroom. Oh, Greasy Groove.
Greasy Groove, what? Oh my god.
Yes, let's go.
Oh my, let's go.
Tilted Towers.
I know where it is. It's Tilted Towers.
I think it's Tilted Towers, if I'm not wrong.
I don't know fully. I'm just gonna say Tilted. Nah, I'm just too good.
I wasn't like sure 100%.
I was 100% sure, like Tilted got destroyed. It looks like Rave Cave.
I don't know. I'll go with Sanctuary, like somewhere on islands.
I'm just gonna say Condo.
Oh, it's easy. It's easy. Sanctuary, in the beach on the Sanctuary.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Okay, let's go. What? How am I doing this?
No, I knew it was somewhere near the islands, man.
It's easy. It's Synapse Station.
It has to be Synapse Station.
Synapse Station. Synapse Station.
This is on the Synapse Station.
Oh my, I got it right again.
Okay, that was easy.
Yeah, I knew it.
Maybe it's Logjam.
So it's like basically the new POI. So I'll go with the Reality Falls.
Logjam Lumber Yard, or what is called?
No, this is Logjam because of the Crackshot house.
What? No way. What?
Yes.
Yeah, I do it.
Yeah.
I thought I was like about to do a 505, but Unlucky for me, I guess.
Some picture was really hard, but another picture is really easy.
It was really hard, but I think I did good.
I think I'd be near the top 100%, maybe even first with 4 out of 5 right.
What's up, everybody? I'm Miniminer, and I'm joined alongside Vino and Nako. We're going to be playing a game that we like to call Battle Buzz. I'm going to be asking both of these guys a question about Fortnite and the FNCS, and whoever thinks they know the answer first will be buzzing in and trying to get the answer right. Vino, how are you feeling going into this?
I'm excited. I think I'm going to get first place, I'll say that.
First place. Whew, Nako, that's fighting words from Vino there. What is the max damage that you can hit with a gold striker pump shotgun?
185.
Okay, Vino, boom, straight in. 185. That is correct.
Do I have to wait if I buzz in?
Yeah, you have to buzz in.
Yeah, I buzzed in
but
first.
I did.
Yeah, Vino did it first. Vino's in there first. I like it. No, he's right. Okay, 1 point to Vino. Good stuff. Question 2. What health does a metal wall initially build with? Who buzzed in first? It was Nako buzzed in first.
I did, no?
No.
No, Nako.
Yeah, I did. 150.
That is not correct, unfortunately. We're going to pass it over to Vino.
45.
You're both wrong, unfortunately. You don't get a point. It's actually 110 HP. It's quite a lot.
I wouldn't have guessed it, I think.
Question 3. Which EU player holds the most FNCS titles? Okay, so Vino buzzed in first. Tayson is, of course, correct. Did you know that, Nako?
Yeah.
You knew it. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Everyone knows it. Question 4. The unvaulting event in Chapter 2 allowed players to choose one vaulted item or weapon to return to the game. What was it?
I think I know it.
Okay, Nako's buzzed in. Do you know the answer, Nako? What is it?
I'd say it was the drum gun.
The drum gun is correct. Yes. Well done. Okay, that was very good. Question 5. What was the name of the first ever prized Fortnite tournament? Okay, Vino.
Solo Showdown.
Solo Showdown is incorrect. It was close. Nako.
It has to be the Summer Skirmish.
Summer Skirmish is correct, yes. Question 6. In the most recent EU FNCS finals, which player had the most eliminations? Vino, you buzzed in first.
Me.
Who was it? It was you.
Yeah.
It was. Okay, the final question. Vino and Aqua had 3 VRs in their FNCS finals run this season. Who was the last FNCS finals team to also do this on EU? You buzzed in very quickly there, actually.
I was confident, but I'm not too sure anymore. I think it's Hen Janice Chapix.
Hen Janice Chapix is incorrect.
Hen and Queasy.
Hen, Tayson, and Chapix in the FNCS Grand Royale at the end of Season 8. The winner of first Battle Buzz of the season it's Vino.
I did say I'd win. There's no prediction.
Yeah, you knew. Are you happy you won?
I'm ecstatic. Because I've been trying to get better at these games. I've been revising, getting ready.
Yeah, I didn't study for today's test, to be honest, so I'll take a second place.
Thank you there to Vino and Nako for taking part in the Battle Buzz today. Hope you guys enjoyed it, of course, and good luck to you both for this upcoming FNCS.
We'll always be incredibly thankful to the players for giving a little bit of their time to hang out, ask their questions, pick their brains, and of course, have fun games like Battle Buzz happen. So if you're just tuning in, we are currently in the process of putting everybody back on the Battle Bus and gearing up for the next game. We have a little bit of time here before we do so. So let's take a look at the standings. If you guys are just tuning in, we've already seen 2 games happen. Incredible games overall. What we want to do is kind of spend time talking about this top 6, breaking down some of the stats and kind of what we're seeing, especially with the huge changes to Storm Surge we saw this week.
Yeah, and of course, in number 1, no Aurelian reason.
My prediction.
Your prediction, let's go. The reason for their success, 2 really good games out of the 2 games. What a surprise. A 4th and a 5th. So consistently managing to get like up into the top 5 is great. Obviously first overall. That's why you can see average placement 0.4. I was going to say 0. That's throwing me off. 4.5 average placement there, which if you know anything about usually like a top 6, getting a single digit average placement is incredibly impressive. So for them to already be 4.5, like they're looking real strong.
Not only that, but they're also managing to still find consistent elims throughout these couple of matches that have happened so far. And if they're able to just hold on, I think, to that 10th place positioning, they might be able to hold on to first place the whole way through from this point on.
Yeah, and I think like we expect this team to do so much better. This chapter generally, these 2 players haven't necessarily performed as we would have liked and as we would have expected. So right now, I'm happy to see them starting to perform good. It's been a very slow season for them, in particular when they've been fighting for the grapple gloves week after week against Nebs and Marine. And of course, we've got Vadil and Janus, who's also been fighting against them the whole time through all the qualifiers and through yesterday. So now that basically all the other teams have qualified through and they're no longer a problem, it's Noah really and Reason's time to shine.
And they still have to deal with some other duos in the general vicinity, especially with the way that these players are looking for so many tags, so much favorable positioning, trying to be acquired here so that they don't get caught up inside of those Storm Surge punishments. But I think that it's very important to keep in mind as well for Noah Rayleigh and Reason that this is a duo, when they have as much experience as they do, they can just trust each other.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like, I am kind of concerned when they don't, because you have seen sometimes they run off, they do some kind of crazy things in endgame, but they're so mechanical that sometimes it still works out for them anyway.
And just really quick before we move on from this duo, I'm actually curious. You said we have not seen them perform well, but for longtime fans, you see names like Noah Riley, Reason, you think they're some of the best, right? I actually had a conversation with Monster Deface, a caster from NA East, and he had said with Chapter 3, we've seen like a pretty big shakeup in terms of like the play style, so to speak.
Yeah.
Do you think that these guys have not found that kind of like transitional adaptation needed to kind of help them excel?
A lot of it is a bit of everything, right? So new chapter means new players most of the time come up grind. Same thing happened to the start of chapter 2, be it they play the game more, they play the game less. A lot of it is just about putting in the time and practicing. And you know what? From some of the players you see grinding in chapter 2, they just don't carry that over into chapter 3 as well. And I think that's been the case because for a guy like Noah in particular, he was known for being the grinder. That's how he came up, in particular with like grinding aim, grinding mechanics. That's how he was just so mechanically proficient and honestly like an art to watch. And that's kind of fallen off a little bit lately. So hopefully with the good performance now, that's kind of starting to come back.
It's pretty easy, I think, to kind of raise your confidence, though, when you're able to get off to such a strong start. I mean, 2 matches, you're still chilling in the first place position. Haven't found that victory royale just yet, but at the same time, if you're still maintaining that top 6, that's really all it takes.
All right, Taco, let's talk about your prediction.
Yeah, this is mine. this is mine, guys. In case anybody forgot.
Mr. Savage, which we didn't see like have the craziest stellar performance yesterday, but you can already tell from their gameplay they have gone back, they've done the VOD reviews, they've had that time to go, what did we do wrong? What do we need to do right coming into day 2?
Well, whether it's VOD review or what, or maybe even just Mr. Savage and H choosing to switch it up a little bit here, the main thing that I'm noticing is that they're actually together. Every single time we are watching their point of view, I see H, I see Mr. Savage, and that is all I want to keep seeing because as long as they are maintaining their positioning, working alongside of each other, this is such a potent duo. We know what they are capable of. Their legacies speak for themselves, but again, they haven't really found any sort of semblance of consistency throughout this entire Chapter 3 so far.
And just kind of similar to every, I mean, I was going to say every week, but you think back to every qualifier that Savage has ever been a part of, every FNCS ever, it's not without its troubles. Off spawn, of course, they are still fighting Polly and Viscas as well. So there are multiple hurdles in their way. Luckily, the first 2 games they've managed to win off of spawn. However, Savage has gone down in both of those. He was knocked in game 1, and then he was fully finished in game number 2 and got rebooted in. So like, they're very close, and I mean very close to having an unsuccessful game. And when it's top 6 on the leaderboard for consistency, it's very hard to do that when you start losing games.
They might be playing with fire a little bit, looking for those reboot aspects. Definitely would be a little bit more ideal if they can both stay alive at the same time. But again, it's always going to be a fingers crossed when it comes to H and Mr. Savage. But also, Reese, I mean, Mr. Savage, individually speaking, this is someone that has been pretty much the whole 9 yards. And it would be an absolute devastation, I think, to not only him, but just the EU region in general if he wasn't able to qualify.
Like I mentioned, he's missed only one FNCS finals. If he misses this one again, that would be him off of a very prestigious list of 5 people who have made every single one. There's still some other ones to go, which we're looking out for, of course, today and tomorrow as well. And I don't want to see it. You know, at one time, I had Savage as the best solo player in EU. I've taken over him now, but he's probably still second or third up there as well. And when we saw that last game, when Hen went down relatively early, Savage still had some stuff to work with. I was like, the money's in. This is where we're going to get to see it. And unfortunately, it didn't play out like that.
It's definitely interesting, though, because typically there's usually that honeymoon period, you know, when a new duo is formed. You would expect that.
EST has not had that.
Yeah, that's the thing, though, is that they're a little bit of bickering. Seems as though they haven't quite smoothed things out. But this is the first day, I think, where we can really say that the consistency is really starting to shine. Again, experience is beginning to finally come to light here, but most importantly, I want to see them maintain it, because it's one thing to have a strong start, but you need to have a strong finish too.
Absolutely.
That's right. We'll jump on over to our next duo here, Podesai, X-Squeeze. I mean, I feel like I can't even think back to a time where I can't remember either of these names in competitive, you know? Like, they're just long-time veterans in the scene.
I mean, X-Squeeze is another one of those players who I was talking about who has made every single FNCS finals bar one. It's him and Mr. Savage who still have to go through. So the spotlight is on those two to try and make it through to the finals. And the other 3 have already made it through.
Race to the finish.
Yeah, exactly.
If you think about it, who gets the bragging rights?
I mean, when it comes to just making every finals, though, it's just like, they've just got to do it. So they got the games today. And of course, they got the games tomorrow as well. But the fact that both of them are in the top 6 is already looking very good to continue that title of some of the most dominant players in the EU.
And it's definitely looking like a night and day difference here in semis number 2 in comparison to semis number 1, because if anybody had a chance to check out Podesai and Squeeze yesterday, I mean, they were probably hoping that no one was actually watching, because unfortunately, they just did not have a very good time about it. They were constantly getting smacked down before we even got to see them have any kind of showcasing in the moving zones.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're a team who's definitely struggled with the new surge changes. They pretty much went down before 30th in every single game, so they didn't even manage to get like a top 30 anywhere. So I'm hoping to see, they've already showed that they can do much better now.
Why are they like struggling with the surge? Like, in case you guys haven't like caught up with these changes, Storm Surge is basically more aggressive here in semifinals, which means to keep up, you yourself have to be more aggressive. You have to be putting shots on enemy duos to try and stay above that threshold. What's misfiring here?
A lot. As you know, it's easy to sit and break down the minutiae of things, but at the end of the day, they just need to hit more shots, do more damage. They're a mid-map team, which usually for this kind of change should show that this is like the perfect setup. Like, that's where you want to be, because it's where the most players are going to rotate around you. We saw yesterday they were building some of these massive towers on their drop spot, and I've seen a couple of them in the distance in some of the games today, but I think the positioning, the timing, and all the teams around them yesterday, it just was not working out for them at all. So they've clearly had a way to kind of figure that out, because I've quickly checked the VODs between this last game, and they were not sitting on that same built-up tower this time, because it was all those teams are doing that in Coney Crossroads a little bit to the east instead. So they've clearly changed up the Storm Surge strategy from yesterday. They've got new thinking. They figured exactly out what they need to do, and I'm so happy to see it work for them as well.
Yeah, I think they got tired of the view for the fireworks show the entire time. I mean,
that's it. They were up there. It
can be distracting. You think about it. I mean, there's fireworks, it's beautiful distance. It's just, but it's not the distance that you want to be from the other duos, because you need to maintain that surge management, and you're not going to be able to if you're just chilling in the middle of the map where, honestly, everybody else was kind of just shooting at them instead.
That's right. We go on over. Teak and PKR. Average eliminations kind of low, but I mean, you have the average placement. This is kind of where we start to look at that balancing act, right? Of you have to be consistent. You have to find really good placement, but pair that up with really good elims.
This right here, average placement at 4.5. Remember we said the exact same thing about Reason and Noah. It's early days, so, you know, an average placement, of course. In 2 games, it's a lot different from an average placement in 6 games, because it's much harder to maintain this. But when we think back to Chapter 2, Season 8, when Teak placed first in the FNCS Finals, second in the Grand Royale as well, this right here is like exactly the whole thing. And it's just that small consistency, the low to mid-ground playstyle, the ability just to be consistent through every single part of the game is what's going to keep them moving up. And of course, we said earlier, like the solo clutches from PKR as well.
Again, yeah, just absolutely beautiful gameplay from PKR. The fact that he was able to hold on in that solo kind of positioning is definitely one of the more difficult aspects, but it also kind of just showcases how much trust I think he has just in his own gameplay awareness, because it can be tough when you're stuck underneath into this low ground position to actually keep track of where all the other duos are at, or any solo players that might be looking to challenge you, maybe even looking to just bait a corner or bait a tarp to try and catch you off guard. But it is, again, a really tough situation to be found in for a solo because we've been seeing enough duos kind of sneak through in the end.
I know, and one of the things I actually kind of want to point out, we're looking at highlights from game number 2 here right now as well. And this was a hill zone, something we haven't mentioned that much. Just going over the Daily Bugle, I noticed so many of the players drop out really quickly here. So although they've had a really good average placement, I am looking at that going, that was a relatively, I don't want to say easy game for them because they got ahead of everyone and so many people started to wipe out, which is for getting a top 5, top 3 placement, a little bit easier.
But even if they get another top 5 placement or higher, that's going to put them into a nice comfort. I think it's going to be a nice buffer zone, really, because they'll be sitting right near 80 points, I want to say, if the math checks out, not factoring in their potential Elim situation. Well, it's their potential Elim situation, too, because they have been picking up a couple throughout these first couple of rounds, as is. And so if they are able to maintain that top 5 through 3rd, I definitely think that it's going to be tough for any teams that are below 6 to actually knock them out.
We got to talk about J2. Aware, now, Reese, you're one of the biggest minds in Fortnite. I have a very tiny mind. I can't keep up with all the players. I know everything about them.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. What can we glean from this duo?
So I have one very important point for this duo, and it's not the best one because when we were watching yesterday's game,
never want to hear that from Reese.
I know, but it's something that's very important. Is that they are a more inexperienced duo, right? And it showed yesterday when it came to, I think it was the game 3 or 4. They ended up probably should have been winning one of the games, right? There was some very crucial missed aim on a final elimination, and basically cost them the entire match. So we can tell this duo, I've seen their names pop up repeatedly this season, tournament after tournament. However, when it comes to like the make or break moments, it's not all there right now. So I want to see them make it because I've been really impressed with Aware in particular through previous seasons. JJ2 is a little bit more new to me this season. So like I've been impressed by this duo 100% this season, but come down to when it matters, they're yet to bite the bullet.
Hey, listen, the important thing, though, is that Aware, he has the mechanics. It's obvious that he has the mechanics because you wouldn't be seeing his name in that Elim feed as often otherwise. And I think that when you have such a fresh duo that is willing to kind of explore the more aggressive takes from some of these other teams, that's definitely something that can catch some of these other duos off guard pretty quickly, especially when you're factoring in the chaos that's already being involved from the Storm Surge movements as is.
Absolutely, and just a little tidbit. I heard previously that Aware was a mini Noah Rayleigh. There you go. There's a tidbit.
Okay, well, I mean, if he's like Norelli, who's my pick, I mean, he's probably pretty good. We round out in here. We got Comeback. We got Blacha. Now, once again, average placement, like the Elims are okay, right? Like that's closer to kind of where we want to see. Usually like right around 4 to 6 at the end of a game. The average placement, though, I feel like is where they might be lacking.
Yeah, of course. Like being up in the 10th, that's not ideal. If you're struggling to continue to get into the top 10, like that's where all the big juicy placement points are. You don't want to be going down 10th, 13th, blah, blah, blah. However, realistically, across 6 games, if you're just 10th every game with, a couple average eliminations there as you go, it all adds up, right? And that's probably enough to keep you in a top 6, especially when you remember that you're taking out 6 teams who end up winning games.
But at the same time, do you really want to have to depend on one of those duos in the top 6 to be qualifying each round? Because it's not a guarantee. Just because we have our top 6 established from the points that have already been acquired, anybody could win. That's the fun part, I think, about semis, is that you don't really know who to expect because you don't really know who might have their pop-off game. And while these two have been a little bit more quiet, I think they've got what it takes.
For sure. That is a nice little recap of our top 6. We're still preparing. We're still finding seats on that battle bus. But you want to get to know the players a little bit more? Check this out. It's role models.
As of right now, I'm an IGL and I've IGL'd 2 seasons. The role of an IGL is just to lead your duo or your trio through the game and just do good calls to where's the best spot for search, where's the best spot to position up, and just to know everything about the game. I think you should always try to get an IGL because there's barely any good IGLs in the world or in Europe, but there's so many fraggers. So if you're a good IGL, you will be picked by one of the best fraggers in the world, and it will do you much easier.
You need to watch your games, you need to analyze them, and also you need to watch pro players to understand how to IGL, and the best way is to analyze your mistakes.
It doesn't really matter what loadout an IGL is carrying. He should just carry an AR and a pump and just make sure that he's always there for his teammates and can always drop them shields as well, obviously.
So in my team, I'm most likely the fragger, and the task of the fragger is like to go for eliminations and bring the items from the eliminations to the IGL, and the IGL can go on the game.
The role of the fragger is basically to always get frags in end game and make sure to get enough refreshes to drop to the tapper.
So what makes the fragger good is like, don't be scared, you need to be confident.
Like for example, Vino, he is very good fragger, he have very good mechanics. Like he can easily box someone and eliminate.
For the best loadout for the fragger is like 2 weapons and 3 healings. It's like, it depends if what you rather play. Is it assault rifle or SMG? So if you play SMG, play SMG. If you want to play assault rifle, play assault rifle.
Getting up to speed with the community, you know, learning a little bit from them. That's what we like to see, but we're getting ever closer to getting back up on that battle bus. Reeks, did you say, you were telling me something, you have a little special news?
I have a little special news. Former pro player H has changed his name to Hen.
That's
Come on,
what we
guys.
love to see.
Round of applause in the studio.
Zero without Chapik, Z and
I
the
know.
H back to Hen. Nature is finally healing.
Oh, I'm a happy man. We could Hen. Hey,
We can say
released.
that.
Yeah, it's so good.
Thank you.
Do you feel free again?
I do. I feel uncaged now. Yeah.
And sometimes, you know, you just gotta let it run its course, and then you go right back to everything. As you said, nature is healing, and I feel so much better.
They're winning game 3.
That's it.
They're winning. This is it.
Hey, been calling third time's a charm for a while now. This is it.
You need your first win of the season. So I think if you guys want to help
Actually, I
get
got
that first W, that would be
one
helpful.
knows.
Yeah, but what about Joe and Zandy though?
They're winning. Just believe me, okay? They're gonna win a game. That's how it works out.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It is that time, though. We are ready once again, so we're going to go on over. We've got Tokata, we've got 11-2K, and this is our next game.
Game 3.
We are excited and ready to go. Hopefully, no more problems with the battle bus. But for me and Takata, Ziandi, I just want to say it. You know what I mean? The feeling to be able to just say those names is a beautiful one.
You know, I was going to say, a lot of amazing things have happened throughout the day. We've played 2 matches. Players have been qualifying to the finals. We've seen a lot of action. Ziandi back to his original name. Hen back to his name. You know, a lot of amazing things have been happening.
These are the small things us insignificant casters care about. The names the players are using. I think the most important thing is the players who are taking names, looking to get the victory royales and qualify via consistency. Of course, that is the goal for today. There is still another chance tomorrow, but let's not focus on that, right? You want to get it done today.
But look, we are getting into the 3rd match. So 2 games have been played out, still 4 more to be played. But now the players have had a little bit of time to kind of think maybe what they can change on, what they can adapt to, right? They've had that time to consider all their options, and I would not be surprised if we see some change-ups. Not necessarily maybe drop spot changes, but maybe something here and there with the drops, with the rotates, with the routes, especially seeing that there are some duos taking those 50-50 engagements off the spawn. So we'll have to see if, you know, any mix-up happens.
Well, I'd like to hope a lot of the players have been, you know, in creative, just cranking a bit, keeping themselves warmed up. You can't afford to cool down as we're hopping right back into the action. A bit of a break, but nevertheless, the players are looking to do the same thing. Many of them already out of the battle bus and looking to land at their POIs. But who will win off spawn?
That is the question. Who will take it home? Battle bus going from one corner to the other almost. The reality falls to the Daily Bugle, and even split as now the players continue to glide through. With almost being halfway through the tournament, you could be in a high place up the leaderboard, you could be down below, but with so many matches to be played out, big change-ups can still happen.
Of course, it's early doors for a lot of these teams. They've got a chance to have a feel of what's going to happen. And we have seen a bit of what's been happening here at the Chonkers. Fork, Pixie, Floki, Clement. Floki actually needs to be careful he doesn't get eliminated out of the sky. Eventually will land and get the weapon and picks Pixie up as well. So Fork now will have to play as a solo off spawn. And that's the one up for Floki and Clement.
Fork having to decide which route he's going to take now. He's lost his partner, but there's also another duo close by taking shots, and it's actually going to cause that to be the end of Fork here in the third match. Gonna have to come back in for the fourth one. And now with Till Cosmo, Floki Clement close by, I doubt we'll see an engagement between those two duos, but it opens up a lot more loot on that region of the map. And now looking at Hen and Mr. Savage, they are just an unstoppable force today.
Hen and Mr. Savage, they've made off-spawn at Tilted Towers look relatively easy. A lot of the time we've seen them here, they've been uncontested, but even with that challenge, they faced it well. Ju, Stompy, a team who has been challenged and has risen to the expectations as well. 5th place right now, 30th place though, Fremont. Trying to move up, and if he wants to, he's gonna have to beat Vortex and High Chris here.
The shots come in, the shields get cracked, as now High Chris and Vortex drop down that shield keg. The shields have been recuperated, but the engagement might come to an end here as both players decide maybe it's not worth it. We're gonna disengage. Freemox says, I only got 12 builds to work with. I'll look for some tags, but ultimately I'm gonna get out of here. Gonna keep farming up, keep looting, keep rotating.
Waze and Zeston have been a constant at Coney Crossroads, but they haven't been able to consistently find any sort of form. But there's always room to change that up. Kiduo in a box with U Street. We saw them landing towards sign-up stations yesterday, but they switched things up. Didn't want to get that smoke from Ziandi and Joe. But instead, they've opted to pick a fight with Zestin and Waze. And how wise of a decision that is yet to be seen, as Waze looking to make them pay.
Builds up. Shots ricocheting off the bricks, taking them down slab by slab, as now Waze wants to take down his opponent HP by HP. He has him cracked, but the third parties come in. Bullets from afar. His duo partner, Zestin, is continuing as well to see if he can find any opportunity to get a big tag off. Has popped the shield keg up above, wants to have a good amount of effective HP and shield, but not looking to do anything incredibly risky. Still in the early part of the match here. They already have a bit of damage on the board from this engagement, but you can see that Zestin, once he actually finished using that shield keg, broke it there. As he takes a shot, 22, it's not enough. But this engagement keeps getting riskier and riskier as the third parties shoot in from afar.
Zestin and Waze just constantly picking away. It's a war of attrition between these teams. They're not working with much by way of resources, so having to make use of their movement. They need to be careful though, because Stompy and Ju are lurking in the shadows here at Coney, ready to pounce when the time comes. Maybe that time is a lot sooner than we realize, okay? Still just waiting on top of these buildings. I'm sure they're just looking for the cues, right? They're waiting to see when exactly a knock will come through in the feed, when they get the sound cues of the shotguns firing. And since they don't hear that, they're not gonna jump in just yet. And we're seeing why. You know, both of these teams just posturing for edit position. Ooh. And maybe now starting to trade blows. Destin, he's looking, he's searching. He needs to make sure he doesn't roll down the wrong alleyways. Actually did go down there, and so Zestin's gonna be fighting as a solo. On the other side of the map, over at Shifty Shafts, there's a fight between Typo and Grapple and Joya. They need to try and build up for height here against Pachara and Chari, who are doing their best to hold on to it.
Grapple and Joya does enjoy his grapples, but hopefully enjoys his mechanics just as much, as he's gonna need them here to get these eliminations. Nice little box, doesn't connect onto his opponent though. Escapes as he continues to look around, find the angles, find the openings to take those shots. He finds one, but quickly enough it gets blocked off as Perchara down below is hungry. Takes a shot, cracked, two now connected, knocking down Perchara. He drops down, secures the full elimination, as now Typo has put himself into a sticky situation here. Hopefully though, he can get out of it. It's now only 13 HP to work with. One more shot needed to connect onto his opponent. He hits it. And those are two eliminations for the duo.
Yeah, they got rid of Chari relatively quickly as well. And so really nice work. This was the third party situation that we were setting up. Ju and Stompy waited for the fight to break loose. And once it did, they rolled through, cleaned it up. Oh my goodness, Ju. Making use of the windows as well to sneak some shots in. That's the kind of thing you love to see. But I also love to see Mini Miner, who's on the sideline here, ready to update us. Mini, what is going on with Hen and Mr. Savage?
Thank you, Levin. Now, a little recap of Spawn. Hen and Mr. Savage winning off Spawn. You see Mr. Savage quickly grabbing the gun as soon as he can, getting the early elimination, and then Hen finishing the job down on the low ground there as well, just picking up the final elimination, which gets them the win off Spawn.
Thank you, Mini. I mean, it shows the importance of having studied your drop spot and making sure you have the best drops possible in every single match, because just one match of Mr. Savage and Hen getting eliminated off spawn could cost them a significant amount of points, as they will not be getting placement, not be getting eliminations, and if that happens more than once, it could just be the end. But they're starting off so strong. They seem unstoppable, and hopefully they can continue that forward.
That is going to be the goal. But they very much understand that. They're so experienced at this level of Fortnite. It is just about the application and keeping their cool. Of course, there's been talks about confidence issues and whether or not that's what's holding them back. I think the most important thing is that a qualification would be a boost of confidence today. Going into that last day without being qualified would just do nothing good for them by the way of confidence.
I mean, especially coming from day one, right? These players competing today, a majority of them are coming from day one. And if they don't make it today, they'll be going to day 3. And in that third day, it can really affect you mentally. But you have to be able to overcome that and keep performing to the best of your ability, even in those scenarios. That's what Fortnite is all about, as Till here, Cosmo, close to the Condo Canyon, are getting themselves into a fight. The third party is a possibility as well. We saw the hill, but Till's not worried about that. Gets the builds in, looks for the shots, unable to connect them. As Stormy Right continues applying the pressure, breaking build after build. As now the third party has gotten closer. It's Joe, it's the Andy.
Default and Stormy Right though, they're no easy opponents by any means. And with Till and Cosmo, we know how hungry they can be to jump into fights. They've had some struggles with Storm Surge at times during these games, and so an opportunity like this is one that they will jump at for sure.
Till now continues to look around, see what options he has. Decides though, this position's too risky. The third party's close by. We've spent too much time looking for shots, so they're worth it, or they believe that it's worth it to take a bit of storm damage and continue their rotate.
The big thing for that team though is that they obviously have done a decent crop of damage, and so they actually just decide to roll down south, and they're probably going to look to rift their way on into the zone as it's pulled towards that sort of Sanctuary Jones's side. So going to look to play the dead side. We'll see how that plays out for them as the game continues. For PK Antique though, we know they love to position themselves on top of the bugle like this for Surge, and they will have to rotate downwards. The big thing is that they have priority on that rotation. All the other teams here at the bugle will have to rotate past them if they wanted to go to zone, so they have a lot of control right now.
Control is what you need, but also you need some loot. And JJ2 right now with the grapple glove, legendary Stinger SMG, 4 floppers. Loot's what he's got, but we'll have to see if he can keep that up. I saw his duo partner where there was a bit low on shield. They'll be able to recuperate it, but makes me wonder what difficulties they've ran into, as now some players choosing to swim. Stompy here, June, they're gonna be forced to stop their swimming rotate as it gets a little too risky at this point with so many duos close by. You can see it yourself on the mini map. But now they're gonna take a pause and decide what they should do further on.
Stompy and Drew, a team that has been playing all chapter long. One of the few teams that have made it to the finals of the FNCS repeated times this chapter in that lobby. That experience always does come to handy. DKS and the Desitos, a team that is newer, right, playing together, but 2 very experienced players. Players that have had varying levels of success in the past, and currently are having success in this lobby. Of course, on top of the monument, this is one of the spots on the map that is a cheat code for Surge, per se, right? If you sit on top of the monument, you just have such great vision that you are always gonna find damage. We've seen plenty of teams make use of it in the past, and they are the ones in this lobby that will benefit from that position.
not only damage, on that monument, you do have that wind tunnel that you can use to rotate with, but you have to be careful, because if you're still in the storm and you don't have a monument to help you, you might just have to be able to get some eliminations, which what Art and Zika are looking to do right now. The med mist coming in, keeping them up, but the danger for Isaacs gets higher and higher as both opponents now jumping into his face. Hello and goodbye as he goes back to the menu.
They just forced their way on in. I loved how aggressive they were in that fight. The confidence from those two. Payner, I'm sure he's a very confident player. And he's showing that off right now. He'll have to be with Raisin being taken out. A 1v1 now between Typo and Payner. Both of them not too good when it comes to HP, and so taking the time now to use some shields up. Not sure if Payner realized he would have had time to use a mini and then the big pot, but we'll see whether or not that marginal difference in HP comes back to bite him. He knows Typo's somewhere here. It's just about sussing him out. I think he has spotted him now. He sees the shield keg below. And so now trying to find some control.
Continues trying to get ahead of his opponent there, gets the wall, but quickly enough his opponent reacts, puts a staircase, disengaging himself as now time keeps ticking. The zone as well keeps ticking. Both players here have to finish this quickly as the zone gets further and further away. Third one appearing now. Typo chooses to build up, chooses to get that upper edge on the positioning, and now taking shots. Has a lot of ammunition to work with, has a med mist. But this engagement, they can't let it take too long. Payner starts building up. He's hungry for that elimination. Storm Surge as well as now being appeared. These players are getting more and more nervous as Typo tries to find the angle, hits the crack, with now just one more shot needed to connect for this elimination. He might just be able to wait it out and get that elimination through the storm, and that's exactly what ends up happening.
Typo has outclassed his opposition here. Cool, calm, collected, realized he had the med mist, he had the HP advantage, and played things nice and smooth. Will he be able to get his teammate back in the game and do much? That's the question, but over on the other side, Till and Cosmo not having any success up against Joe and Ziandi. Those two teams have been side by side almost the whole game, coming from the south of the map, but finally Joe and Ziandi taking their opponents down.
Look, that does put Joe and Ziandi in a good position. However, they did have that in game 2. And ended up crumbling down to Podesai and X-Squeeze, so hopefully they can learn from that and not let the same mistakes happen in this match. As now we look back at Mr. Savage and Hen, who have done a great job today, playing amazingly. As Raxi advised, above the Storm Surge threshold without any eliminations, you can tell that they're adapting quickly.
You know, they're trying to get away from all this mess. There's a lot of people here fighting. PKO and Teak up against Sadie and Rickley. And to be fair to PKO and Teak, they have impressed in moments where it's come down to key fights. No Riley and Reason, the team in first place. It's all about holding on. There's been many people doubting their ability, doubting whether or not they are still at the top level. And this is their chance to prove all those doubters wrong. But with so many games left to play, they have to keep their cool. Reason, Noah, very close to the safe zone, so they haven't got far to go. They are always just a couple swings away with those grapple gloves.
I mean, the danger, even if you get into the zone, if you get in a bit late, those players that are hungry for the surge, even if they're above, they just want to have as much security as possible. They'll be poking at those opponents as much as they can. If they have the ammunition to spare like DKS does as well, they'll be taking those shots even if it's not 100% necessary. As now to Sipdos, DKS have positioned themselves in a base that was made previously, so they do not have to use as many materials, but you want those builds to be yours. So they do make their own little box, and now they'll continue to look around.
Yeah, really nice position for that team. Central, or one of the more central teams in third zone, and so very likely to pull the next zone, and if not, they'll have not too far to get there. Reason, no Riley, weren't central, but they are fortunate with the zone pull, and so again, just like I said a couple of seconds ago, 1 or 2 swings away. Sadie and Rickley have picked up some eliminations. It seems like Pab and Swag, or at least Pab, wasn't able to survive that battle. Swag is still there, having to play now as a solo.
We're seeing so many occasions where these engagements are just being made on the edge of the zone. It's like due to this change in Storm Surge, these players are having trouble getting into the zone with the damage needed, end up being delayed, and kind of cluster up on one corner of the map. Normally the more congested side, leaving that dead side much more open for those players that got their damage early. As now we look at Karma and his duo, gonna just set themselves up and start rotating.
Well, yeah, that's one of the great parts of the change, right? In terms of, if you're one of the players who is struggling to deal damage, how do you deal damage? Taking shots at players. Where are the players? On the congested side, right? And so naturally we're seeing a lot of players, a lot more players than usual, clustering up on those sides of the zone because it is their only option for them to deal the damage necessary. And when you are on that congested side, you are just at the mercy of the people around you. And you never want that. At the highest level of Fortnite, you always want to be the one in control, the one with the power. In a powerful position there for Mixon and Arsenal. They had some vision on players trying to rotate in. For Hen and Mr. Savage. A powerful position on the standings in the leaderboard. Second place. And a powerful position in terms of Surge, 500 above. But it's all about now converting that, staying together as they head deeper into the game. And for X3, it's all about trying to find any sort of HP, some shields. He's so low right now.
So many duos have used up their resources just to get into zone. Even for Mr. Savage and Hen, who had 3 eliminations, they were on the borderline there, finishing it off with the shield keg. So now for the duos like Podosai and X3 being at maybe a total of 40 effective HP and shield. It is going to be incredibly difficult, but not only that, Teak and PK are both as well. Less than 50 HP. I mean, you might have the grapple glove, you might have the loot, but you can't do anything if you don't have a lot of HP to work with. So they are in desperate need of a refresh, of an elimination that grants them that siphon, 50 HP or shield alongside the materials those opponents were carrying. Keep on going strong. Splash, taking down PKR. Nice elimination, quickly picked up. Nice and easy for this duo, as now half in, half out, does pull to the southern east side of the map.
And with that, a lot of teams are now going to be planning their rotations out, figuring out which way it is to go. But some of them actually have to just focus on the players in front of them, trying to take fights. X3 falls at the hands of Rickley and Sadie. But Rickley and Sadie themselves have their own issues to worry about. Rickley's actually down to Slimy. And so that gives that space, that breathing room for Podosai to pick his friend back up. But we know already, they don't have much to work with by shields and HP, so both of them incredibly low as they are forced to make a max distance rotation.
I mean, the good news is there's other duos that are also incredibly low, but the issue is I don't see any of them close by. So put aside now, X3s, they begin to rotate. Just a few shots is what could be their downfall here, but the grapple glove comes in, gets put to great use. Podosai makes it in, and X3s is looking to do the same.
And the good thing is that there were so many other people making a similar rotation to them that there wasn't anybody specifically looking at them. They weren't able to be focused there. Hi, Chris and Vortex. Having to use an armored wall to give Vortex some time to heal up. X3 actually did go down in the feed. He wasn't able to catch up to Podosai, so we'll follow Podosai, who will be playing as a solo, but all around the map, teams are struggling clearly.
We can see Podosai now has the damage. He has done enough, but he's still yet to find the shields. Mr. Savage Hen down below. They're hungry. We can tell from how aggressive they've been playing in the early and mid game. They want this victory royale. They don't want to qual just through consistency. They want to take home a game for themselves. As now shortly, the first moving will appear. It does go to the east side of the zone, pulling closer and closer to the beach. As now the duos that have that high ground position will be able to get a lot of damage and have the option to stay up above if they'd like to. But if the zone pulls to the opposite side like it did here for this duo, that rotate is going to be that much more difficult.
Yeah, they have their eyes set on Reason and O'Reilly, though, who are making their rotation on over with their grapple gloves. The big thing for KFR and Kalas is, will they be able to stay up on height? Will they even dare to make that sort of a play? It definitely wouldn't be too bad of an option. But for all the other teams, they will be looking at it. They will wait to see if it's vulnerable. For Noah Riley and Reason, they're looking for vulnerable players in the backside of the zone as they rotated in early. So many players now trying to make that move into the zone. For Podosai, he's trying to make a move onto some players that he thinks are low. Bandwise and Q-Roll maybe looking for some revenge here for X3.
He takes the shots, he looks for the connections. As we switch back over to Joe, he has lost the Andy. He has to play as a solo, down to only 12 builds. It's all wood, no brick, no metal, breaking through the brick to try and make it in here. Has to pop a mini, not a lot of shields to work with. As Mr. Savage and Hen, on the contrary, they're looking healthy.
Mr. Savage and Hen need to be careful. They are looking healthy, they are together, but that's not it. There are players who are going to be looking at them, and there are players looking for height. It's Kylie and for Strokey. They've claimed it for themselves, and now they hold the keys.
Vortex alongside High Chris, they keep looking up, but the pressure's being applied. Kylie and Strokey, there's such a dominant force up above. It's looking dangerous for the players down below that are looking to contest it. Zone pulls towards the beach. The party's gonna begin.
The key is nobody is actually looking to contest it. They're just holding on to it free. Aware, JJ2, they're looking for somebody on their layer that they can clean up, get a refresh on, looking for a bit of piece control, but they're gonna have to keep it moving, keep it stepping. Reason, playing as a solo, doesn't have no Riley with him. He needs to now keep it moving, but he spots some people out. Mixon doesn't have R20 now. He doesn't even have any HP. DKS, the Sitsos will be the ones to deal with them. They have to keep it moving now as well, but he falls into a box. That isn't him, but he will connect with a big shot to recover. DKS eventually falls, but how much damage was he able to do? Oh well, this Sitsos now having to play all alone. Can he keep on moving and continue his job's work?
JJ2, one elimination, taking shots, has 6 or 7 charges on the grapple glove. A lot of opportunity for mobility, and Desitos connecting a massive 157, but it's not enough to get both eliminations. He goes down. Stormy right up ahead of the zone alongside Default. They take shots behind those players that are rotating in late. They are using that to their advantage.
They are claiming the low ground, but they need to be more aware because there are other players moving in on them. Savage trying to move in on Floki and Comment. He gets Floki, but H has lost himself. Hen, I should say now, has gone down, and so Mr. Savage having to play as a solo once again in this competition. Reason as well now, still on the mid ground, doesn't have an option yet in terms of height or low, and so he's just going to wait things out. JJ2 in a very similar situation. There's so many solos around.
And they have to make it happen here. Reason in the first place spot, Mr. Savage in the second place spot, both playing as solos. 1 elimination on the board, make that 2 as he takes down Hero, using that harpoon to fish up the loot, and now Reason going down below. He wants the low ground, but it's a dangerous position to be in, but he hits the 180 shot, connecting, getting the elimination. JJ2 now with 2, looking to do the same.
JJ2 keeps on rolling through, but with no more hard materials, just to win. He's at the mercy of the hype team. For Strokey and Kylie begin to focus him as they become aware. Savage doesn't have any materials, so he's just going to sit in this box and wait for the opportunity to come. But for Kylie and for Strokey, you have to wonder if they realize the opportunity they have on their hands. Nobody really looks powerful enough to really stop them. For Crown and K-Nox down below, seemingly the only duo left, they might be the only ones that can pose a threat.
They look for options, but it's danger all around. Mr. Savage from behind hits a big shot. It's not enough for the knock, though, and now Mr. Savage is forced to take a risky engagement, mantling around, sprinting, tries to survive as he goes down. Now Reason still with 2 eliminations on the board, the 1 versus 2 below. The duo still up on the high ground. Canox getting cracked, his duo partner going down. Now the 1 versus 1, but he connects the shot, goes down. Strokey and Kylie now are able to secure the victory royale.
A brilliant finish for that duo. They took high ground cleanly and they held throughout the rest of the game. Nobody really posed them a significant threat. They dropped down at the end, clean up the lobby and win the game and secure a ticket to the final.
Look, they were really just looking from above, letting the chaos reign below, and said, you know what? We'll wait it out. We'll let them battle. They came in at the perfect moment. They strike like a cobra, and that is going to be their ticket to the final.
Kylie and for Strokey, it's been a while since we've seen them have a highlight moment like this, but it's one they will enjoy for sure. They get the chance now to go back to the FNCS final and prove the doubters wrong. What a way to do it. Really nice. Really nice stuff to Carter. Game 3 for Strokey and Kylie.
Look, great job to that duo, but not only them. There were so many solos that were holding up strong. Reason was staying up for an incredibly long time. Mr. Savage as well was staying up. I mean, all the players that were just surviving, getting eliminations, they were really clutching it up for their team.
Even these teams who aren't winning the game, like Takata said, they're accumulating points and there's nobody better to break down all those points than Taco, Reese, and Zeke. Take over.
Thank you guys so much. I feel like, did we go back to Chapter 3, Season 2, where it was all dominated by solo efforts there for a minute? Because, yeah, I mean, to their point, Reason, Savage by themselves, shutting lobbies down.
Absolutely. Reason, the beautiful play on low ground, to hit the 180 max damage purple striker pump headshot. You know, we know there was another player in this lobby who's now removed who was called only 185, which is obviously, you know, a little play on words about max damage with the gold striker. But you know who's putting it into action right now? Noah Rayleigh. And it's not even, because it was Reason. So, oh well, I'm giving someone else credit.
It's fine, though. They're basically the same duo. If you think about it, they're the same person because they're working as a team. And so when one succeeds, so does the other at the same exact time. But Reason, for sure, definitely came up huge here. The fact that he was able to maintain up until that final top 3 position is definitely a nice spot to be in because, again, they're already in the top 6 for the leaderboards. And at the halfway point, that really couldn't be a better position.
Yeah, almost, I don't want to say guaranteed because that's maybe too much. I've not put like a resub or 11 2K guarantee on it. But I see as they went down there, they were in first place. So I'm thinking that when you get to the leaderboard, which is obviously halfway point, we should probably see them in first.
Okay, we did talk about a duo before this game, JJ2, and of course his duo mate. We kind of had some questions about this duo, right? There was things we wanted them to work on going into this game. Did we accomplish that?
I hope so, because I think they ended up doing relatively okay that game, right?
It was a little bit mid-tier here. They could have definitely pulled off a little bit more, but you can't complain about solo clutch opportunities here. And I think that for Aware especially, I mean, he just seemed pretty aware of what was happening in the mid-ground here. He just kept the tags applied the whole way through. And it's actually rather impressive because for the first 2 Storm Surges, we didn't actually have to see any Storm Surges in the 3rd and 4th zone. It was actually these duos playing so aggressive from the get-go that they were taking each other out before it had to be a concern.
Definitely, and when we saw these guys earlier on, I was like, they are in the position to win because they had like roughly 120 builds in that 5th zone before it went to move in. You saw there at that highlight moment, they're getting a bunch of eliminations as the 1st zone started moving. They seemed to be in like the perfect position, but of course it went wrong with Aware going down there. But a fantastic solo clutch from JJ2 to clutch up a 2nd place by himself then. Great game for them, and particularly when it comes to leaderboards, of course.
There you go. That's all I did. You just got to listen to Resub. What does Resub say? Adjust my gameplay, and then bing, bang, bosh, you win.
Bang, bang, bosh.
Bing, bang, bosh. Anyway, let's talk about the duo that did win, Kylie and Fastroki. They're going right to finals. They've secured themselves a seat on the bus. And I'm happy to see, like, this is a high caliber duo, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that they're going to be really happy because Kylie was very upset that he didn't manage to make it to semifinals last season. Now, he was chuffed to start with getting to semifinals. At this point, he's just punched his ticket all the way through to finals. And for this duo, neither of them, neither Kylie or Fastroki, have made it to finals in Chapter 3 yet. Which is so funny because like at the end of Chapter 2, they were like becoming staples of the region.
And so the fact that they're able to finally find this resurgence of not only their own histories in a sense, but just in their gameplay potential, I think that this is where we really got a chance to see this team kind of elevate themselves to that next point. And now it's just going to be the finals that they have to focus on. But I do have a deep appreciation here for Fastroki and Kylie and the fact that they were able to just maintain not only that low ground presence, but able to challenge on the mid ground as well.
I'm looking out for that Twitter clip after this game, I'm telling you that.
That's right. They secure a spot, but we only have 3 more. Remember, that's a Victory Royale, or we place in the top 6. Take a look. DKS, Deceptos, they are now fighting themselves in a top 6 position. They've moved up 4. They're looking okay, but as we kind of look top to bottom, it really looks like the Noah Riley, Reason, and then Hen and Mr. Savage show right now. They're just pulling farther and farther away.
Yeah, obviously halfway, so there's still 3 games left. So remember, we still said Hen and Savage are fighting off spawn, which is a big problem for them. But I'm kind of looking at 2 teams in particular. Podesai Exquis, who's now in 4th, and PKR and Teak, who's now in 8th. And those 2 have dropped relatively consistently. Remember, that was our top 4, right? 2 bad games for both of them who've started to kind of open up the leaderboards. Like, we saw a huge clutch from DKS there, bragging out in a 2v1, and then Deceptos after that managed to clutch up too, so great for him. Of course, top of the leaderboard, so how can we not talk about Hen and Mr. Savage?
And Mr. Savage held on until the very end, and it wasn't even an instance of him feeling as though he was alone, because he was making sure that someone else was going to go down with him before he was taken out himself. And I think that as far as Mr. Savage is concerned, he knows exactly what is on the line here. Reese, you've already elaborated on it so many times, but he is one of the only 5 players that still needs to find his way into this finals, and I don't think that that's a position that he wants to miss out on.
Only 3 games left to go, right? They've got this on lock. It's Hen, it's Mr. Savage. But now, guess what? We have game number 4. This is the halfway mark with 3 games left to go. Who will find their seats on the bus? We got casters to help us find out.
Game 4.
Thank you, Zeke. The halfway point. It's a place I like to be at of day 2 semifinals. It's the moment where the players start getting a bit more nervous, get closer and closer to those last matches where those points, your placements, your eliminations, your early game, everything matters so much more.
Yeah, I think the big thing as we move throughout the rest of these games is now is your chance to really step up. If you've had a slow start, it's fine. We forgive you. We understand it happened. But now you need to start to pick up the pace because the consistency teams, they've not been slipping up.
They have not, but really just how these players set themselves up for the late game. You have to get through the early game. Some players being contested, like one of our top duos, Mr. Savage and Hen. And if you're not contested, you have to find a way to get that damage. I mean, Storm Surge is not being kind.
Well, look, being contested, although it has its issues, very much can benefit some of these teams. And so we'll see which ones will be the ones to benefit and which ones will just downright go off spawn and have to watch the rest of the game as we hop off of the battle bus once again.
We can see the players gliding through the wind, looking like birds in the sky. As we look over the center of the map here, you can hear the gliders being brought out. It's really the moment to show your dominance, and that might just be what Hen and Mr. Savage have done, as I don't see anybody contesting them, Levin.
I think those guys decided to dip. They said, nah, we don't want it with you, man. It's cool, you can have it. We don't want any problems. Rickley and Sadie, they've not really been able to give Stompy and Drew any problems, but maybe this will be the game where that's the other way around because Stompy's obviously taking a big chunk of damage off spawn.
The minis come in, the chug splashes as well. I mean, Sadie now and Rickley, they're really ahead of their opponents in terms of loot. And if they decide to take that early engagement, they would have the dominance, their upper hand. But the question is, do they have the confidence to do it? As we switch back over to Rocky Reels with a duo that does have that confidence. Kovacs and his duo partner up above, trying to find angles, trying to find openings to have a shot, to make something happen here so they can play even more aggressively.
Yeah, for neither of these teams, it's necessarily been the best of days, the best of starts. We obviously saw Ewan and Buzz winning off spawn a decent amount of times yesterday, but up against Kovacs and Zrox, we'll see whether they can keep that streak going. Zrox and Kovacs won't make it easy for them. Two very talented players in their own right. Well, actually just opting to move away now, doesn't want to fight over at the TV side. A fight that is happening though is Stompy and Drew versus Rickley and Sadie, and Drew has gone down and Stompy will follow, and you see instantly the laughs are coming out. Sadie and Rickley clearly taking this one personally.
I thought they might have had the donkeys for a second there with the laugh coming out, but no, it's just the duo feeling happy after coming out on top in their early off-spawn fight. As now, I'm curious to see how this change for Mr. Savage and Hen, if it benefits them or if it does the opposite. Like you were mentioning, Levin, they're not going to have that damage off spawn now as they have nobody contesting them. So they have to maybe change up their routes to one that has more openings, puts them in a position to have more visibility and do that damage that they'll need.
On the minimap, you can see in the south, east of the minimap, away from JJ2 and Aware, the bunch of players congregated there. We always see fights in that sort of area for the grapple gloves, it seems. Shizo, though, and Force looking to roll on through and ruin the party of Rickley and Sadie. And that seems to be what they're doing. Force takes down Sadie, and Rickley looks like he's going to follow suit as well. They're both pressuring from different angles, which is really nice, just forcing him to make a decision, and the decision eventually was made. He decided to go back to the lobby, so Force and Shizo will win this fight. The cleanup crew coming in.
You know, the decision was made. Don't know if it's the one they wanted, but now Xerox and his duo partner Kovacs have gotten those two eliminations in the Rocky Reels. We saw that engagement kind of starting off beforehand. And Kovacs, and Xerox were the aggressors. And once again, the aggressors have come out on top, and that might be what we'll see here in Greasy as well. Our #1 duo, Noah Riley, Resin. They have the upper hand. They have the aim as Fremont gets taken out.
sounds weird to say, but sometimes you forget how insane O'Reilly truly is. Nice little shot. Yeah, just to show off some of the clean aim he does have. Aware and JJ2 over at the Joneses, they do have the grapple glove this game, which is interesting. So, yeah, both of them do have it. Sometimes you see one person have it, the other one doesn't, you're thinking, oh, okay. But both of them do have them. And that is the potential for really good things, of course. The Joneses is a really strong POI. You can get a lot of materials here. They can opt to farm their metal as well, as the zone is pull towards the north, so they can get there with relative ease. For HMS established, the fight continues here against this duo, and they'll close things out. Already picking up Swag earlier, and now Habnada quickly following. So even though they didn't get contested off spawn, they do eventually get that damage that they needed. So another game that's setting up really nicely for HMS Savage.
I mean, it's looking great for them. They, honestly, they're doing it perfectly. The Siptos, though, DKS, they don't have those eliminations. And they still need that damage. The issue is, you can even see on the mini-map, there's not anybody close by. So they're just going to choose to continue farming. They do have a bit of time, but for the duos here, they're kind of scattered around the islands on the edge of the map. If they haven't done the damage early, they'll have to put themselves in a position to do it. Godbury. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Farming up his tree. As now they decide to swim back in. Teak, though, on the other hand, around side the Daily Bugle. This is a position of the map that has a lot more duos close by, whether it be inside the Bugle and the surrounding buildings, trying to kind of scavenge any loot they have or can find, or even a position to put themselves in to have that upper hand. But I believe that Mini Miner has a quick recap for us.
Thank you so much to Carlton. Now, we saw that Hen and Mr. Savage were uncontested. Now, what happened to the team that were originally contesting them? It's Polly and his teammate landing on the grapple gloves nearby. Then, elsewhere, of course, we're seeing another fight go down. We saw Fremont just go down. How did that all come about? He did end up clutching up the 2v1. So his teammate, Fakey, did go down, but that was the cause of another team coming in. Of course, Reason and Noah, they were trying to get this res, but it didn't happen.
That's a real tough one, right? You know that feeling as a Fortnite player when you clutch up 1v2, you think you've saved the game for you and your teammate, and then boom, somebody rolls in, especially if that person is Noah Riley and Reason. One of the worst feelings possible. Never really much you can do there, but hopefully we'll see a rematch at Greasy Grove next game.
Speaking of the duo, we can see them now feeling that much happier. I actually did see Mr. Savage and Hen close by. I mean, this is their area of the map close to the Tilted Towers. So first place team, second place team being close together could cause a bit of a shakeup. But hopefully with the damage they've already done, seeing that both duos do have eliminations, they won't choose to do anything too risky as Splash now Zohan have based up on the edge of the Daily Bugle here. Great vision of their surroundings. Lot of duos close by. So I believe that they should be able to be pretty confident here going into the later mid-game.
Walks and Robab. A team that holds plenty of firepower, and they've shown that at times so far this weekend. But I need them to show just a bit more. We've seen them handle Surge in different ways. Some games opting to take good positions, opting to take straight up fights in others. But for the Swedes, it's all about starting to find some momentum, some rhythm as they start to push towards a top 6 finish, maybe even a victory royale. Who knows? Let's not rule it out.
Anything can happen, right? You never know. We could see a last place team come out, take the high ground at the perfect moment and secure the victory royale. But it's for the people that are playing consistently, constantly making it to that end game, being in that threshold to qualify through consistency. It is top 6 as a reminder. But now Default, Stormy, right? They've got some initial tags, but you gotta be careful. You gotta look around you, Default, as he's been cracked down to 59 HP. Quick enough to pop the minis, and I don't believe it's going to be enough to make their opponents push. The zone did close further away, so they want to focus on their rotate here. They pulled up north, closer to the top northeast side of the map around the Daily Bugle, but now Joe and Ziandi gonna have to do one of the longest rotates in the lobby, but be careful there, Joe getting cracked.
Yeah, he's looking out for somebody. Knows his players that could hold them in. And this is a team that, again, a lot of people will be hoping can start to pick up the pace when it comes to their performance. Not quite up to their standards so far today, but there's no rush, right? Still got a couple games left. We've seen teams do greater comebacks in the past. For Kai and Tuan, after coming so close to qualifying straight through earlier today, they'll really be pushing. Of course, over here at Shifty Shafts, they have grapple gloves. They clearly have an idea of what it takes to win. They were so close. Tuan in that crucial 1v1 earlier. But just need to now push all the way through. And even if not, just rise in the standings, right? Top 6 will do it. Pixie, Fork, rotating their way on in as well towards the north of Shifty. This is a team that was close at times in previous competitions, but again, starting off slow today.
Switching back over, Mr. Savage Hen, using a lot of materials to rotate here. They play more on that safe side. They're okay with using the materials, especially if you can refarm it or play aggressive later and get those eliminations before the moving zones. And that's a standard for this duo. We always see them 2 or 3 eliminations going into that 5th zone or even more. But you gotta be careful because you can put yourself into risky situations with a playstyle like that. Luckily enough though, the amount of loot they have, they can take when they get shots like this, having the shield kegs, having the splashes, having everything they really need. But for a duo like Jackson Vico here, 3 eliminations starting it off. Legendary striker pump with the grapple gloves. I mean, the only thing they really need here is damage.
Yeah, and they will find damage available to them as they head over towards Sleepy. There are players here. And so it won't be impossible to get themselves up in terms of damage.
Photocyanix squeeze now. Keep farming up. I feel like these players have adapted more to the new Storm Surge mechanic. They've gotten more used to doing damage, and they're not forced to put themselves into as risky situations. Still 72 players up. Vico on the feed taking down 1, but we switch over to Birch and Slimy, who are still in the zone as it closes, with still 40 seconds for it to close. I might have spoke too soon, as we're about to see a lot of engagements unfold.
Birch taking the time to use the medkit, that's probably going to be his best bet, right? On a solo on HP, he knows there's going to be people potentially looking at them as they move on in. His teammate Slimy is struggling, and actually has just been knocked straight up. Doesn't have any armored walls and actually doesn't actually build around his teammate in time. A bit of a blunder there. And so Birch now is a solo in a duo's world. And even though they are moving past the bugle, I doubt he'll be able to find time in there to get a reboot off. If he is, it'd be a very admirable attempt. And if he's not careful, he's actually just gonna glide his way on into somebody else's box. It was Hen and Mr. Savage very close by it. I might have spotted him. They're now using the grapple gloves to get into the zone, but you can see just how many players are here, still in the storm, not in the safe zone yet, even though it's close by.
I believe something caused this, because for the duo, like Mr. Savage and Hen, I mean, they had more than enough damage to not worry about Surge, even Luke. Well, let's look at Rabab here. Walks, forced to use those chug splashes. They're getting picked bit by bit by the Storm Surge, but hopefully they don't take a bite that's too big here as the duo they're going up against has the upper hand, the edge against them with almost 200 effective HP as they get more of an opportunity now to play a bit more aggressive. They hear their opponents getting cracked. They know that they're losing shield and HP, and I feel like they're just waiting for the right moment to strike.
Rabab walks. They very much need to take a move on. 44 HP, trying to out-heal Surge. Only one player has to go down, but they might run out of heals before that player does go down. There are players above and below them, and so you can see the desperation now kicking in. Robab trying to force his way into the box, but it's not looking that easy until he gets dropped down. That's one of the worst things, and we've seen that happen so many times today, where a player desperate for Surge decides, look, I'm just going to all or nothing, jump into someone's box, and the players just let them fall into their trap. It's going to be something we see multiple times as well for the rest of today.
It's not a trap you want to fall into, especially when you have the best of the best in the region prepared, waiting for you to do it. As now Kiduo and his duo partner are above Surge, feeling good, feeling confident. But for a duo like Hen and Mr. Savage, they've been trying to get in the zone for so long, although they had a lot of damage at the start, now Hen sliding down, almost like a surfer snowboarding down the hill and using that to his advantage. Getting a quick elimination. Hen, are you serious?
That was insane. I can't, honestly, that was crazy. Making use of the mechanics there to just glide his way on down into someone's box and then pairing that with the elimination. That was a nice play, to say the least. Joe, he's going to have to make and string together a bunch of nice plays. There are some mats there that he can use the gloves to loot in. Reason survive here. Oof. So close. Reason almost going down. The campfire will be a saving grace, but unfortunately for Noah Riley, he wasn't able to find it in time, and so he goes down. Joe actually takes him out, and that's exactly what Joe needed. The problem for Joe is that as he goes into the zone, there's going to be so many people looking at him, so many teams just watching and waiting, and they know now how low he is. So they're going to keep on pressuring, keep on shooting, even if he builds them up. It's going to take a lot of his builds to create the distance, the space needed.
The metal gets constructed. The shots keep coming in. The bullets ricocheting against, clanking on the walls. Joe, less than 50 effective HP to work with, only at 39. He has the med mist and the minis, but not a lot of time to use them, as now he might just have caught a breath here. Hopefully, we'll be able to pop his mini and med mist here. But looking at the replay, we'll see how he got this elimination, boxing up his opponent like a little fishy, missing the initial shot, but was able to take him out with the burst assault rifle.
Hey, look, Joe is a top player, but he's very lucky there. After missing that shot, very fortunate to still be alive. JJ2 and aware, though. This is a team that has definitely been able to make their mark so far today. And they have the perfect sort of setup to be able to go through and have another top game. Unfortunately for Gunbury and Vakan, they're going to have to expend a lot of materials to get into zone, a lot of materials that they don't really have. And we're seeing the effects of that now as they sort of try and cheap it out and save somewhere possible. They will just take some damage. And so ultimately, this is a team that, if they aren't able to even stay alive, will probably have to jump into someone's box to get their eliminations.
And that's not what you want to have to end up doing. You can come out on top, but it's just that much more risky compared to other ways of getting damage. But X-Squeeze here put aside, 216 above, 9 charges on the grapple glove. His duo partner, similar. But a duo that does not have his mobility, High Chris and Vortex. And not only that, they're below Surge, cracked now to 43 HP. The danger levels keep increasing, the caution, the warning signs. They have to be careful here. Vortex gets cracked as well. Now both High Chris and Vortex are in situations you want to avoid as the metal builds come through. Using material after material, getting nervous, getting stressed out, not being able to edit, as now the storm is picking them down. 32, 27, 22. Make it into the zone, but is it gonna be enough? It's not, as now it's all up to High Chris, but he as well.
Yeah, and the problem there for them is that once Vortex starts taking as much damage as he does, High Chris has to be the one to take over and lead to get them into zone. You saw Vortex just got too low to the point where he couldn't handle the pressure anymore, and High Chris eventually fell as well behind him.
PKR and Teak, they're looking more healthy on the good side here. I feel like they're hunting for something or opening a path for them to begin their rotate once the zone starts moving. But the chaos is shortly to begin. We saw the half and half zone. It pulled towards the south. And now these players have to decide what they're going to do to get there.
for the Citos and DKS. They have got a journey to make. You can see them scouting out the rotation. And their choice is going to be to sort of swim, half build, it seems, to get their way on in. The Citos and DKS having to spend quite a bit of materials, but they do look good on mats, and they actually are able to top themselves off just here as well, as DKS takes the lead in the reins of things. But this is a sight to behold. Hen and Mr. Savage. If you've been watching EU for a while, you'll be very accustomed to seeing Hen in these sort of positions. In the past it was with Queasy, but this season it's going to be with Mr. Savage. And so what can they do up from above? Will they be able to hold on?
There's a position you'd like to see them in, but a position you don't like to see as much is the one Zohan and Splash have put themselves into. They have the damage, but do they have what it takes to stay up here? Duos below, duos on the side. So many options, so many angles for them to get shot from. But they have to take this very seriously. They have to concentrate and not make those edits that are too risky. As now they've gotten a bit of tranquility. They can play slower, they can relax. But for a duo like Mr. Savage and Hen, they're kind of banking on that first moving zone that has pulled south. So all these duos that are up north have that much further of a rotate.
The big thing is that they'll be hoping and waiting for the teams using their grapple gloves to rotate in. Look for a time and wait for people to start fighting. If you hear those sound cues, that's when you start to make your rotation. That's when you start running. For Arto and Mixon, that's going to be the trigger for them to start moving in. And they don't have many materials, so they'll have to get the timing just right. Looking to see if maybe they can even follow another team. And actually finding a refresh maybe on the way to their journey into the zone. Mixon dealing a big amount of damage, but they weren't able to close it out in time. A brilliant attempt. Unfortunately, nothing to show for it.
The attempt continues. This could be what Mixon and Arthur need. They get in 24 white, but he's not able to knock down his opponent. Hardfind hits the shots when it's needed and takes both players down. Now Hen and Mr. Savage, they've decided it. They want the high ground. They want the victory royale, but for Deceptos, he's lost his duo partner. Tikaz as well, but he secures an elimination. Unfortunately, though, the opponent does go into his box. He goes down.
Squeeze is at the front of the zone, and he's looking to try and chop high out, and that might be a possibility with a fight breaking out between Mr. Savage, Hen, and Zaka. Hen's actually fallen into another game where Mr. Savage has to try as a solo.
In the first place spot, though, he wants to maintain that. He wants the crown with 2 eliminations to his name. 1 more mini he needs to pop. He continues his wrath down below. Now with Ark and Zika on the high ground, they're feeling the confidence. They're feeling happy. In the 22nd spot, this victory royale is crucial for them.
This is their opportunity. They hold the keys to high ground. But for this Hitsos down below, he doesn't have DKS. Just as a solo, he needs to stay elevated, try to stay out of people's way.
Aware here. 2 eliminations on the board. JJ2 not with any, but they're looking to get that number up as default now continues. He has the grapple glove. Still 4 charges to work with. A lot of opportunity here, but the problem, the issue, the materials. Only 3 builds left for Joe here. 2 getting shortly down to 1. Joe needs to find an elimination.
But the problem with the wood is that people know he's weakened, so they will force and chase him down and out of the lobby. Joe could not handle the pressure.
Aware, though, looks like he can. He has the builds, he has the loot. Now finding more down below as the high ground is being dominated. Not a single person below. Looking above as X-Squeeze and Puttasai continue to stay ahead of the zone. That's the advantage you get with the grapple glove. Now they have that opportunity to look behind, look to see if the players that have not had a good rotate like Default and Stormy here with only 7 builds who have to play it slower. But Aware secures another elimination. This duo is popping off.
Aware and JJ2, they're looking set up nice, and they're going to keep it moving. As soon as the zone starts to move, they are on the hunt to stay ahead. For Grapple Enjoyer, for Kovacs and Drox, a lot of them looking to maybe replicate the same things, but without the necessary means. A really nice find there from Kovacs to look for some loot. But up above on high ground, the battle is breaking out again. Ark and Zaka can't really hold on to it. You can see they are trying to stay up, but it's Shizo and Force that is taking it from them.
This is another duo that's down on the leaderboard in the 28th spot, or the 20th spot, sorry. They want this victory royale. They need it, as Force now uses those reinforced walls, continues to build up, but there are players on the second high. They want the high ground as Aware has lost his duo partner. JJ2 goes down. He picks up the grapple glove, though. 9 charges still, 20 HP to work with. That is just 2 ticks to Storm.
He just needs to play his materials. He has enough to keep him ticking in the meantime. But for other players who maybe don't have that same fortune, Kovacs, what is he going to be able to connect to? Just staying ahead of the zone, waiting for it to catch up. And his hope is that players will begin to fall, and that is happening Default will goes down. Typo, Grapple Enjoyer, maybe gonna follow if they run into Podesai and Squeeze, who have looked so strong so far this endgame, but without the materials necessary, their time is ticking for this team.
It's time to look for opportunities, for angles, for shots as Grapple Enjoyer enjoys piecing up his opponents as he also gets Andrea there, but he just escapes as now the edits come in, the peaks come in. X-Squeeze now looking to get a bit aggressive. He needs that refresh. Both players need it, and they're going for it now as they drop below. It's against Grapple Lover. 108 is not enough to knock him down. Now it's all up to Podesai, playing as a solo, has 3 eliminations, gets 1 shot, but it's not enough.
Big shot for Podesai, but it didn't come through. Force and Shizo are finally starting to drop because their mats are running thin, but they don't care. They realize now the opportunity ahead of them. For Grapple Enjoyer and Typo, they have loot available in the Storm, but it isn't going to be much. Realistically, it's just going to be the Siphon mats, and so a war of attrition between the two teams, both running on empty it seems, and so somebody has to connect with a big shot.
Shizo Force, they have the positional advantage, they have the HP advantage, and now connecting those shots. Typo and Grapple Enjoyer are in an incredibly dangerous situation as Shizo finishes it off and secures that victory royale.
Shizo and Force weren't on people's radars yesterday, but certainly today, showing up and showing out, they secure a spot in the finals.
What an intense late game, Levin, from the high grounds being changed almost every single zone to the last 2 versus 2. Force and Shizo really deserve it.
This is the dream for a lot of teams in this lobby, to not be anywhere near being a team that would call for consistency, then coming through in game 4 and winning it out and securing a spot in the final. That is the ultimate goal. It's the best way to do it for all those teams down below, and I'm really happy for this team. They impressed me at times during the qualifiers, weren't able to do anything significant in the first part of the heats, but now securing a spot.
And that's what you love. That's what I love. That's what we all love about the semifinals. Everybody has a chance to qualify. But what I want to see is how that changes the standings for the players that are not yet qualified. So Zeke, Taco, Reese, let us know.
We got you, Tokata. Thank you so much. Fantastic game. Wow. Sometimes these games just get super hectic and chaotic. And it's those final moments where you're just like, I don't even know how this is going to go. What's happening?
I mean, it's crazy, especially when we're looking at like 2 of the biggest teams, our first and our second place, going down really early. You know, Hen going down alongside Savage, and then we also, of course, saw no Aurelian reason. Got them off the top of the head
Talk about
there.
my prediction.
Sorry. But one of the teams that we didn't talk about yesterday that we started to talk about today, X-Squeeze and Podesai, starting to change things up now, and it seemed like they got pretty deep into that game.
If there's ever a time to catch a second win, this is it, because after the halfway point, every single round has mattered so much more than the previous if you're not able to actually collect that victory royale. But just excellent ground control the whole way through. Not only that, but I think that we saw Sweezy on more than one occasion just be so proactive with a lot of these engagements inside of the actual boxes.
Absolutely, and that box fighting prowess that we're seeing coming out in here is something that I look back to Chapter 2, Season 4 to 7 trios when I've seen him at his best, and I'm just like, I'm giving all those memories back, right? So I'm happy to see this. They're performing good. I'm seeing in the bottom left, they're in the top 3 there. So they're looking super strong, especially after what was a bit of a smelly day yesterday.
That's right, and for Shizo and Force, they find themselves that victory royale. Fun fact, Shizo was actually a trio mate of Merstash and Malabuka. We've already seen go through, so you know all 3 of them are like, hey, we're happy.
Well, the thing is, it's like they had all of this big reputation in trios. They were really starting to get a name for themselves towards the end of Chapter 2, and then come duos instead of trios. Like, Shizo took a break in Chapter 3, Season 1. Like, I didn't even see him. Last season was a pretty, subpar performance from someone his performance. I think he was 35th overall. So he's not had like the notoriety yet when it comes to duos. So I'm glad to see him qualify through. I hope that he can put up a similar style of performance to his ex-teammates Malibu and Mustache.
I mean, the key here also for Shizo, and it was really just the fact that they were patient when they chose to go for that height retake. They didn't actually take it after the first moving zone. They waited until the second one, and that was when they actually went for the execution, essentially. The whole lobby had a lot of issues trying to actually knock them down. I mean, the fact that he got to wait until his perfect moment to actually challenge the ground team says a lot.
Quickly want to add Force, ex-FNCS winner from Asia, who moved over here. But of course, we got them leaderboard up, Zeke.
Oh, man. We only have a handful of games left to go. And I'm looking right here. 5th place, Stormy right in default. Jumping up eight places. and you put a curse on my prediction.
No, you
violating
put a
reason.
curse.
Okay.
You
all
both put a curse by talking about them a lot. I said nothing. I had no witchcraft here. I'm sorry. Maybe some wizardry, though.
I actually told Zeke best of luck with your team.
Oh, yeah,
the way
that's it,
through.
wraps.
That was the only thing I said.
It's over there. But again, you see the top 3 teams all just slightly moving up one. That was possible because our first place team, No Aurelian Reason, went down so early. They were really deep into zone.
Yeah, I think what really saved Hen and Mr. Savage there is the fact that they just had so many elims accrued. Despite getting knocked out a little bit sooner than what they were probably anticipating, they were looking relatively strong in terms of ammo, but as far as the materials were concerned, that was where they ran into some difficulties.
And I mean, once again, this is just all I feel like attributed to the storm surge changes we're seeing that happened this week. So do you want to talk a little bit more about this?
I might.
Maybe
talk a little bit about it, of course. This was a kind of northeast zone here, as we see. So a Daily Bugle zone in particular. So what you're going to see is a lot of these teams are going to be actually attracted to the Daily Bugle because this is like the highest point on the zone. Obviously, you've got our highlighted team up on the north here as well. And if we keep moving forward at this point, we're going to see a bunch. This is now the next zone that we've got. Guess what? Still in the same spot. No surprise there because all of these teams, notice these, we'll come back to these later, are moving way all the way up into this same position. So them being positioned in the zone with the kind of visibility of all of these players and eventually all of these when moving is exactly what they need.
A Sanctuary and Coney Crossroads, it just felt like a total bottleneck scenario when actually trying to take positioning into the Daily Bugle. But more importantly, the congestion was just so much traffic for a lot of these duos trying to work through. Even the duos that had a little bit of height favorability weren't necessarily able to work with it.
Yeah, we said, because that was a northeast zone, we just saw so many teams up in that south side of the zone, all in there, super congested. But teams like this, like Zohan's team, who was up here early in this north side, easily just had so many tags. Just every team was just being drawn straight to them. Unfortunately, one of those teams we were pointing at in the zone that was deep down there was Noah and Reason, and that's pretty much just the reason for they went going down early.
The reason, you know, there's just so many different ways that this... I'm just going to see myself out. Don't worry about it. This is the next game of the FNCS.
Game 5.
And that's the reason why I love the semifinals of FNCS. Sorry, I saw Zeke get a little chuckle there as I said that. Levin, I'm feeling great. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling on top of the world. We've just had some of the best semi-finals games I can remember to date, and I'm sure as we head into the last couple, it's going to get real intense because we've seen so many players, so many teams get so close game after game.
And that's what I love, right? You never really know what's going to happen. Are the top 6 going to stay strong, keep playing consistent, or is a duo that maybe had some unfortunate off-spawn events going to make it to the late game? And in that one late game they make it to, end up getting high ground, end up securing the Victory Royale and going to the final.
Well, that is one of the most interesting sort of dynamics to watch unfold, right? If you are a team that's very close on consistency, are you going to go back to your contested drop spot? We will not have to wait to find out. We're going to hop right on into things.
The players dropping in, drifting through the skies is now. It's really coming down to it. I mean, we were halfway through the tournament before, but now getting into these final matches, 2 more to be played out. These players are just feeling the adrenaline that much more.
It's all about staying composed at your off-spawn battle, making sure you have a good drop as well. We don't often talk about how important that is, right? But a lot of these players, I say a lot, not everyone, but a lot of them will spend hours and hours practicing their drops, making sure they're perfecting their drop maps as well. And clearly Ewan has got a nice little drop map on his hands because he's landed before Kovacs and Drops even knew what POI they wanted to go to, and he's taken shots at them already. They now have an uphill battle to climb off spawn. They will have time though to loot up on that side. Should be some decent shields and options for them there as well.
The thing about Rocky Reels is you kind of have to take that engagement. It's not necessarily enough loot for 2 duos. As we go over to Sleepy Sound, which does have that north side and the south side. However, with 2 duos being in the south side, I don't think they're going to be happy splitting up the loot here. And we might see some engagements roll out. But just like that, we'll be seeing the same in Chonkers.
Pixie and Fork looking to try and make Clement play, and Pixie had a really nice angle onto Clement, waited a moment and finally did pick him up. Clement, not aware of his surroundings, didn't realize that the opening was there, and that lack of awareness may cost his chances of getting top 6. because if Floki cannot clutch up, it's going to make that last game so difficult for them. Fork now actually almost folding, but Floki eventually did wilter away. Pixie and Fork win, and so now for Floki and Clement, they either have to have a massive, like, silly type of game 6, or just have a massive game 6. They don't really have a choice. They have to have a massive game 6 is what I'm saying.
They need to finish strong, just like the duo we're seeing here in the 14th place spot. Toos and Fury, they've been battling out the Daily Bugle, just like Chris and Vortex have been battling it out here near the Reality Falls, and now you can tell already into game 5 of the tournament, this duo's hungry. They want to feast, they want their opponents eliminated, and they continue to apply that pressure. The shots come in, the brick getting broken down as they continue looking around and finding an angle.
What's funny for Vortex and Hikers, right? They're scared off Freemock and Faki, who we saw over at Sleepy Sound. And so those guys don't want to fight off spawn here anymore, but instead they're just looking to take a fight with Raisin and Painter, who are nearby.
Shots still coming in, but not the aggression I like to see yet. As they look for that opportunity, it's too risky to go all the way in unless you know you have the edge on your opponents. As Vortex is looking for exactly that with his duo Chris, they want a big shot that cracks their opponent and allows them to have that confidence to go in knowing they just have to hit one more big shot to get a knock and even possibly those 2 eliminations. But with the ammunition running low, Vortex only 6 shots for his Striker SMG, 10 for the 2-shot, which is really just 5. Vortex and Chris, they might have to change something up here.
Raisin and Pena are very low though. Or at least Pena is, so if he's not careful, if he doesn't have the protection of his teammate, things aren't going to be too good for him. Chris just continuing to pick away. Oh, and I like that. He sees the gas canister there and realizes, look, if I blow that out, that's going to cause some extra chaos. Maybe force them out of the way. And he actually forces them right in towards him, but that little bait was enough to allow some shots to come in, and Raisin now having to step away.
Gets cracked, gets knocked down low, but the issue for Vortex and Chris here was the loot. I mean, he had to give up his SMG there, now using a burst assault rifle in the 2-shot. His duo Chris too, low on HP. The third party's looking at them. The shots are coming in from afar, and the dangers levels reach the point where it's not worth it to continue, as now the disengage has come in. Switching to the center of the map. Loot Lake here, being looted up. X-Swee's put aside. 3rd place spot. They want to hold that.
Yeah, man, they stepped into the shoes of Tayson and Chapix, right? They're the ones who are most notably landing at this POI. And I wouldn't quite say they've been performing like Tayson and Chapix, right? But they definitely have impressed so far today. And we'll see if they can continue to do so. For Grapple, Enjoyer, and Typo, we've seen them in so many different late game scenarios, but if they can't win this fight out, you won't get the benefit of seeing them again. Grapple, Enjoyer with a huge shot onto Faki. And Typo now looking to clean up on Freemock. And it might just be possible with Freemock so low up above here. We've seen Freemock with crazy clutches before, but he's gonna have to hit 2 of the biggest shots of his life. He's already dipped out from his POI Reality Falls to move over to Sleepy Sound, and now over at Shifty Shafts, being given some issues as well. Cannot find a break, cannot catch a break. Freemock goes down, and that is not the way they would have wanted this game to go, but what a shot from Grapple Enjoyer.
Grapple Enjoyer connecting what he loves, right? What he enjoys. Those nice shots, as now this duo feeling better in the 16th place spot. They're still 10 positions away from the top 6 with 2 games to be played out. The comeback can happen. Speaking about comebacks, we got Splash here. Takes down Stompy, 23rd spot, looking to push himself up, as now he just needs that one more elimination, but the angle, the shot has to connect here. It's very important for Splash to not miss. He's just 1 away from getting the elimination. His opponent's already been cracked. The start of the mission has been done, but he has to finish it.
Splash, in a 1x situation, has to do a lot to stay in this one. We'll have time on his side, but the longer he waits, the more opportunity for Stompy to get back up and heal back up. And at this point, it's already destined to happen, and so he needs to just break away as Stompy finally being revived. And in a 2v1 situation against Stompy and Ju, it's going to be a tough one. I don't think he'll fancy his chances. And so the best bet probably going to be to get away and look to reboot his opponent, or his teammate, sorry.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he wanted to reboot his opponent, but looking now that he spent too much time searching for his one opponent, now being the 1 versus 2 like you brought up, Levin. We'll see if he does decide to disengage. However, if he disengages and there's duos in the surrounding area, it could be difficult for him. But for Wixes here, he has to be even more careful. Already 2 eliminations on the board. Duo partner, Polly, feeling good here. Good amount of effective HP, good amount of loot, but they must come out on top in this engagement or just get the damage needed to not have to force a fight.
It's going to be hard though, right? Because anytime you do take a fight in this area, such a flat open area, it does leave potential for teams to get involved in third party. For Pablo and Swag, it's just not been the kind of day to ride home about. They have to turn things around. They have to try and steal away a victory royale because the top 6 is looking very far away.
JJ2 alongside his duo partner, where we saw the dominance from this duo in the last match in the late game. You can see from the builds being placed, the movements from these players, that they're still feeling that adrenaline, that blood rushing through them as they want to finish it out strong. Currently in the 2nd place spot, they've moved so far up the leaderboard that they want to keep doing just that. Even scaring their opponents away, it seemed. But they're not scared at all as they continue to take shots, try and do a bit of damage as they run away. Might have to choose kind of JJ2. You see him contemplating, do I drop this shield keg? If I do, what for? 2 big pots, 3 minis. Or do I keep it, as now his opponents have come back?
And look, they've pulled a zone as well. That'll give them some extra time if they do want to actually take this fight. Maybe that is what they'll do. The damage would go a long, long way. It's all about finding that right opening to the fight, though. Who's going to overpeak, leave themselves vulnerable for a bit too long. Looking to pick up these big pots, now maxed out to 3. But if they do want to take a fight, probably should look to do it soon, because there are people rolling in. And the longer they wait, the more opportunity for the third parties to come through. And in fact, it might just be a bit too late. Best option is just to farm up some metal now. JJ2 still will look out to deal some damage, though, as he sits on that roof.
I mean, having that #1 spot in average placement for the tournament to date, I don't believe they're going to want to risk it for an early game engagement. They just want a bit of damage. They don't need the victory royale. They need to stay up top on that leaderboard, getting the placement points, getting the eliminations slowly but surely. So the risk factor, it's not worth it taking an engagement so early for them unless they have such an advantage that there's really not much risk at all. Looking back at Mr. Savage and Hen here, curious to see, yeah, they have no eliminations on the board, so still uncontested most likely at Tilted Towers. And in this match, they haven't went for those eliminations close by, so I'm curious to see how they end up getting that damage.
Hen and Mr. Savage have been on their best form today. One of the few days where we can be very happy and satisfied with what we've seen, especially after yesterday's disappointments. Good to see that they've been able to bounce back. But they have to hold on as we head into the last couple of games, right? Can't afford to slip up and have any mishaps, but to be fair to them, I don't expect to see that. Very similar to zone to some of the ones we've seen in previous games, and so a chance to replicate some of their previous ones. The Citos and DKS, though, just on that line. Not much metal here for the Citos. So maybe they'll be able to farm some up as they head closer and closer towards the beach, but the Citos and DKS, definitely a team that's had some good moments. They need to cope and wish for a couple more, though.
Being in the 6th place spot, you know, they're on the borderline of qualifying. They've had a few setbacks, but without a setback, Levin, you can't make a comeback. So hopefully DKS and the Ciptos can make that happen here. As now looking back at Zohan and Splash, 300 above. They don't have to worry too much about the positioning here to do that damage. They will need more, but for now, they don't have to stress about it, especially with the amount of loot and materials they have. It's all about just staying up.
For Splash and Zohan, their position isn't too bad. They will have a lot of vision on teams coming in lane. Like Squeeze and Podosite. They have moved far into the zone, which is nice to see, getting ahead of other teams. But the problem is here is that they're actually taking maybe a bit too much, and that can chew off. Podosite and Squeeze having to use up some shields, just positioned outside of the zone. But the mats expended should be enough to get them into the safe zone when needed.
141 above Storm Surge for Squeeze and Podosite. Splitting up the loot, splitting up the shields. As some duos here might be putting themselves to a situation where they'll have to split up to find a way back. As Stevie Harris here, 66 below, running even deeper into the storm. Feel like they know something we don't here. Coop, he's low. Not much HP to work with. Connects his shots. It's only 2 though, and it was on Nipsey, who did have almost full shield, but it kind of seems strange to me. It's like this engagement's just getting started, Levin.
Yeah, well, it certainly seems that way. The problem is that for Ski, they'll want to close this out, right? They've started it, they need to finish it because they are down below on Surge. Even if it is just by a little bit, they need to deal that damage to some extent. Especially since they don't really have much to out-heal the zone and the storm and Storm Surge.
Looking risky for these players. But now Nipsey and Coop somehow have gained that advantage. They have the damage, so they don't need this engagement. But with the full piece coming out from Nipsey, taking down 1 with only 1 left to go, and his duo partner cleans it right up.
Full piece from Nipsey, looking clean. I like what I'm seeing from Nipsey. Maybe that will be the start of the momentum needed to qualify, right? It'd be good to see Nipsey and Coop make it to an FNCS final. For Aware and JJ2, they've been having that momentum. 607 above is unreal at this stage. A lot of teams would be begging, praying, wishing they could be in similar standing. I know for sure Hardfine would be as well. ADN's already gone down. And with the player count just dropping below the threshold, he will survive for just a bit longer, but I don't really have high expectations for him in this game.
Yeah, I mean, no shields, no medkits, no bandages, and just 17 HP, which has been brought down to 0 into the lobby. He goes for Chawa now. Cherry, 15 points on the board. This is one of the duos that are going to be looking for the Victory Royale, and it might just cause their playstyle to change a bit. It might not be for the high ground, but something has to happen that permits them to have a higher chance of getting that Victory Royale. They don't want a top 2. They want to take home that ticket to the finals as Aware and JJ2. On the contrary, being in second place, they just want a consistent amount of points for these next 2 matches.
And a consistent amount of points they'll be able to find if they can just keep their good positions and continue dealing damage as players are sort of moving around them. Henna Mr. Savage positioned very close by as well. A lot of teams all around, scattered in the Joneses. Plenty of them fighting now to deal some damage. 67 above will mean that Henna Mr. Savage can't get complacent, even if they are above for the meantime. Squeeze and Podosite aren't getting complacent, even though they're sitting 143 above. They realize that Typo is vulnerable, and so they want to capitalize on that now, and that's exactly what they'll do. They almost get into his box, and actually he'll trade some shots with them, but ultimately he can't afford to keep trading damage because they do have the HP advantage. Did he slip away? No, he's right there on the other side of the wall. I was thinking, where did he disappear to? But he is just sort of running around. He's giving them a bit of work to do. Did they get the elim? No, somebody actually stole the elim away. They did some decent damage though, but won't get the elimination credit, which is rough because that siphon could have went a long way for Podosite.
I mean, Typo was slithering around like a snake there for a moment, but for how long could you do it's the question. He did go down, caused a typo on his keyboard there, but he did make it happen. As now Joe and Andy, they're still up. They're still going. 177 above Storm Surge. You can tell they won it. They won it badly. Joe gets cracked though. Andy forced to go directly in. He gets the elimination, but the third parties are close by. The shots from afar, the danger keeps increasing as Andy drops down, tries to get into Joe's box to help him out here. The shots come from each angle, reinforced walls getting placed. They might have just saved themselves.
They've been in a spin cycle all day long. it just hasn't been their day. Everything seemingly in disarray for them. But even with that being said, they are just in 9th. And so there is still hope as they move on through. Let's see how Joe was able to accumulate these eliminations. A big shot from Joe. Those are the kind of shots they need to keep hitting if they want any chance of qualifying today. And Vico didn't even have a say in that whatsoever. There wasn't much he could do.
The only thing he ate there were bullets as he went down. But now put aside and Sweets. It's a duo that we've been seeing perform very well throughout the day. But for Wox and Rabab there, it's not looking too hot. Rabab getting knocked down, Wox now being left low. Might have to give up his duo partner here, but he won't even have the chance as he joins them in the menu.
Yeah, so many of our top teams here just making brilliant plays. All of the top 8 are currently still alive in the game, and they are just going to keep on pushing the boundaries of what is the qualification threshold. The C3S and DKS are looking to do that as they continue to move on up. 4 eliminations now, maybe going to add 2 more, depending on what they do to these players on the other sides of their walls. They're trapped in between 2 teams right now, a sandwich situation, and so the C3S creating some space to move on out. But as they creep their way on into the zone, this is a team that is a scary one for the rest of the lobby, and this is why when they want you, they hunt you down and they take you out. Vic 6 is the one that falls, and so 5 eliminations now for this team.
Siptos, DKS. That's gonna give them a booster going into this late game here. A player that might need it though, Stormy Right. He has lost default, 84 below. He has players looking at him. I believe they know he needs the damage, but he hits the shots needed. It's not gonna be enough though.
He's looking to do the damage, and understandably, he has the heals to out-heal if necessary, and he can rotate via the dead side of the zone, just behind him to the right. There are lines of sight with the trees, but he knows that all those players on the congested side are gonna have to start moving, and when they do, he can be there ready to take shots, and that's what he's doing. Can't connect there. He needs to just try to do some damage. He's not even that far down below. There are players now out in the open, but he realizes he has to use the big pot. Can't afford to get too low on shields, and instead now will look to rotate his way on in. Still now looking, but can't connect. The options are there to Carter. The players are open. He just can't connect.
The options are there, 11, but the opportunity is not being taken to a full effect here, as now he might have just seen an opportunity. We'll see if he ends up being up here later on, but X-Sweeze put aside 3 eliminations. We saw how strong they were looking before, but now the aggression coming in, even though they're low on shield, and that's because they don't have any shield to work with. They need a refresh, they need elimination to recuperate what they've lost. They have the damage now. They're not worrying about what a majority of the players are, but you can see this sneaky play. You love to see it, but with the reinforced walls, it makes it difficult.
Yeah, you can see they're setting up for an elimination. Maybe if they'd gone for a pre-edit play, it would have been a better option to catch their opponents out. Somebody running all the way across their top there, and so almost catching them out. But they're gonna keep on moving in. This is not great though, because as much as they've been firing and hitting hard this game, they need materials, they need a refresh. The zone will pull back, and so maybe that gives them some time to sneak in on somebody. But the big thing is them actually dealing some sort of damage. Stormy right though can't out-heal anymore. And so if he isn't careful, the game could come to a close via Storm Surge.
Stormy Right, he made it into the zone, but he had big pots. He had chug splashes. He had minis, and now he has nothing. Hopefully, he can make something happen, but for a duo that I like to see up top, Levin, Joe and Ziandy, one of the duos in the 11th place spot where they're not too far off from the top 6. But what they really want is that victory royale, but Ziandy actually choosing to go down. He might have found a bit of loot there. He's looking for a connection. Going ahead of the storm now. He does get the front side of zone, and they're looking to maintain it.
They're looking to hold on to hype, but they have to keep looking. They have to stay alert, because there will be vultures ready to pounce. Stormy right though, running his way, and then will he squeeze in? He will. Just by the nick of things, just 1 second more, and he would have been out of the game. And so down to Wood, he has to try and stay alive, and that's not going to be an option. Teak and PKR were ready and waiting. Podesai and Squeeze are still pushing it down below with minimal amounts of materials, but they might have just found their newest muse.
They have the grapple glove of being so stuck inside of these builds down below. You just don't have the opportunity to use them, but for DKS and the Siptos, they're already ahead of zone. All they have to do is look back, take shots. They have the SMG, they have the ammunition, but they want want that spare amount of loot, using those grapple gloves to fish up loot, just like Joe and Ziandi up above that have already picked up 2 eliminations we saw on the feed, but now Mr. Savage, Hen, they might be looking for that high ground.
Mr. Savage and Hen are on the second height, and I don't believe Ziandi and Joe were able to see. They have now spotted it out as they've moved out of the line of sight. But Hen and Mr. Savage now, very much a threat to their chances of getting the victory royale. X3 doesn't have Podesta anymore, but he does have another elimination to show off. Kovacs is the one that gets taken out, and maybe he's going to look to add Zrock to that candle as well, but he can't. Has to stay in the zone, gets to finish, and the Siphon will keep him alive.
4 on the board for Sweeze, but he goes down. Back to the board is now DKS and Deceptos continue their wrath. They have the loot, they have the elims, but they need those materials. Only 13 builds to work with as they continue to walk through their opponent's tarps, reusing what has already been built. A great strategy to stay up.
No, Riley and Reason aren't working with much materials, but we know what they can do with shotguns in their hands. It doesn't take much for them to stay in the game.
Right now, you can see Mr. Savage Hen have not retaken the high ground yet, as Teak, as a solo, has no materials to work with. Only 1 mini, but are wearing JJ2 from popping off in the last match, looking to do something similar here. 2 uses on the grapple gloves, but a strong duo we've been seeing throughout this whole end game. DKS, Deceptos, they are looking for an angle, looking for an opportunity as high ground is still dominated by Joe and Ziandi.
Aware and JJ2 down below, trying to find onto Hen and Savage, and that's exactly what it looks like they're gonna do. But Mr. Savage has something to say about it. He has constantly had something to say all throughout today, putting a full stop on teams trying to take him out. And so again, another game with Mr. Savage as a solo, trying to do everything he can to hold on to first.
But Mr. Savage, he's comfortable as a solo, makes his way into zone. Only 12 HP to work with, attempts to pop a mini. Not sure if he's gonna get it off as DKS has just lost the Deceptos. Another solo playing it out. Noah with an elimination. Savage goes down, and Ziandi and Joe, it's looking brighter and brighter.
They keep on to height. The mats are going to start to run low, but that could be the same for everybody down below them. Fury and Toos might be a bit of a threat, and Ricky and Sadie in the front of the zone might end up catching DKS out, but he is doing everything he can to stay alive, but that's not going to be satisfying enough for Toos. He wanted that elimination, and he takes it.
Sadie, his duo partner, they're battling it out for the low ground. It's duo versus duo down below, but that just opens up more chances for the high ground duo as they continue to rain down from above. Bullets ricocheting off the wood, creating chips on the ground as Joe now cracks his Sadie. Does not get the knock, but Fury looks back into zone. 18 white, 1 more shot needed, and now this could just be the 2 versus 2 high ground versus low ground.
Toos is running low on HP, and I doubt Ziandi and Joe will give him much time. Fury is in the zone, trying to heal off, and they are aware of it now, but they have the means to stay up for a bit longer. I don't know how much Fury is working with by the way of heals, but for them, they just need to keep waiting it out. He had a med mist. I'm not sure how much he has left in it, but for Fury, will it be enough? Will he hold on? There's too many seconds left, it seems. This might just be what Joe and Ziandi needed. They're going to continue to spray him out. They've spotted him in the zone, and it's only a matter of time now until we can crown them victorious. They've played so well in this game. They've held on to height when everybody was trying to take it from them, and they've stayed true. Fury still going though, still delaying that final celebration, but Joe and Ziandi are going to continue. They have a medkit for the off here if needed, and now they will do it. Ziandi and Joe will be in the FNCS finals. The Synapse boys are through.
From 11th place in the end game, jumping up to 6th, but 11th, that doesn't matter. They secured the golden ticket, they secured the victory royale, and they are going to the finals. But for the solo, who was playing the heal off, they did a great job. Medmist after Medmist in the zone, staying up.
They are not asleep. That is for sure. When they're playing like this, they are up above, eyes wide open and hungry for players to take down. Fury did everything he can to heal off, but it just was never going to be enough. They had way too much time before the zone closed, and so they closed the game out on a high. Ziandi and Joe, what a way to do it in game 5.
You said it yourself, Levin. Ziandi has definitely woken up from being asleep in game 1 of semis day 1 to waking up today, securing the victory royale in the 5th match. So it was not an easy day at all for this duo, but they made it happen.
Look, I hope the analysts are awake because it is time to break down so much heading into this final game. So let's just send it over to them as soon as possible.
It's impossible not to be awake after a game like that. And Hesto gotta said, if you didn't hear about it, Ziandi missed out on game number 1 yesterday because he was asleep and they miss qual by 2 points.
Yeah.
And then they come back today with him wide awake and get a victory royale.
But what's funny is the first couple games didn't seem like the firepower they had yesterday. And, you know, we saw a tweet from Ziandi saying, I got a coach, I'm never listening to him again. And it seems like they told him to shut up this game because they are on absolute fire. This was a classic game, right? Earlier than this, in third zone, they picked up a bunch of refreshes and got them cat materials. Maxed out everything. They pulled the fourth zone, they pulled the fifth zone. They were on height already, and they literally won this game by being on height in third zone. So much earlier than this. You know, this is obviously the winning moment, but the winning play was about 10 minutes earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of luck, I would definitely assume, but at the same time, it was also great awareness, I think, from Joe and Ziani to maintain that positioning in the Joneses. Once they recognized that those zones were just moving further and further east, hugging alongside that waterway, they just made sure that anyone that tried to challenge them was taken down so that they never really had their high ground position threatened.
Absolutely, and now obviously they've joined our other semi-finals winners, qualified straight through to the finals. And in all honesty, this team is like a staple of the region, I think, by this point. And in finals, like, I'm jumping ahead already. No, I'm thinking that's a top 10, top 20 finish based on the way they've been performing.
And now, Reese, we have to turn our attention to the standings. We only have one game left to go, so if you're just tuning in, welcome. Happy you're here, at least for this last game. A Victory Royale will send your duo straight to finals. Everyone else is playing for top 6. Really quickly, though, let's flip on over. Thank you so much. As we take a look at the 11th through 20th places. Now, do keep in mind, anybody here, even in last place right now, could get that Victory Royale and they're going to finals. What are you observing right now, Reese?
I'm observing a list of players who all need to win game number 6.
Yep.
If any of these, I'm thinking, I was doing some maths. Maybe some of them could, if they play second with Elam, still get up. But
I think Kovacs and Xerox are a duo that really stick out for me that I think definitely has the potential to maybe clutch it out here in game number 6, and they're kind of dependent on that as well, sitting at 79 points only, unless they go on an absolute burner and just pull out some kind of psychotic double limbs game, but that is a little bit less expected, I think, than what a Victory Royale would be.
I would say so. You know, by the way, 20th place, Kathia. Just got to point out, avid resub content enjoyer. Just putting that one out there. Okay, so we're back. We've got one single game left. Top of the board, Hen. Coincidence that Hen and Ziandi both changed their name from, I won't say the word, not smart names, to straight back into their overall branding. One quals, and it seems like Hen and Savage are about to qual after the next game as well. Is that a coincidence?
Now, Hen's definitely starting to look a whole lot more like his former self that he built his name on in the first place, because Mr. Savage and Hen, this is, again, the first time we've really seen this duo actually work together. And now that they have been, it's been fantastic the whole way through. Sure, they haven't been able to close out a Victory Royale, but they've been coming so close every single time. And not only that, but finishing with strong elims as well. That's what's really helped maintain that first place position.
See this? Cake, Hen and Savage playing as a duo in qualifying, and smiley faces. You know what this is? This is the list of things you love to see.
I'm still feeling good about it. I mean, that is my duo, so.
I mean, look, my duo as well, no Riley. Reason, they're still up there, right? We're looking good. We might actually get a day here in Chapter 3 where all of our predictions are right for once, but we only have this final game.
He's a gunner.
He's a gunner.
Okay,
He's a gunner.
Thanks, guys. With one last game, what do we need to do, Reese? What do we need to do to pull off the Unthinkable and get the Victory Royale?
If you're in top 6 right now, you just keep doing what you've been doing the entire time. Don't make any risky plays. We saw Savage and Hen actually do a really nice, just conservative play, not playing for height that last game because they just needed some points. If you're below that, maybe very far below that, do the opposite. Change it up. Let's go for the win.
Okay, well, there you have it from Reese himself. This is it, the final game from semifinals day number 2 in EU. It's game 6, and it happens now.
Game 6.
The moment we have all been waiting for. One last chance to take a bite at the cherry that is the FNCS final for the teams in this lobby. It's going to be an interesting ride along the way. Takara, I'm very much looking forward to it.
Look, this is the time that I'd normally be at the edge of my seat. I'm standing up, so I'm not at the edge of my seat, but I'm excited. Levin, I am ready to see what these players have in them. The players like Levin and the analysts were breaking down, or I mean, Reese was breaking down.
I'm a decent player, you know what I mean?
You got it, but this is the time where the players in the top 6 either try and hold the position and qualify through consistency, or the players further down below on the leaderboard, try and break up, get the Victory Royale, and get that spot in the prime.
For the teams that are just outside of that top 6, you'll be hoping the Victory Royale can come from someone in the top 6, right? Allow yourself to bump up in the leaderboards just a bit. But for the teams down below, you have everything to play for. These battles of spawn are going to be more intense than ever because it is all on the line.
It really all comes down to this. You can see the last battle bus of the day, the last drifting through the wind for the players. But maybe just the start for these players that are going to make it to the finals, is now the early game engagements are going to be continuing. But for the players that go down here, they don't have another match.
It literally is your last chance today to qualify. And we're already seeing players land taking some fights in the bottom right of our screens. But here over at Rocky Reels, a fight we've seen plenty of times. Ewan and Buzz versus Jox and Kovacs. This time round, Jox, he has the better drop map, it seems, landing on top of the TV side. But he doesn't get an AR, so he doesn't have the same opportunity to take some shots off. Ewan and Buzz, though, a bit of a split drop. Over at Tonkers, Clement and Floki in a fight.
That fight, how long will it last? We can see the eliminations coming through. Perchawa getting one, Fork knocking another. Actually securing that whole elimination. It's looking good.
It's not looking good for Floki and Clement, though, right? This is a team with so much experience. Clement has literally only ever missed one FNCS final, one of 5 players to do so. And so heading into tomorrow, that streak is on the line. If he doesn't make it, it is wraps for that. And that would be such a shame for one of the biggest fan favorite duos in this lobby.
Just gets that much more scary as now we switch back over. Daily Bugle, a POI, point of interest, that we've seen a lot of engagements in throughout the day, some that have lasted longer than others. But looking at this last match, I wouldn't be surprised if it's one that lasts quite a long time, as JJ2 and Aware, they're doing exactly what we've been wanting them to do, Levin. We talked about it last match. They were second place there, and they're second place now. They are holding their spot on the leaderboard.
Yeah, they have been the epitome of consistency in this lobby. There've not been any trip-ups for them. They've stood still, stood tall, and they have to do it again here in Game 6.
Blacha now in that 6th place spot, showing what the cutoff is to qualify. But just in the beginning of this match, at the Sanctuary, feeling green, feeling lucky.
Feeling lucky.
Continues looting up, has the 6 minis, has the med mist, and even has a shield keg if he has to take some risky engagements for Storm Surge. But Fakey is one that's looking to do just that. We're in the reality falls, and it's getting real here as Fakey hits one shot. Vortex now cracked, drops down below. It's Chris. He has the shield, he has the HP, but his duo partner needs the time.
It's interesting to see Faki and Fremok back here at this POI, because obviously we saw last game they dipped, they went to Sleepy Sound, then they were over at Shifty Shafts where they got destroyed and went down, and so now back over at Reality Falls. Will it pay off in this final game? Will they score the fight for Vortex and Chris? It doesn't seem that way. Another game where they go down and the celebrations coming through. Those will be the biggest of the day. For Chris and Vortex, their chances to play in the FNCS still stand tall.
It almost looked like they had the disadvantage, but from Chris hitting those perfect angles, hidden in the mountains to get those 2 eliminations, they really turned that fight around. And now we'll be seeing them later on as the Siptos and DKS, from performing so well in last match, are able to hold that spot in top 5 in the qualifying range. But like we've been saying, it really just all comes down to this. We're in the last match of the day, the last match of day 2 of semifinals. This is where the players have to show all the work that they've put in.
Default and Stormy, right? They are gonna have to have nerves of steel because they don't currently sit comfortably. Stormy, right, has the 8 in his name, and that symbolizes also their 8th place slot right now. And if they want to play in the FNCS final, they have to either win the game or move up 2 spots. But it's easier said than done. Zohan, who sits in 10th over here at Sleepy. Oh, sorry, not Sleepy. Over here fighting Arkin Zaka. Very much needs to Hope that they can close things out here. You don't want to go down in these kind of a fight, especially when you're so close to qualifying.
Arc, Zaka now. They are the aggressors in this engagement. They're above, but what's risky about it is the storm, the zone, which is pulled more to the south of the map here, putting them a ways away. And this engagement, neither duo has the upper hand here. Both of them on playing grounds. The only difference is the positioning. But when your opponents are full on shield, full on HP, you need an opening. You need to permit yourself to not have too much of a risk going in and going for those eliminations. But maybe they don't want just the eliminations. They might just want the damage. But from what I'm seeing, there's a lot of aggression, and it seems like they're hungry.
Yeah, let me tell you something, Takara. They are not just doing this for damage. They want to win this fight. They want to close things out. It's going to be a matter of one team will leave this area alone without another team anywhere near them, because one team will have to wilt away, will have to fall. But who will it be? Zaka and Arc look like the ones that are controlling the tempo of things here, but Splash and Zohan are only ever a couple shots away from being within a good chance of it. And Splash now actually taking a couple shots. And so all of a sudden, the tide has turned and he goes down. And that leaves Zohan in a 1v2 situation to try and qualify for the FNCS final. There's a lot riding on these.
Zaka and Arc pushing through his opponent's build, slab by slab, breaking them down, turning them into cement, as now they've secured those 2 eliminations. And they can begin their rotate. It did not take as long as I would have expected, so now they'll have that chance to keep going and start the rotate. But for Teak and PKR, 104 points on the board. They're not in the 6th place spot, but they are very, very close.
Close indeed. We've seen them have struggles with Surge at times. We've seen them often in 50-50 fights that they just haven't quite been able to win, but we've also seen them in really nice positions, nicely based up, taking shots, Teak hitting a couple headshots here and there. And that's the kind of game I want to see from them. That's the version of them I want to see for Hen and Mr. Savage. They've rotated all the way here to Rocky quite early, which is a good sign for them. Again, they've just been such a different team today from what we've been used to seeing. 2nd place in terms of average placement, which is honestly the last thing I would have expected to see from this team.
Especially being contested in the first 2 or 3 matches of the day, from dominating their off spawn, causing their opponents to go somewhere else, being 2nd place for that average placement. I mean, it's impressive. But we'll look over at Decipto's DKS here, close to the shuffled shrines. They're in a good position to have enough vision to get those tags on duos rotating in. However, just 55 seconds until the zone closes and the 2nd zone appears. It might pull to a side of the zone they're not at, and they will be forced to rotate, but that's why they're looking for tags now.
Arto and Mixon, they are looking for tags aggressively, hunting and searching for those sort of opportunities. As it move on around, those chances will arise. You just have to take them. Shields having to be popped as the zone continues to close. Over here at Kondo, we have teams battling it out. Gunbury and Vakan have their eyes set as they camp in the bush.
Getting a little cozy here. Hopefully they can turn it into their own campsite, but quickly enough they will have to move as they look around, look for the shots. But with already 2 eliminations for Gunbury, I mean, they should be pretty good, especially for these first zones. However, now the zone does pull more to the southern west side of the map in the desert. It's gonna get hot, it's gonna get humid for these players, and they have to stay freshed up, full on shield if they want to stay up.
Aiden and Hardfine had a real rough start to the day. There were a bunch of games where we literally just saw them going down to Surge. They couldn't get a grip on things. But for them to come through in this last game, that would be the comeback story. But somebody who can tell us about all the other teams trying to make comeback stories is Miniminer. Who's catching up in the last game, my friend?
Callus and his teammate, of course, he's now left as a solo. Callus Otto now down as a solo right the way off spawn. So if they can clutch up here, get the reboot, it would be an absolute miracle. Hopefully for them, they'll be able to find it. Maybe they have already. We'll have to tune in with them later on, as well as Disiptos, who's sat in a really, really good search position, as well as a striker, a gold striker pump as well. So really looking good.
Thank you, Mini. Really shows that these players are prepping themselves for this last match, getting ready for the late game. You want to set yourself up and put yourself in a position to where you have the least amount of worries in those last moving zones. You want to already have your damage, already have your materials, already have your loot, so you don't have to force that refresh early. So you don't have to play anything too risky. As the fireworks go off, the shows begin, and the party, it just gets started.
The show's beginning. The show's been going on for a couple hours. I don't know what you're on about. This has been more than a show. This has been a party at times, and a party that Robab, Kebab, and Wox haven't really been able to be invited to too often, here and there, and it's why they're in 16th at the moment, a middling team, to say the least, but they are still on the cusp of a qualification. I've seen them have crazy games with large amounts of eliminations, and that would be the time to pick up that kind of a form. For Blackcho and Combat, though, really looking nice. Of course, they're moving towards the zone, well above on Surge. They've got a decent amount of materials, but there are opportunities to refarm as they head in. The biggest problem that they will face is that there are a bunch of teams standing between them and the safe zone.
This is a duo that's in an incredibly stressful situation here. Being on the cutoff is not an easy place to be, but it's a good place to be because you're that much closer to getting your spot in the finals. They do have a good amount of damage as well, but for PKR and Teak, they do not. 132 below, hits some shots, but it's not enough as they ticker goes right back up to 157. And now Teak is looking to see what his options are here. They do have to rotate, but there's so many duos close by. You can see at the bottom right in the mini-map there, they have to be careful.
They have to take great care, because Aware and JJ2 do not mess around. They haven't messed around today one bit. You can see Teak, he has been connecting with shots when needed, and he has to do it again here. They do look like maybe if the opening was to arise, they wouldn't be opposed to taking this fight. But no, just gonna look for some damage, look for some shots, and no! Caught with his pants down, Teak falls at the hands of Older, no less. And Splash and Older will profit from his elimination. And so PKR, as a solo, currently in 9th place with his team on his back and with 2 very hungry players beneath him, has to clutch up.
That is not a situation you want to be caught in, Levin, as now he's been put at the disadvantage. The 1 versus 2, his opponents 188 above Storm Surge. So many players still have to rotate. The common theme that we've seen throughout these semifinals with the more aggressive Storm Surge, it's bigger, it's stronger than before, and Splash is gonna have to be stronger than before as well, as he's been cracked 32 HP, needs to connect the shot here, it is crucial.
Older, with the time ticking, he does have a med miss to get his HP back up, but PKR will waltz right into his hand and give him the refresh the Cypher needed to get up to 200 HP. But this is how it happened. We saw the beam from Teak's perspective, but this is what they saw. They timed it to perfection, and Teak had no clue it was coming, and they took him out swiftly.
Great job lining it up for that duo. As C3S and Siptos have to line up more than that if they want to place in their finals. 207 above, don't have to worry too much about damage, but they will shortly, as it's going to keep ticking down, and they're going to need more and more and more. But they do have a decent amount of shields. They have the ammunition, but with only 20 builds to work with, it wouldn't be too bad if they were able to find a refresh. Dandir down below, Sky close by as well. I don't think they want to get too aggressive being on the cutoff, but they might just have to if they want to go all or nothing. Zestin and Waze, though, they do have the mobility, but they're low on shield.
Yeah, and they're a long way away from the zone, right? They have got to get there. And so even if they use the grapple gloves and the mobility to move towards zone, there's going to be so many players near them as well, looking to try and take shots at them. And you're seeing Cab and Swag are suffering from that now as they look to move in. There are just eyes on them. And so going to have to use a lot of wood here to get in, but they'll be fine expending some wood. Oh, dearie me.
It's not going to be fine expending that HP, though.
Yeah, certainly not.
54 HP. Pops too many, so he's back at 50 shield, but forced to use the chug splashes now. All these players that were in the zone for that long time, getting the damage, getting the tags, are now being punished with their late rotate. But for duos like Puttasai X Squeeze, 221 above, they're not getting punished here. They're actually almost into the zone, and they'll be the punishers.
Puttasai and Squeeze, we've seen just how on it they've been in previous games. They've been a force to be reckoned with. And Hardfind being a force to be reckoned with against Nipsey in that fight saves ADN and keeps their dreams and hopes alive. But that was a close call.
And it's not over yet, Levin. The rotate still has to come through. 25 seconds until the zone closes. It's pulling directly to the east of them. They have a long ways to go. They have the chug splashes and the med mists, but they have to make it in. We'll look at Mixin, though, here with Ardor. He's playing aggressive. It's X Squeeze. It's Puttasai. They were looking so good. They were based up. They had the damage, but now Mixin with the pre-edit connects one shot. He has the two-shot shotgun. It's an epic one, and he's looking to do an epic amount of damage. He connects one, but the disengagement comes through. The duos that are rotating in late also do. As now with the fourth zone appearing, some duos above, some duos below, it gets a little bit more relaxed, but with Storm Surge becoming active, that relaxation only lasts a millisecond.
Yeah, but for Toos and Fury, they thrive in this chaos. They love it. They fester in it. And when they have the opportunities, they take them with ease. Till and Cosmo have to be careful of the team they're running into. Those eliminations would go a long way in helping Toos and Fury push their way into top 6. And that's exactly the goal in mind. Eventually, they will start looking for eliminations because they need materials. And I think they are starting to think about that team beside them. But fortunately for Till and Cosmo, they got out before that became an issue.
DKS Decepto still up and going. We saw that they were a little weak on materials earlier on, and I believe it was DKS, so Deceptos does have a decent amount. 48 builds, 480 materials. And DKS does as well, 50 builds, so it's not the end of the world for this duo. They have a incredible loadout, have shields, have materials, even armored walls. And with the zone not being too far, hopefully the rotate can be done. However, with the duos close by, even if it's not a far ways away, it could be difficult. As Blatcha, though, and his duo partner don't have to worry about that. They're already in the zone.
Blatcha and Comeback have played things so well today. I've certainly been impressed by their performance. But amongst that, they also need to keep it up, as we've seen things turn around so quickly for teams in strong positions prior to this. Stormy right in default, very much in a strong sort of position when it comes to the surge, but they will hope for a good zone pull.
Ooh.
Fury, unfortunately, doesn't have Toos with him anymore, and on such low HP, well, the zone stopped here. No, he has to create another box, but he doesn't have many materials. And so now it's just going to tick away to the... Oh, what hit a massive shot onto Drew, and that keeps him in the game for a couple more seconds. But will he be able to survive? No, he will not. They fall in 6th, and it's very unlikely that one's going to hold on. So we might just be seeing Toos and Fury return tomorrow. But what a shot that was onto Drew. It's a shame it wasn't able to be chained together with a couple more. That kept him in the game.
Kept it in, but only for a few seconds. Great shot, pushed him into the 6th place spot. Curious to see, wasn't able to see the exact points that it ended, but that was the cutoff, if you were able to see it. So we'll see a replay here of Puttasai and what he was able to do, or what he was able to not do as he got knocked down here. It was X Squeeze who had to stay up as a solo, but with only 11 HP, he got dropped right back in to the cave that he didn't want to enter.
They fell on 154 points. Is that gonna hold on in 4th place? It would be heartbreaking for them if it didn't. We saw yesterday things change so drastically in the leaderboards in that final game. And so if that was to happen today, there would certainly be some heartbreak. But let's just see what happens. For the likes of Blackshot and Comeback, they'll be looking to push their way up. They're currently in 6th. And to be fair to them, they aren't that close to 154 points, so we'll see how much they can push their way or not. But moving over towards the safe zone, gonna use this building as protection and as a means to get closer.
Continue farming. You always want to make use of your surroundings. That's exactly what's happening here, as they have to focus on the rotate. But while his duo partner heals up, he continues to heal up those materials as Mixin Ardor here are very low on them. Only 200 material, or metal, sorry, to work with. No brick, no wood. It is the best material in the game, but with only 20 builds to work with, being in 5th zone, first moving not even appeared yet, it's difficult.
They're going for a pre-edit plate. Nixon has it lined up. He has it ready. But the armored wall coming through will mean that it slows them down just a little bit. Still going to be aggressive for it, though. But unfortunately, not able to pull it off cleanly. It was a nice attempt as they need some materials if they want to hold on to height. But unfortunately for them, it just wasn't able to be found. Maybe they'll continue to try, though.
Stormy right on the other end. They do pull that first moving zone, 6th zone. It goes directly east towards Chonkers. And now, you know, they're smiling. They are down below, though. They have the grapple gloves. They're going to want to use them. But for Hen and Mr. Savage, being in the middle of the zone, you can tell they don't want the victory royale, but they want that first place. They want to hold that consistency strong. As High Chris and Vortex, on the contrary, they want to win.
High Chris and Vortex going to have to drop down a bit lower as they move their way on into the safe zone. They weren't able to hold on to height on that side, but they are looking to build right back up for it.
High Chris continues building up. The opponents, though, they want it just as much as he does, but so far, for Vortex and High Chris, they're doing a great job. Mr. Savage now playing it safe, rotating with that grapple glove, looking back behind him, seeing if he finds an opening on these duos that are rotating late that might not have as many materials, as much loot, just like Raisin and Pena. But now as High Chris builds down, he wants to connect. He wants his structure to hold strong.
There weren't going to be many opportunities there for Mr. Savage and Hen. They were looking at the less congested side of the zone. They need to turn to their right if they want to find players. For Comeback, though, he might want to just try and avoid players as he doesn't have Blatcher with him.
6th place spot for Comeback. It is crucial for him to stay up here. He uses the grapple glove. He continues to rotate, being on that borderline. You cannot go down yet. In the meanwhile, though, we do have Gunbury on the high ground. He's taking it, he's dominating it, and he's holding it.
Bacon and Gunbury up above. This could be their game. They're not too far away from qualifying for top 6, and they also have high ground, which we know can be so effective for winning games. But High Chris and Vortex look like they're ramping up, look like they're going for it. And so Gunbury needs to wake up. He's been caught out. He's down on HP now. He needs to take a moment to breathe. But for High Chris and Vortex, they clearly have set their intentions.
And they got it, but the issue is no more materials to work with. High Chris is forced into a situation where he has to play aggressive. He has to get the elimination. But Mr. Savage and Hen capitalize on that. They take high ground, and they have what is needed to hold it.
This could be the perfect way to cap off what has been such a spectacular performance for Mr. Savage and Hen. They look like they'll hold on to first place, but to get the victory royale would be the cherry on top. For Comeback, it's all about staying alive, though. He is a solo. He has a grapple glove. He needs materials, though, and he needs to grapple his way on in. But if he's not careful, he's going to run into the first place team. He just needs to keep on hiding. They haven't noticed him yet, but he now will try and take the fight, force the issue, and he's got Mr. Savage low, and he's actually taking him out. Will Hen be able to avenge? He doesn't, and so Comeback goes down. Hen still is up. Gunbury and Bacon are still on high ground.
The high ground gets retaken once again. This is at least the 5th time this match. Is now Stormy right default down below, refarming. Only 2 builds to work with, but that could be what saves them, as Walks in 10th place still has a chance to get to that top 6, but they have to play it very well.
Stormy right default. The team in 7th, they are just outside. Everything rides on how they do in these next couple of minutes. They need to stay alive with so little materials. They are relying on a building to keep them in the game.
Reason was up as a solo, but he's so low on HP. Meanwhile, Gunbury, they still have that high ground. They need the victory royale, but 6th place spot, the cutoff, 136 points. It's default, it's Stormy right, and they're getting into the action, cracking their opponents, but they have to be careful. They want to get as much points as possible here.
Those eliminations could be so crucial. You can see they're running out of material, so it's going to be an essential. Watts would need to go absolutely ballistic if he had a chance of going in, and he won't. And so Devo and Stormy right will continue now to add to their tally. Kiddo and Yusri, they need a victory royale if they have any chance of qualifying.
But a duo that doesn't need the victory royale, they just have to get to that top 2. They just need a few eliminations. It's default, it's Stormy right, and they continue their wrath below as they get ahead of zone here. They have an opportunity now. They have a choice. Do they battle out in the low ground? Do they maintain this position? Do they go for the high ground? So many options. Which one's the correct one?
Gunbury and Bacon. I don't think they'll be able to amass enough points with elimination. And so it might be everything riding on the victory royale for this team. And if that is the case, they need to hold on. They can't afford to lose their minds, lose their heads. For Default and Stormy right now, 139 points is keeping them in. And a big shot for Default actually keeps them alive. He wants one onto Fork though, and eventually will fall. Stormy right, the Memphis is running out. You're gonna have to start running into zone, buddy. You can't afford to tank the HP. You have to hit a big shot. Will you be able to connect though? Knocking on the door, and eventually will fall down.
6th place spot. We'll see if he's able to hold it, but for a duo that needs the victory royale, it's both of these duo. They are out of the qualifying range. They need to win this match. The high ground versus the low ground. Gunfree up above, taking shots, finding angles, but it's all about securing the victory royale.
Yusri and Kiduo, our team has had their struggles all throughout the 2 days we've seen so far, but if they can close things out on a victory royale, that would not just be a shock to themselves, but a shock to the entire world. What can Yusri and Kiduo do? You can see they're looking up. They're going for the mantle plays. They want to try and get the edits, and they're going to kill it with a big shot. Gunfree will fall. Can make an effective teammate. He cannot. Kiduo and Yusri will qualify in the final game. They were nowhere near the top 6, but they still managed to win things out.
It does not get better than this, Levin. 2 duos battling it out outside of the qualifying threshold, head-to-head, 2 versus 2, going for that golden ticket to the finals, and the duo that came out on top, you know that they're excited.
They are the top G's in Game 6. What a way to do it, mantling on up and hitting the big shots as well. It wasn't looking like it was in their favor, but they made their destiny. Kiduo and Yusri will be in the FNCS final.
From being in the 24th spot, Levin, to securing the victory royale, flying up the leaderboard so high up that it doesn't even matter because they're in the final.
We talk about all the time, these teams who aren't near qualifying by consistency in the last game must put everything on the line, and that is a team that did just that. But for the teams who are left, the teams who will want to get into the top 6, we must wait and see the leaderboard, and nobody better to break it all down than Zeke, Taco, and Reese.
Thank you guys so much. Just a fantastic set of games. My goodness, I gotta love and give Levin and Tokata a ton of props. The calls there, both of these duos going head to head, they're both thinking the same thing. This is it. We need to win if we want to go on to finals. And for one of these duos,
for Kiduo and Yusri, this was such a clutch. Obviously, you can see in the bottom left, 26th place that they were in. But the story of the day is all about Synapse Station, because their drop spot, where they've been fighting over the entire FNCS with, guess who? The team who won last game, Joe and Ziandi. So as soon as Joe and Ziandi qual, these guys finally have an opportunity. They may not be the strongest off spawn, but as soon as they get going, man, they are good.
And that's the thing, is that when they finally had an opportunity to showcase exactly what happens when they survive that early game territory, I mean, what more could you really ask for? They were looking for the Cinderella story the whole way through. They finally managed to find it in the very last game, because there was no other chance that they had, at least for today, to qualify to finals.
Love to see it.
You love to see it. Let's talk about your prediction, Taco. It's Hen and Mr. Savage coming in super strong in day number 2. And of course, meaning Taco gets her first prediction right.
Hey, they say third time's the charm for a reason. I had full faith, never had a doubt for a second here. And with the way that Hen and Mr. Savage are playing, I think it was hard for anybody else to even doubt at home whether or not this team would be able to qualify into the finals. I mean, a first place finish here in the standings. Consistency was finally something that we got a chance to witness from this legendary duo.
And I love the fact that in the final game, they were like, we're going to try to win. We're going to try to win this match
they
as
went
well.
all out.
Yeah, they were like almost guaranteed first on the overall leaderboards. And they're like, we're going to win the game as well. We're just going to try and shake things up, show how good we are, put our stamp on that letter.
So incredible. If you're just tuning in, you missed out on 6 wild games, but our in-game team has a recap of all of the victory royales. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Zeke. Look, the weather forecast for today, it was an absolute heat wave. So many teams absolutely on fire. And to kick off the day, it was a brilliant executed win from Climberry and Marco.
It started off so strong, but with 185 and his duo partner taking game 2 as well, I mean, it was always like the hype levels just stayed at the top.
I believe from the 6th zone, I think it was, where he solo clutched his way to victory. Of course, game number 3, Fast Roki and Kylie. What a game for that team.
Yeah, I think ultimately seeing Shizo and Force be another team, right? A team that didn't look like they were anywhere near getting top 6 by consistency, but stealing away a game was brilliant. Of course, then you had Joe and Ziandi, which, you know, personally, big fan of that. Of course, Ziandi as well, finally being able to call him Ziandi. Big thank you, my friend. Brilliant though, but then the final game, Takara.
The final game, I mean, I can't even describe it with words. It's what I love about the semifinals, right? You have an opportunity no matter where you are on the leaderboard, and that's exactly what they capitalized on, qualifying through the Victory Royale.
So dope, man. What a great day of Fortnite. Now, that's the 6 Victory Royales, but don't forget, the top 6 on the leaderboard will also go to finals. Let's see how this all ended up after day number 2 of the EU semi-finals. Wow. Take a look, my friends. Only a 4-point difference there, separating 6th and 7th.
Stormy, right, and Default in the final game clutched over. If we saw that last moment, it was between them and it was between Comeback as a solo. He clutched up so much in the final game, but unfortunately, just was not enough for the qual.
Sometimes the best, it still finishes and technically last place because he wasn't in the top 6. Sorry to say, man. I don't know what else.
Hannah Mr. Savage, though, great day for them. I mean, we can't ignore the fact that they surprised us all, you could say. I mean, of course, the analysts have talked about it a lot, about how they've been playing as solos. They haven't had the best season when it comes to placements, performances, but they've really elevated themselves today. They've really shown what they can do. They're not 2 individuals. They've sort of formed. They've surged together as a duo.
They're a duo
Finally,
now.
they're a duo. This is crazy.
I mean, that's what you love about Fortnite. It's about adapting. It's about overcoming your opponents and studying, preparing for these matches, and that's exactly what these top duos have done.
Yeah, look, ultimately, right, if it's taken a duo, you know what, 4 weeks to finally be a duo.
Hey, things take time for a reason.
Look, on a serious note, really happy for those boys, right? Of course, there's been a lot of people doubting them. They have so many eyes on them, more than almost any other team in the game right now, and so the expectations were so high. Finally seeing them go through, big props.
You know what this means for all of us here? For the first time this season, our predictions were all right. That's right. We all guessed correctly, which means I get a W.
For once.
Taco gets a W for once.
For once.
Which, you know, means we all have at least a W.
At least we thought for ourselves.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
We weren't
We didn't pick
Reese,
the easy
Levin,
way
and
out.
Tokata, who just
Okay.
jumped on the mini
Herd mentality.
bandwagon. He knew from yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, it's Joe, it's Ziani. And then everyone else was like, oh, yeah, sounds good. Copy pasta.
Absolutely.
Everything happens for a reason, right? It was
Yeah.
meant to be. You know, it looked like we might have jumped on the bandwagon, but really, we knew what was going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
We knew it was happening. The one thing that you can guarantee about the 3 of us is that when we saw Mini Miner put in a prediction, we're not like, oh, this guy. This is the prediction guy.
Mini Miner, man. Come on.
I trust this man with my life for analysis.
Wow.
But for a prediction, I'm sorry.
Well, they won today. You got to
I'm
be
with you,
realistic
I'm with
here.
you.
0 without Chavix or Ziandi. What I really like about this as well, me and Reese are talking about it in the back there. Of course, Ziandi changed his name. He was 0 without Chapix. And in game number 5, when they won, guess who was coaching him? It was Chapix.
No
Chapix was the
way.
player that was coaching them to victory. So he was quite literally 0 without Chapix until that game number 5 victory. Couldn't be more happy.
Change the name back.
Maybe that's what
it. Sorry. No more Ziandi.
Please, no.
No.
It's a brand change now. It's not a name change.
Oh, okay, all right, that's fair. Anyway, we hope you guys have enjoyed the action today. Remember, we're back tomorrow for more, and of course, the last opportunity to make the finals. NA East is not that far away. You'll see Mini Miner there as well. As always, we love you guys. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.